can follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook at NTA Network News, Instagram at NTA Network, Twitter at NTA News Now, YouTube at NTA News Online, or visit www.nta.ng. For live streaming, visit www.nta.ng/live. Now, you can stay updated on the go, be it on your TV, iPhone, laptop, or iPad, or download the NTA mobile application from your Play Store or App Store. NTA, you can beat the rich.
Imagine a station where you access information. Think of a station that creates awareness for national development. Imagine a station that prepares you for a bright and greater future. A station for all ages. Documentaries, classroom and television, events coverage, children's programs and variety shows. Always stay tuned to NTA Knowledge on the StarTimes platform, channel 359. For partnership, sponsorship and advert placements, contact us on NTA Knowledge. NTA Knowledge, learning to broaden horizon.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
Slavery is an evil practice abolished all over the world over 200 years ago. But today, human traffickers are selling human beings as slaves in Africa. It is your responsibility to make sure that you and the people you know do not fall into slavery. Don't believe.
Hello and welcome. This is NTA Nationwide. I am Juma Yusuf. We begin with the legislature. The House of Representatives during plenary Tuesday engaged the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 in order to know the current state of affairs and federal government's effort to contain the ravaging coronavirus disease. Questions raised by House members revolved on emergency response to the pandemic, covering areas such as management of infected persons, number and state of isolation centers, capacity on testing, issue of logistics and efforts to mitigate its impact on economic and social activities across the country. Chairman of PTF and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, outlined measures put in place by the federal government in the short and long term to effectively tackle the pandemic on all fronts and urged the legislature to develop a framework that will ensure Nigeria is prepared for any pandemic in the future. In another development, the House has passed a resolution to legally challenge allegations that it received financial inducement of $10 million to influence its passage of the Infectious Disease Control Bill. The Speaker, Femi Bajabiamila, says the bill, which will be subjected to public hearing, was conceived in the best interest of Nigerians. Moving on, Information and Culture Minister Lai Mohammed has identified fake news as a major hindrance in the current fight against COVID-19. The minister disclosed this at the daily briefing by the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 in Abuja. Lai Mohammed explained that misinformation and fake news is stagnating all efforts being marshaled to combat the pandemic.
The fight against COVID-19 pandemic has been made more difficult by misinformation and fake news. And we have had to rely on you journalists working right in the front line to deliver timely and accurate information to the populace. So to all of you, gentlemen of the press, sitting here, and indeed to all journalists across the country and across the world, we commend you for your sacrifice and hard work.
To this end, hence, journalists are relied upon as part of those working in the front lines to deliver timely and accurate information to the populace. The Information Minister said it is essential and critical for them to remain professional. He also described Nigerian journalists as heroes of the fight against COVID-19, urging them not to relent in their role until the disease is defeated. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, as at 11:45 p.m. 4th May 2020, announced 245 new cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria, increasing the number of confirmed cases to 2,802. Of the new cases, Lagos, Katsina and Jigawa topped the chart, with Lagos having 76 confirmed cases, 37 in Katsina, 32 in Jigawa, 23 in Kano, 19 in FCT, 18 in Borno and 10 in Edo States, while Bauchi recorded 9 cases. Others are Adamawa has 6 cases, Oyo and Ogun State each have 5, while Ekiti, Osun, Benue, Niger, Zamfara have 1 each. So far, 417 patients have been discharged, while the death toll is now 93. Kogi State government says the case of an expatriate working in an international organization said to be infected with COVID-19 does not fit into the spectrum of criteria set by the National Center for Disease Control, NCDC, for actual or suspected COVID-19 cases requiring testing. In a report from Kogi State government says the expatriate result shows that she does not exhibit any non-existent fever to necessitate further test for COVID-19. The expatriate, an adult female, sent message to the Kogi State COVID-19 Squadron Committee expressing fears that she was exhibiting symptoms. And now joining me via Skype is the Kogi State Commissioner for Information and Communication, Kingsley Fowl. You're nationwide. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
Okay, thank you. There seem to be a little bit of a conflicting, statement we see from the state government and from the expatriate, regarding her state of health. So what is the situation right now in Kogi on the expatriate woman who says she has symptoms of COVID-19?
Thank you. The statement put out by the state government had clarified all the seeming misunderstanding between the statement put forward in the text message by the expatriate and the one that was found out eventually by the team that visited her residence to ascertain the veracity of her claims. She told us she was developing some symptoms that were similar to those of COVID-19. And when the incident manager, the Commissioner for Health, led a team of medical experts to her residence, she also said that those symptoms had disappeared. Apart from that, the team insisted on taking her temperature to be very sure. And when they did, her temperature at 36.3 degrees Celsius. So it shows that the woman is in very good health. The reason why we had to put our statement out was because of the insistence of the woman after we left the place that she will be going to NCDC for tests. And going by the history of our disagreement with NCDC over some of their mode of operations this week, we had to put the facts out there to show the whole world that the expatriate did not show any symptom that is similar to those of COVID-19.
So if I might come in now, have you been in contact with the NCDC here in Abuja based on that case?
We would only report issues to NCDC when the categories fall into the bracket specified by the NCDC. They set the rules, and they should be happy that we are following the rules.
Okay, what are measures being put in place in Kogi State to curb or flatten the curve of COVID-19 in case it reaches there?
Yeah, thank you very much. We are not praying that COVID-19 will reach the state, but right now our isolation centers are in top shape to deal with any eventuality. But we are putting more structure and infrastructure into preventing the spread of the virus in the state. Prevention, we know, is better, cheaper, and easier than cure.
Okay, thank you so much, Kingsley Fanwo. He is the Commissioner for Information and Communication in Kogi State. Thank you so much for your input. Jigawa State Government has dispatched a team of medical professionals to Hadejia local government area to investigate and report back within 3 days the alleged strange deaths being recorded in the area recently. Governor Muhammad Badaru Abubakar stated this at a media briefing in Dutse, the Jigawa state capital. Muhammad Musa Askira has details.
One of the Asian cities in Jigawa State, which is located more than 100 kilometers away from the capital city Dutse, has not yet recorded any case of coronavirus pandemic. However, the city has been drenched into fear of uncertainty brought about by the alleged strange deaths witnessed recently by the residents. In a swift reaction to the development, Governor Muhammad Badaru Abubakar dispatched a team of experts to investigate causes of the alleged deaths.
In preparation for these difficult times, the state has reached 280-bed isolation capacity already, and I have approved for the procurement of 3 additional ambulances and 4 additional ventilators and other personal protective equipments. You will agree with me that those additional items will strengthen our collective response to this dreaded pandemic.
Similarly, as part of efforts to strengthen surveillance around border communities to prevent illegal border crossing, Governor Muhammad Badaru Abubakar further dispatched all his special advisors to their respective communities to raise awareness on the viral disease and guard against intercities and towns movements to curtail community transmission of the disease. Meanwhile, the governor has extended the lockdown order in affected local government areas to 2 weeks with an appeal to security agencies to prosecute the violators of the restriction order in the face of the rising cases of the coronavirus pandemic, particularly in Dutse, which has 60% of the total infections in the state. From Dutse, Muhammad Musa Askira, NTA News.
Meanwhile, back here in Abuja, our correspondent Onegie Fiveface went round the city center of Abuja Monday night and reports that there was strict implementation of the 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew imposed on the Federal Capital Territory by security operatives.
Monitor compliance with the curfew imposed on Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. NTA News went round some parts of the city center in the Federal Capital Territory. Areas visited include Wuse, Bega, and Area 1. In all of these places, we encountered roadblocks by police officers. Drivers without valid identification as essential workers were turned back, especially at Wuse Zone 4 and Bega.
This military checkpoint at Kuba, I lost my ID card there. I was there for over 1 hour. They blocked the whole road.
In Area 1, only vehicles cleared by security operatives made it through the blockade. Lagos Street, they say, never sleeps. But Lagos Street, Abuja, tonight is in a deep slumber, devoid of its popular late-night life.
Lagos is a busy area. Even from 5 to 11, it's too early, sir.
But today?
Today, of course, due to, today is starting of the government put another coffee. That is why everywhere is, you can't see any person now, except we are security.
Because the place is empty. Immediately when I build this place, some people, they can come and open our distance to steal something else like that. So that is why I stand by my shop to protect it.
Major roads are all quiet but for a few vehicles that speed past every now and then, while almost every intersection has a police blockade to ensure strict compliance with the order. In Abuja, NTA, Fine Face, NTA News.
And in line with the need for social distancing and to ensure speedy dispensation of justice in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory is holding remote court hearings using the virtual format. Olabode Arewa report on Tuesday's proceedings.
Court proceedings have been filled during this period of COVID-19 due to fears for the health and safety of lawyers, litigants and judges. The FCTI court has taken a proactive step to ensure the wheels of justice continue to turn when it adopted the remote method of conducting court hearings using computer-based applications. Justice Peter Afem of the FCTI Court 2, as well as Justice Hussein Baba Yusuf of the FCTI Court 3, sat on pending criminal and civil cases before them. The Chief Judge of the FCTI Court, Justice Ishak Bello, said the virtual court sitting method will be fine-tuned.
By such enthronement of the relevant technology to make it possible for speedy generation of record of proceedings. You would notice that as the judges sitting in court now conducting proceedings, already the recording is taking place. So we are going to eliminate the snail speed in generating records in case of an appeal, or even when people are desirous of having, for their own personal records, decisions of the court.
A gradual easing of the lockdown commenced this Monday in Lagos, Ogun, and the FCT. In Abuja, Olabode Arewa, NTA News.
Now let's join Dotun Ogunyemi from our Lagos Center for more reports. Hello, Dotun.
Thank you, Jumai. Lagos, the city that never sleeps, is still in semi-slumber after the relaxation of the COVID-19 lockdown. Ruth Ario Samo reports that commercial activities at Balogun Market are yet to pick up.
The sights and sounds of Lagos metropolis differed from the density of human and vehicular presence that characterized the 4th of May, the start of the relaxation of a 5-week total lockdown by the federal government. Balogun Market is the nerve center of commerce in Lagos. The shops, which enjoyed high patronage Monday from the heavy crowd of shoppers, was tranquil with a smattering of sellers who displayed edibles in line with the Lagos State template, which authorizes food sellers to open on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Ironically, traders whose stores were shut in line with the schedule also milled around.
Open today due to the directive of the federal government and the directive of the state government.
Because we have been given 3 days on Monday, Wednesday and Friday, which I'm very at least happy about. We need to monitor the compliance of the people so that they will not go against the law.
Meanwhile, some Lagosians are not aware of alternating days for the sale of foodstuff vis-a-vis non-consumables.
I came out today because I know it's okay to be less crowded.
From all indications, most residents believe that a spread of COVID-19 in the city will not reach alarming rates as speculated in some quarters, as the adherence level is healthy. In Lagos, Ruth Ario Samuel, NTA News.
There is congestion at the Lagos ports, but the main challenge revolves around failure of some terminal operators and shipping companies to adhere to the presidential order, which are intended to lessen the burden of investors. Michael Olaleye reports that concerned freight forwarders are appealing to government to ensure that the approved waiver on demurrage and storage fees are implemented.
There is no better time for port operations to thrive than now. Waivers upon discounts, all in a bid to eliminate pressing challenges associated with business transactions caused by coronavirus. The advantages are numerous for the maritime environment that has continually battled congestion, but a seemingly radiant opportunity is gradually becoming gloomy due to the persistence of terminal operators and shipping companies to disobey the demurrage and storage waiver directive.
The importers may have no other option than to pass some of these charges, these arbitrary charges, down to the consumers. And this is not helping the situation in the country. And this is going against the federal government directives.
We cannot say because of terminal operators, then we will spoil the business we are doing. So let us watch government to know maybe if they will actually instruct them back to withdraw this demurrage they say we should pay.
The federal government is intervening through the appropriate agencies by threatening to sanction violators, but there is concern about how quick this will be implemented.
Let there be a presidential executive order from the presidency. Once TDO is being written in the terminal, the demurrage should cease counting.
The demurrage suspension will end, and then we can negotiate, further with the companies. It's always good to negotiate and discuss with the shipping companies. We don't just issue a decree like that.
The abolition of deposits for return of empty containers is one of the measures the freight forwarders say is crucial to reducing congestion at the ports. In Lagos, Michael Olaleye, NTA News.
And that's it from here. Nationwide continues in Abuja after the break.
I wish to once again commend the frontline workers across the country who, on a daily basis, risk everything to ensure we win this fight. For those who got infected in the line of duty, rest assured that government will do all it takes to support you and your families during this exceedingly difficult period. I will also take this opportunity to assure you all that your safety, well-being, and welfare remains paramount to our government. I am using this opportunity to express our deepest condolences to the families of all Nigerians that have lost their loved ones as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is our collective loss, and we share your grief.
COVID-19. Ease of the lockdown. This is our focus on NTA Tuesday Live this week. What are the public issues involved and measures in place to curtail the spread of the virus? Tune in at 10:30 p.m. for NTA Tuesday Live. The program promises to be incisive and educative. Don't miss it.
And I've got this very important message for you guys. Stay at home. No. Stay safe. Noruma. This is the right thing to do at this time. And don't forget, remember to wash your hands. Sachasia kage samaya sama, sachasia isia kage of mofuma. Together, we'll beat this thing. Are you ready now? Are you ready, man?
Is to say a big thank you
to all the healthcare workers who put their lives on the line, working in all the 36 states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, especially Lagos, Kano, Ogun, and Abuja, to ensure that we beat COVID-19 in the least possible time. Thank you so much. You are our superheroes. This message is from the Governor's Wives Forum, the wife of the Vice President and the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Welcome, dear. Have you washed your hands?
Inside my house again. This thing not the key black man.
I don't know if it's misinformation or poor hygiene that will kill you first. Coronavirus is real, and good hygiene practice will save your life. Anyway, no hand washing, no eating.
I will not take care of it. How's one of the parents? Coronavirus is real and it's on the rise. But you can help yourself and help others to be safe. Remember, we can stop the spread. It's in your hands.
This message is from the Akinfade Foundation in partnership with the National Orientation Agency with support from MacArthur Foundation.
Thanks for rejoining us. Benue State has recorded a second case of COVID-19. Governor Samuel Ortom, while announcing this, urged all those who had contact with the state staff of the NDLEA on transfer from Kano to Benue to come out for possible test so as not to infect the members of their families and the public. Hussein Mohammed Isa brings us the details.
Governor Samuel Ortom, who briefed journalists at Government House in Makurdi, named the suspect as Edward Mange, a staff of the National Drugs Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA), saying the reason is to ease contact tracing as the people who had contact with Edward will volunteer for tests and that it was not to witch hunt anybody. He explained that the COVID-19 suspect who came into the state from Kano subjected himself to tests by the National Center for Disease Control (NCDC), after which he was confirmed positive for the virus.
Please, COVID-19 is real. Let us take these steps to prevent. But if you must go out, please wear a mask. Have hand sanitizer. If you don't have, constantly wash your hands with soap.
The governor advised all those that came into contact with the suspect to notify the State Action Committee on COVID-19 for assistance and possible isolation if necessary. According to Governor Ortom, the suspect will undergo treatment at the Benue State University Teaching Hospital, Makurdi. On whether the state government will lock down following a second case of COVID-19, Governor Ortom said he will meet with the State Action Committee in Makurdi. Hussein Mohammed Isa, NTA News.
Thank you so much. And now joining me via telephone is the Deputy Governor of Benue State, Engineer Benson Abono. You're welcome to Nationwide.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can you tell us the update of the Benue State? First, I think it's the first index case in Benue State. What is the situation now?
Well, as you are very much aware, we had the index case about a month and a half or so ago. And since then, we've done everything humanly possible to keep the infection of coronavirus at bay in Benue. Unfortunately, we had a case of a Benue indigene who returned from Kano to Makadi a few days ago, and we immediately isolated him and took his sample to Abuja for testing. Unfortunately, the test came in last night and it was positive. So, in other words, we now have two cases in Benue. There are two cases that originated in Benue, but as you also know, The index case was transferred to the National Hospital in Abuja on her request. And so for now, we have one live case in Benue.
Okay, you must have been putting a lot of measures on ground in case of eventualities like this. So what is the state of facilities and measures being put in place to curb the spread of coronavirus in Benue State?
Well, we've done a lot of things. We've put in place a lot of measures. We've had, for instance, we have had extensive training supervised by the National Center for Disease Control. We have established 2 treatment centers in tertiary institutions. We have established isolation centers in all the 23 local governments of the state. We recently set up task forces that are located in the 13 entry points from the 6 neighboring states of the state to ensure that people who had no business coming into Benue at this critical period do not come. We have gone through a lot of sensitization program, which is still ongoing, letting people know what this infection is all about, what they should do and what they should not do. We are using various media for the dissemination of this campaign, and we, at the moment, we are, as a state, we are also trying to give stimulus to some people who are at home. The issue is that we are not observing a total lockdown in Benue, but we are observing what we call the partial lockdown. In doing this, we have since put in place a curfew that starts at 7 o'clock in the evening and stops at 6 o'clock in the morning. All our markets are closed, all institutions of learning are closed. But we allow people who sell foodstuff, we allow our shops to remain open, provided they observe social distancing and they wash their hands and sanitize their hands.
Okay, thank you. So what is the level of compliance at the entry points to Benue State?
Very, very unfortunately, up until yesterday, even though we have task forces on ground, people still managed to sneak into the state. And that is why we had this current case that came in from Kano, was infected from Kano, but then sneaked into Benue. And as I talk to you, he's under quarantine and is receiving treatment at the Benue State University Teaching Hospital.
Okay, what about contact tracing?
So the level of compliance, I would say, is not 100%. I went to I inspected some of them recently. His Excellency the Governor also inspected the Enugu-Benue boundary today, and we are making sure that they enforce the closure as dictated by the federal government.
Okay, what about contact tracing of the...
Yes, we are doing a lot of that. For instance, in the index case, for example, we were able to trace the 23 contacts that she came in touch with, because she came in from London and spent 2 days before we detected her. All the 23 were quarantined and tested negative and discharged. We are also currently tracing the contacts of this very person that was confirmed positive yesterday. But outside that, when we get alerted by various neighbors that somebody had just come in from London, from Lagos, from Abuja, from Kano, we move very quickly. Our surveillance team would go there and we would take the person into isolation and we test the person, and we have carried out a good number of tests. All of them had come back negative until the one of yesterday.
Okay, that's indeed good news, and thank you so much for coming on Nationwide. I have been speaking with the Deputy Governor of Benue State, Engineer Benson Abonu, via telephone. Thank you so much for your insight, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Now, heads of security agencies in the Federal Capital Territory says security operatives will vigorously enforce the interstate travel ban and other guidelines contained in the reviewed COVID-19 lockdown. This was during their monitoring of the new phase of the lockdown at major entry points to the nation's capital. Asebe Tanimu Williams has details.
The mission of the team is to ascertain the level of compliance to the directive on interstate travel by the President. In the words of the leader of the team and Commissioner of Police, Bala Chiroma, there will be more stringent measures and stiffer penalties to the defaulters of the guideline. And through two words, travellers who flouted the interstate ban at locations such as Jere along Kaduna Abuja Road were immediately sent back by the security operators.
Well, I think what we have now is a partial lockdown, not a total lockdown as we used to. Therefore, the levels of traffic has greatly increased. Unfortunately, persons that are not supposed to be out are also out, and that is why you see this gridlock. Officers on duty are trying to find out who are those on the exemption. Are they on the exemption? If they are, they allow them go. I will not just open the road free for everyone to pass. And that is why I've seen this gridlock.
In complementing the federal government and FCT administration's efforts in this regard, the Buhari Area Council administration says they are putting measures in place to checkmate the activities of recalcitrant travelers who might use the bushes as decoy to find their way into the nation's capital territory.
All those that are not essential staffs must be locked down. Those of us that will be coming out for work is only the levels 14 staffs operate, and if it is necessary. And also, the days have been given that the lockdown system, the system of this second phase, is that Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays are the days that they are supposed to come out for the lockdown.
The heads of security agencies, however, directed operatives on task force duty to observe rules of engagement while enforcing the guidelines. As the Tenemu Williams, NTA News.
Meanwhile, Niger State government has placed total ban on night travels across the state till further notice. Secretary to the state government and chairman task force on COVID-19, Ibrahim Ahmed Matani, disclosed this shortly after a brief meeting with Governor Abubakar Sani Bello in Mina. Suleiman Kodiki reports that this is coming on the heels of the state's record of its fourth COVID-19 case.
While extending the lockdown for another 2 weeks, recently, Governor Abubakar Sani Bello also placed ban on movement of persons and vehicles from one local government to another. This, the state government noted, was part of measures to break the chain of community transmission to contain the spread of COVID-19 in the state.
So realizing that people use, the week period, which is in the night, to travel or violate the order, there is now a complete ban of night travel.
Secretary to the state government, Ibrahim Ahmed Matani, says government is working out modalities for more capacity for testing of COVID-19 to be carried out in the state. Ahmed Ibrahim Matani speaks further on government's plan to repatriate the Almajiris to their respective home states.
All the Almajiris within the state will be identified, and then will all be, taken to some specific, locations, especially schools that will be identified, for them to go into some isolation for 2 weeks. They will also be tested. Now be repatriated.
The review meeting of the state task force on COVID-19 was attended by the local government council chairman, among other stakeholders. In Mina, Suleiman Kodogi, NTA News.
Kemi is standing by from Ibadan zone for reports making the rounds. Hello, Kemi.
And welcome to Ibadan. In the spirit of the Ramadan fast, wife of Kwara State Governor Olufolake Abdurazak has distributed palliatives to indigents and vulnerable members of the society. Abdullahi Elewetu reports that the gesture is an initiative of the Northern Governors Forum to cushion the effect of the current hard times in the country.
Distribution of the palliative began with a symbolic flag off at the Kwara State Government House in Ilorin. The wife of the governor, Mrs. Olufolake Abdurazak, extended her widow's mite to the poor in the society. Mrs. Abdurazak believes the government alone cannot meet the yearnings of the people, thus calling on well-meaning Nigerians to use the opportunity of the Ramadan period to increase their charity to the needy. Ajia Fatima Olonwoje has not benefited from such gestures this period of lockdown.
Assisting us with what we feel it is very good. We really appreciate it. We pray that God will be with her.
To encourage her to continue striving to do more
for Kwara women, and indeed this is the best time because this is Ramadan, the period of blessing.
We have not had this kind of opportunity in a long time.
The distribution train also got to the resident of Goma in Ivelodun local government area and Oyun in Ilorin East local government. Abdullahi Elewetu, NTA News.
Security personnel at the Ogun-Ondo and the Lagos-Ogun boundaries are intensifying efforts to enforce the ban on non-essential interstate travel as some Nigerians defy government directive with attempts to cross the boundary points. Joel Bukola has details.
Ogun State, which is popular with the slogan "The Gateway State," shares boundary with several states, which makes this interstate route a beehive of activities. With the restriction of interstate movement, as directed by President Muhammadu Buhari and the Nigerian Governors Forum, only vehicles on essential travel are allowed to go in and out of the state. At Ajebandele boundary between Ogun and Ondo State, motorists who could not convince security operatives that they are on essential travel are turned back, leaving many passengers and drivers stranded at Ajebandele boundary on the Ijebu-Ode or Benin Expressway.
What I hear from radio is that you can move, you understand, and I'm going to Ijebu-Ode. But the issue is that it's not easy. It's not all of us that we can just sitting down in the house.
What happened is that I'm working with Microfinance Bank, and they asked us to resume work today. So that's why I'm going there now.
I lost my mom last week, Sunday, and the burial is on Saturday. So that's why I really need to make this trip.
At Ekpe Motor Park, motorists are loading their vehicles, preparing to go to Lagos as if it is business as usual, but the police enforce the restriction. With the commuters always willing to test the capacity of government to enforce the restriction, only a consistent approach to the enforcement will send the warning signal. In Ijebu-Ode, Joel Bukola, NTA News.
And that's it from Ibadan. Jumaix, back to you.
Thank you, Kemi. The chairman, Imo State Council of Traditional Rulers, Eze Samuel Ohiri, is appealing to Nigerians to continue to adhere strictly to the federal government's directives on safety measures against COVID-19 in the view of the relaxation of the total lockdown. He made this known in a special interview with Beatrice Ayam in Owerri.
Nigeria, just like other countries of the world, is faced with the challenge of containing the spread of COVID-19. To combat the deadly virus, the federal government adopted the stay-at-home measure, social distancing, regular washing of hands, and wearing of face masks, among others. Chairman, Imo State Council of Traditional Rulers and Southeast Coordinator, National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria, Eze Samuel Ohiri, while commending the efforts of federal and state governments so far in the fight against COVID-19, calls on Nigerians to adhere strictly to the directives so far laid out by the government.
Please observe all these precautionary admonitions that are coming from the state governments, from federal government, from the Nigerian Center for Disease Control. All these precautionary measures, please let's observe them.
The Ezimo, who further commended the federal government for relaxing some of the lockdown rules, however, appeals for empowerment of local manufacturers towards the production of test kits and other materials that would help check the spread of the disease. In Owerri, Beatrice Anyam, NTA News.
For more reports on Nationwide, let's join Dibabri from our Port Harcourt Center. Hello, Dibabri.
Welcome to Port Harcourt. Wife of the River State Governor, Justice Suzette Wike, has called on non-governmental organizations and public-spirited individuals to collaborate with government at all levels to fight COVID-19 in the country. Justice Suzette made the call shortly after her appointment as COVID-19 UNICEF champion for risk communication and community engagement in the state by UNICEF representative Dr. Maria Modek at Government House, Port Harcourt. Ogediekri completes the report.
Justice Wike says such collaboration is necessary to achieve greater success in the fight against COVID-19. She observes that the fight against the spread of COVID-19 will not be an easy task, going by the behavioral changes required. She noted that communication is key in arresting the situation. Governor's wife enjoins all stakeholders to work relentlessly to defeat the virus.
It's not going to be an easy task because there will be need for behavioral changes like you have mentioned, such as wearing this face mask, which I have to say is very discomforting. It can't be easy, but it's a sacrifice that we all must engage in. Of course, the hand washing aspect is also a very, very useful part of prevention.
UNICEF representative Dr. Marim Yogo says his organization will continue to work with the Rivers State government to check the spread of COVID-19. He commends the efforts of the state government so far.
And I'm here to renew UNICEF commitment to fight side by side with the government of Rivers State.
The basic hand-washing recommendation against the spread of the coronavirus was demonstrated by the governor's wife. In Port Harcourt, Ogedi Nyekwere, NTA News.
Social distancing and self-isolation are some words that have suddenly gained popularity in the health lexicon since the outbreak of the coronavirus. While these are recommended ways of curtailing the spread of COVID-19, real estate managers propose adequate standard housing as necessary for effective social distancing and self-isolation. Ifoma Ikuji has details.
It has been established that quality housing has major implications on people's health. The World Health Organization proposes that making quality housing available and affordable are pathways of ensuring healthy living conditions, improved health and well-being for all. And this has become more expedient in this COVID-19 era. Hence, some Nigerians advocate the implementation of government housing policies.
Then we used to have estates provided for the working class, deducted from their salaries. And even the private sector also keyed into such social housing programs.
It's not only palliatives that will put an end to these things, but a long-term measure that will create the atmosphere of complete and total well-being.
A real estate manager, Mr. Truth Achibong, says the much advocated social distancing and self-isolation in the case of exposed contact and suspected case of COVID-19 cannot be achieved without standard housing for all.
A father comes back and is likely exposed and he doesn't have a room which is en suite he can stay. How can he effectively isolate without endangering and exposing other family members in the same building? So with that and adequate accommodation, there will be no effective self-isolation.
Some Nigerians have stressed the need for standard housing for healthy living, especially in the post-COVID-19 era. In Uyo, the Akwa Ibom State capital, Ifoma Aihoche, NTA News.
And that's our beat from Port Harcourt. Nationwide continues right after the break. Good evening.
The number of the COVID-19 cases in Nigeria is increasing daily, with many more tests ongoing. The battle of testing, isolating, treating, and attending to the affected persons rests heavily on the shoulders of our health workers, constantly putting their lives on the line and at risk to contain this virus, save and protect the lives of millions of Nigerians. To these health workers, we at the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, on behalf of millions of Nigerians, say a big thank you for all that you have done and are doing. To the security agencies enforcing the lockdown and every other frontliner, we say thank you for putting your lives on the line to save ours. There is no amount of words that can quantify our gratitude. Thank you. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, Africa's largest television network.
As a strong immune system increases the chances of victims surviving COVID-19, a corruption-free society creates opportunities for citizens to thrive and prosper. Build your immunity. Stop corruption now. Report all acts of corruption to ICPC on this toll-free number 0800 2255 4272. This message is brought to you by ICPC and NTA.
Wetin be this coronavirus thing? Na true?
You see this coronavirus wey be COVID-19. Na the whole world palava, and e don dey kill many people for China, Italy, UK, US, Spain, and even for other countries dem.
Okay, wetin come be the reason wey dem say make everybody tanda for house?
Na because if e dey waka pium go carry am from person wey don get am, you go carry come give your family dem. Na so the thing take dey kill other people for other countries.
Okay, wetin come be that social distancing sef?
You see social distance. Now make we no come close because this thing na from air and touch now we dey contact am. We suppose dey at least 6 foot away from each other every time.
So okay, no be only to wash your hand and to sanitize them alone.
Make we no take this washing of hand thing take play but make we come together, join hand as we take pursue Ebola, pursue this coronavirus. Make we be each other keepers now.
There is a lot of fake news and report circulating, especially on social media, on the coronavirus. Do not believe or partake in the spread of these fake reports. If it is not on the official website or news from the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, disregard such report. Only together can we beat this virus. Only together can we overcome this pandemic. Follow the instructions and guidelines provided to combat this virus. Most importantly, stay at home. Self-isolate, regardless of your status. The virus doesn't move unless we move. Let us work together to better Nigeria. Together, we can do this. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, Africa's largest television network.
You're welcome back. Federal government has received the sum of $311 million returned to the country from the United States. The money, which is part of Abuja loot, have already been allocated and will be used in full for vital and decades overdue infrastructure development. Statement by the Senior Special Assistant to the President, Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu, indicates that the money will be used for the second Niger Bridge, the Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kaduna-Kano expressways, creating tens of thousands of Nigerian construction jobs and local skills, which can then be used in future projects. Part of the funds will also be invested in the Mambila Power Project, which, when completed, will provide electricity to some 3 million homes with over 10 million citizens. The receipt of these stolen monies and the hundreds of millions more that have already been returned from the United Kingdom and Switzerland are an opportunity for the development of our nation. Previous monies returned last year from Switzerland in the sum of $320 million are already being used for the government's free school feeding scheme, a stipend for millions of disadvantaged citizens, and grain grants for those in severe food hardship. Abubakar is our guide from Maiduguri on Nationwide this afternoon. Hello, Abubakar.
It's good to see you and thanks for joining us. The presidential directive on interstate lockdown has been greeted with a strict observance of existing protocols put in place by Borno State government alongside security agencies to curb community spread of COVID-19. The main route linking Borno with other states of the Federation was closed for passenger vehicles movement about a month ago to halt interstate spread of the coronavirus pandemic. Mohammed Ibrahim has a situation report.
Security operatives mount checks and guards along major highways such as the Maiduguri-Damaturu Road, restricting movement of vehicles and passengers not on essential services, in addition to stopping insurgency attacks. Checkpoints such as Jimchilo, the main entry point to Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, opens from 8 o'clock in the morning and closes at about 5 in the evening, accommodating vehicles carrying essential goods and persons on essential duty with valid documents. Incoming vehicles and goods are screened and registered, while accompanying drivers and persons are profiled if coming from COVID-19 hotspots destination or not, and their temperatures taken, all by combined team of Army, the police, and officials of the State Committee on Prevention of COVID-19.
There is a deployment from Borno State to border in Gamdu, where we have deployment of a rapid response team from Borno State, and that one is directly under the chairman of COVID-19 Borno State.
Suspected cases, according to the State COVID-19 Committee, are referred to isolation and observation, including defaulting passengers who are quarantined for 14 days at the Hajj camp on the outskirts of Maiduguri. The chain of interstate closure remains unbroken, with the presidential order strengthening measures already in place.
So what we did was that we moved to the border between Borno and Yobe, where we had a very serious meeting between the officials of the Yobe state government and that of Borno state government, and we have agreed that any vehicle coming into this territory, if the people who are coming in from wherever state, they should be taken back to the boundary of their own state.
The interstate lockdown in Borno State paints a picture of choosing a fight between the devil and the deep blue sea as regards ending the decade-long insurgency and curbing community spread of COVID-19. In Maiduguri, Muhammad Ibrahim, NTA News.
Borno State government says it is mounting aggressive awareness campaign through the media to let people know that COVID-19, for now, has no cure and neither a death sentence. This formed part of issues discussed during daily media briefing by Borno State high-powered response team on COVID-19. Pauline Kujivana now reports.
Confirmed cases of coronavirus in Borno State remain on the increase, with virtually all patients in isolation centers. Yet, none has been discharged. This has therefore generated anxiety amongst journalists at the daily briefing to know what is happening. Vice Chairman of the high-powered response team, the Commissioner of Information, Babakura Abachato, said, talking about the people at the isolation centers is highly technical for non-medical personnel, but all are receiving treatment and in stable condition. The Information Commissioner said the committee has produced jingles to be aired through electronic media on the need to use face masks, observe physical distancing, and other hygiene practices.
In addition to that also, the National Orientation Agency and even some NGOs, they have taken it upon themselves to be doing that all across towns and villages, using this public address card, telling people to be using face masks, hand washing, but then self-distancing. So I think it is also a very good suggestion.
According to him, government is concerned and doing everything possible to ensure members of the community observe safety measures to avoid contracting COVID-19. In Maiduguri, Pauline Kujevana, NTA News.
And that will be it from Maiduguri. It's now back to Jummai in Abuja. Do enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Abubakar. Back here in Abuja, growing concerns on proper evacuation of bodies from COVID-19 related deaths and asymptomatic exposed persons is forming a critical basis for scaling professional know-how of environmental and public health officers in taming spread of coronavirus pandemic in the country. Abubakar Usman Akwangwa reports that the training is aimed at reducing chances of transmission from COVID-19 infected dead bodies to the living, especially during burial protocol.
This is not the gathering of undertakers, but environmental health officers who are professionally trained on proper evacuation and disposal of infected COVID-19 deaths, as well as other dreadful illnesses ravaging most parts of the country. Challenged by the prevailing situation occasioned by COVID-19, the body of these professionals is brazen to the standards of World Health Organization in mitigating impact of COVID-19 through infection control measures. Durojai Adebayo has led several teams to evacuate infected bodies, including remains of Patrick Sawyer, who died of Ebola virus, and joins his colleagues to enhance his knowledge on best way to handle COVID-19 related deaths that may constitute safety hazards.
Every death as a result of COVID-19 must be buried by
experts.
With the global statistics of more than 3 million confirmed cases and about 3 million deaths, and more than 200,000 confirmed cases and about 500 deaths in the country from COVID-19, experts say the evacuation of dead bodies should be exclusively the mandate of professionals.
If somebody unfortunately dies of COVID-19 or Lassa fever or Ebola, that corpse is a special corpse in the sense that if it's not well handled, another 10, 50 other people may die.
Interventions are cross pillars. It's not, they are cross pillars. They have interventions that run across case management pillars. There are interventions that run across surveillance system, which is going from community to community to ensure know those who are infected and all that.
The professionals say the decontamination and disinfection of places and objects a dead body must have come in contact with, and the isolation of close relatives during burial, as well as regular practice of personal hygiene, are major steps in curbing the spread of COVID-19. In Abuja, Abubakar Usman Akwanga, NTA News.
The Senate has resolved to investigate alleged misappropriation of 40 billion naira in the Niger Delta Development Commission. This followed a motion by Senator George Sikebo, which also confirmed the investigation of all procurement and financial transactions of the Commission in the 2020 fiscal year. It mandates an ad hoc committee to also carry out investigation on the appropriateness of the alleged arbitrary sacking of the management staff of the Commission. The Senate is to investigate the status of 5G network in Nigeria and its technological impact on Nigerian citizens, as the National Health Emergency Bill 2020, sponsored by Senator Chukwuka Utazi, passed first reading. Meanwhile, Senate has commended all health workers, especially those on the COVID-19 front line, as it observed a minute silence in honor of those who lost their lives. Now, a quick look on the weather prospect for Wednesday. And that's Nationwide today. Thanks for watching. I am Jumai Yusuf.
Imagine a station where you access information. Think of a station that creates awareness for national development. Imagine a station that prepares you for a bright and greater future. A station for all ages. Documentaries, classroom and television, events coverage, children's programs and variety shows. Always stay tuned to NTA Knowledge on the StarTimes platform. Channel 359. For partnership, sponsorship and advert placements, contact us on NTA Knowledge. NTA Knowledge, learning to broaden horizon.
Hello and welcome to Issues of the Moment. Veterinary doctors and other medical experts have confirmed the first known case of human-to-animal transmission of the coronavirus after a Pomeranian dog in Hong Kong was found to have been infected with low levels of the disease. There were also reported cases of cats, including tiger, contracting the virus in America, Europe and Asia. This finding sparked much skepticism from scientists around the world who said it was unlikely the disease could jump species so quickly. There is no confirmed case of animal transmission in Africa. However, the Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association cautioned Nigerians on handling of pet and livestock, including birds, as the country continued to count new infection of the disease. On Issues of the Moment, we will be looking at transmission of COVID-19 from animals to human. My name is Justin Bemunye. You will meet my guest in a moment. Well, once again, thank you very much for joining us on Issues at the Moment. Today's focus is on transmission of COVID-19 from animals to human. And my guest is the Chairman, Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association, FCT chapter, Dr. Bala Mohammed. Doctor, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
Well, let's go straight to the point. What can you tell us about this COVID-19 transmission from humans to animals?
Thank you, Justin. COVID-19 is a new disease that is discovered in Wuhan, China, and since December 2019, and that is why it is codenamed COVID-19. It is caused by virus from the group of family Coronaviridae, and these viruses, for the purpose of discussion, they are single stranded RNA virus, which has fat molecule with spikes, that looks like a crown, and that is where it got its name, corona, the crown. The disease we have known in veterinary medicine for over 100 years, causing infectious bronchitis in the chicken and in the in the birds generally. And it is over the years, veterinary scientists have also make some very good success in terms of developing vaccines against the coronavirus of that moment. And with COVID-19, things appears to be happening very fast. The pandemic came and it was like something that is isolated in China, and then suddenly people around the world start transmitting it, and suddenly it was declared by the World Health Organization as pandemic. Okay. Now, the novel COVID-19 is known to have jumped species from the bat to human, and then have also adapted and is now transmissible between man and man. Okay. Then suddenly, after about 40 days, it was also now discovered that the companion animal staying with someone who was positive for COVID-19 was also positive. This was the Pomeranian, like you rightly started the discussion. The Pomeranian in Hong Kong, was positive for COVID-19. So meaning the transmission now has gone from animal, that is bat, to human, and then it changed and then adapted human species, and then transmitted from man to man. And then now, suddenly we are now also seeing it being shared between man and dog, meaning the canine. Okay. Now, it's a thing of concern because, like you know, the culture of companionship, I mean, having pets or animals as companion is one that will portend another danger where you have animals as reservoirs of these diseases. And then the prayer is that it should not be transmissible between animals and animals. And then again, that you also now have it between other animals, like in the birds, with humans, because it's going to be a great challenge where you are able to lock down human beings, that they should stay in one place, and then you are able to control it using face mask, using hygiene. How will you do that in animals, in dogs, in cats, particularly in the tiger? Like in the United States, the zoo workers were positive and then they passed it. It is suspected that it was the zoo workers that passed it to the tiger. And then the tiger is now positive.
Okay.
But you know, the researchers are working to see if it is also possible the other way, that the tigers or cats can also transmit back to man.
But let's look at the companion animals, like the pets. What should we know about this virus and these pets? What should we know?
Now, the closeness of, when you say companion, you understand,
Yes,
I mean, it's like, I mean, in veterinary parlance or in Europe and America, they are considered members of the family. In other words, you can't separate them from their owners, their companion. And if COVID from human owner of pets is transmitted to their pets, and we are now able to also see that the pet can also share with man, you can tell that it is going to be a very huge challenge. But you know, in so many ways, researchers are also looking at possibility of even the four. That is in a way that if I cough or I sneeze and then my pet is closer to me, and the cough or the sputum or the spit or the shower of saliva pour on the coat, it is, we understand now that the virus could stay on the fur for a very long time, up to 6 hours. And then in the process of either grooming your pet or having to maybe carry your pet, you could get contaminated. And these are some of the areas that is being probed now in the research that so many scientists have been trying to establish as regards the viruses being even on the surfaces of the tables, on the surfaces of our clothing, and the possibility of it being transmitted to, infecting another person. So it is also that area that we are looking at, that even if the pet is not infected, because it's closer to someone who is infected as the owner, the virus is likely going to be hiding on the fur. And then in the process of grooming, one can easily get infected.
Okay, let's get something straight here. Let's get something clear here. You know, we've been having sensitization, minute by minute sensitization everywhere about humans taking precautionary measures. Now we're talking about these animals maybe coming in close contact with infected persons or suspected persons. What should be the precautionary measures that should be taken? What should we do? What should be the measures that should be looked out for?
Basically, when you talk about pandemic and you talk about chaotic situations like this, you need to extend whatever you know and you do to protect yourself to even some of these companion animals. And here I'm talking about social distancing.
Okay.
We also have that way that we limit walking our animals out of a given environment.
Okay.
We also should also do this, that if we have so many people walking, and then the closeness between the man and their pet should be reduced. In other words, you have so many people who will even sleep in the same bed with their pet. This should be stopped. Now, what we always advise, and then we also share in the veterinary community, is that the vets should educate the pet owners. In other words, that each time they go to groom their animals, they should try as much as possible to wear their mask. In case they cough, they don't cough onto the animal. I mean, it is kept to them. So should an individual animal owner has this, the cough, which will have droplet of the viruses, will not get in contact with the coat of the animal. Or in some cases, very interesting scenario, that it could be even sellers of meat or farm workers collecting milk from their animals, that they must observe this personal hygiene by way of washing their hands, and then wearing personal protective covering, and then face mask, so that when they cough or when they are even talking, the droplets should not get into the milk, should not get into processed meat, or should not even get on the surfaces of or the coat of the animals. And these are measures that we already know in the human, that have actually helped the human population. Now, extending it will mean that we also apply very seriously some of these measures on animals.
Now, quickly, as a doctor, these animals, do they seem to have the same or similar symptoms? Maybe peradventure they contract this disease just like man does?
Exactly the same thing. Like I said, every student of veterinary medicine know what infectious bronchitis is. Infectious bronchitis in the chicken is caused by by a virus in the family coronavirus, and the signs are the same, ranging from rales to coughing, and then to wheezing sound. When you get into a poultry pen, you hear the birds, wheezing, and then you see mortality when you have severe bronchopneumonia. And what we normally see most of the times when you carry out post-mortem in the dead chicken that died of infectious bronchitis, you see that you find out that the trachea is heavily hemorrhagic because of the activities. It actually causes clogging of the windpipes and then the lungs. And that is exactly what we know. And that is why you hear of ventilators. I mean, it's not the fever, but the symptom that it caused that actually killed the animal, or will also kill the human patient. You are unable to get oxygen down because of the activities of the virus around the trachea. It causes clogging and blockade of the windpipes and severe pneumonia of the lower part of the respiratory tract.
Okay, in this case, what can the National Veterinary Services do with regards to these companion animals?
I guess when you have public health emergencies like this that has actually affected human lives and then has something to do with animals, it has to do with changing a lot of protocols. I remember very well that thousands of people left Nigeria, expats left Nigeria with their pet out of the country. As they were traveling, everyone was going back to their countries. You know, they travel with their pets. And by the special grace of God, we are soon going to have relief from this challenge. And then these same people are likely going to come back to the country. And I expect that not only the port health authorities, but also the veterinary authorities will have to be proactive and then take stringent measure in reviewing the SOP, the protocols that actually import or export animals, so that we don't run into another problem of having to import these animals as they come back to the country, having to import animals with suspected cases of COVID-19. Now, it's a little bit complex because the resources are not available. The National Veterinary Service, and then complementing the human health and the containment initiatives of the federal government are already being overstretched. But again, we must be proactive, and we must also think about blocking all these other sources of reinfection. Because if you look at the history of COVID-19, it is believed that it came from the wet market. And then there are a lot of theories that these animals are eaten live, these animals are eaten uncooked, and what have you. And it gives the virus that opportunity to change its type, and then they can adapt any new host. And that is why scientists are also talking about new wave of outbreak. And what we all need to do is to join hands, both the medical expert and journalists like you and everyone, to join hands in making sure that they make available any information that will block future outbreaks.
Now, what are the veterinary authorities' international responsibilities? What are their responsibilities in this event?
Okay, when you talk about international, the National Veterinary Services actually borrow from the OIE. OIE is the world body, that is the World Animal Health Organization. And they are working so hard around developing these SOPs that I talked to you about, and then ensuring that surveillance activities are also on with checking for these viruses in different species of animals. And then also the risk communication has to be well structured. You find a situation where you mention that a cat is infected and everybody felt all the cat should be destroyed. That is not it. The idea is just to be proactive, and then the idea is for us to know how best human can be protected, and then what is the weakest link of this whole infection. So we have been receiving updates and then guidance from the world body in terms of what to do. And for instance, what we are doing across the country today is actually coming from the world body that advised that we should look at the environmental sanitation, we should also look at animal welfare, and then we should also raise up issues of food safety, bearing in mind that COVID could be the droplets from infected individual having to process meat could be a source of infection to other people.
Okay, we're talking about transmission of COVID-19 from humans to animals.
Yeah.
Now, does this development mean anything to clinicians?
It means a lot. It means a lot. You can tell that both the developed and the developing countries, we are all at loss as to how an infection like this will come and then claim lives. That of Americans, for instance, over 50,000 lives lost. And we're still grappling, let alone you talk about developing economies like in the African countries and some part of the Asian country. It means a lot in the sense that we need to up our game in the areas of research. We also need to fix the infrastructures around the livestock. You need to take a look at the abattoir where the meat are being processed for you and I. You also need to see how the birds that we eat are being kept in the live bird market and the way they are living. I mean, anyone who goes there, even a non-scientist, can tell that something is not right. And even in the face of dwindling resources, we must encourage government and well-meaning individuals to see what they are able to do in terms of livestock infrastructures, our abattoirs, the processes of ante-mortem and post-mortem of the animals that we eat, and then also clearly trying to reclassify some of these animals. I mean, I know in China they are being proactive. They just reclassify pet has not been part of, has been part of livestock. You have a situation where you have a very large population. Nigerian population, for instance, is largely carnivorous. We would want to go for anything that is meat. I mean, once it has blood running, lizards, snakes, bats, we want to eat anything. I think it is high time that the authorities find a way of raising awareness that we should only consume those things that have been slaughtered in abattoirs and then certified by qualified personnel, so as to limit some of this kind of transmission.
Okay, just before I let you go, one last word. What do you have to tell the general public regarding the infection of animals with COVID-19? Well,
for those who work with livestock, for those who have companion animals, for those who use animals as sports, polo riders, for those who will also walk, not that they even have these animals there, but they walk as vets with animals. It is for us to take extra precaution. It is for us to also, apply high level of animal welfare. Animal welfare here, we're talking about good housing. We should not overcrowd our animals in pens, in stables. We should provide them with very good, comfortable place where they could stay so that they can remain healthy. It is only when they are healthy that we make the best out of them. We also advise that personal hygiene, that animals should be groomed. But, for the owners who have these animals, they should try as much as possible wear gloves or wash their hands very well before they groom. And then as soon as they finish grooming, they should also wash their hands. For those who process animals for our consumption, they should also wear the right personal protective equipment. They should be in their boots, they should wear gloves, they should cover their clothes so that they don't take any infection from these animals back to their families. And then they should also not bring the infection on them onto the product that they sell to the public. And I would also want to call on the presidential task force that they can borrow a leaf from what exactly is happening in the FCT, where the veterinary community is being integrated in the emergency operation centers, and then we're trying to provide them with a lot of information. When you talk about community transmission of COVID-19, there is no profession, not even the human medical profession, that know the epidemiology of diseases at community level like veterinarians. We actually work every day with cattle. We work with the livestock owners who largely reside in the villages. And most of the times they mistake us to be their own doctors. So when they have any health issue, they, instead of calling their doctors, that is the human doctors, who they know is the vet that will not only attend to their animals but also should make out time and attend to them. So here I am saying that when we distribute palliatives to the rural communities, they can use the veterinary angle in distributing to the livestock owners, who 90% of them stay in the rural communities, and then that way we are able to provide them information as regards the awareness, the risk communication will be properly passed on to these livestock owners, and then we can also advise our human counterpart as regard how they can be properly surveyed and tracked in the event there is any outbreak at the community level.
Well, Dr. Bala Mohammed, thank you so much for sharing your time with us on Issues of the Moment. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you for actually having me, and I will want to also wish all my colleagues happy World Vet Day.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Well, this is where we come to the end of the program, Issues of the Moment, where we've been talking on transmission of COVID-19 from animals to human. And my guest has been the chairman, Nigeria Veterinary Medical Association, FCT chapter, Dr. Bala Mohammed. Thank you very much for staying tuned. My name is Justin Bemunyi.
This is NTA International.
In the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, information management is key.
I'm Cyril Stober.
Fatima Umar Buba.
Joseph Johnson.
Ian Ray John.
Muhammad Kudu Abubakar.
Jumbo Yusuf.
My name is Kirian Umayo.
Here in NTA, we're working very hard to make sure that everything we broadcast is accurate and up to date. Misinformation spreads very fast.
The social media has been a huge conveyor of misleading information from one individual to another, then to another set of groups. In a short while, it goes viral, and before you know it, it is all over the world.
There have been several misleading information on coronavirus, COVID-19. Recently, the misconception of 5G as a cause of coronavirus is becoming widespread. Another is the belief that hot beverages and alcoholic drinks are internal cleanser for COVID-19, thereby leading to excessive consumption of these drinks.
The use of local concoctions as treatment for COVID-19 are yet to be scientifically proven. However, there has been several theories about the efficacies of these concoctions. We should stay safe and denounce all manner of fake news and misleading information on COVID-19.
For medical advice, go on the WHO website, Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC website, or stick with the advisories from the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 or other authentic official sources. NTA is one of them.
suggestion is that when the beat or rhythm changes, so do the moves. Okay, the global sound is changing.
True.
The light shows, movies, fashion. Basically, a throbbing entertainment scene. That is what we are used to. Or should I say, that is what we're used to. That is not too long ago.
No, and that reminds me of that old spiritual, all over the world, the spirit.
My told me it was meant for me. It's a delicate balance that you have to make, because the president took a very wise decision to ease the restriction and strengthen the requirements for maintaining health. We have reached a certain level in healthcare where you begin to balance pros and cons. A prolonged lockdown has effects that people can't go to hospital, they can't go to farm, they can't carry their farm produce, and begin to see that the consequences of that lockdown become also as in some cases probably more immediately grievous in some communities than the consequences of the disease. So you have to try and weigh on both sides. It's a very difficult decision, but the head of the president has taken a very wise position in between, taking that thin line between the two sides, which assures us that in the health sector that we are still protected. We've set up 15 lines, 15 layers of points that were laid down in the guidelines do detailed in order that we don't lose on the health side, but at the same time allow people to rebuild their livelihoods, because the lockdown cost many people their livelihood. A lot of people lost their job, they lost means of income. Those who are on daily pay could not. So if you ease that one, people can rebuild their livelihood and also live a life. So that line in between, the success of it depends on all citizens being ready and able and willing to cooperate and to follow these guidelines even more stringently than before. So the health side will not necessarily lose, and in fact, if we are lucky, we might even gain. And then the livelihoods can also come back, and people can be a little bit better off financially and economically and socially. As for the colleague who was arrested, I can't make a comment about that. I think that is all. I think that's all with the health sector. Yes, okay. No, a new plan has been set up for hazard allowance. It's been laid out already. But the exact point of implementation, I'm not certain. I think that there are some issues being worked out with the Ministry of Finance, because it has to be set out from the people who control the cash. And at the beginning, it starts when it take effect. A date would also be set when it will take effect. So that it's not going to be a problem for those who are already working and have issues in that area. So once the formalities are done, which go beyond the decision making, I think that the date will be set that is effective from so date. So you can have all that you want to have in that regard. I think that's all now. Thank you.
So thank you. There are 4 questions, but I'll combine 2 of them because they're relating to turnaround time. You know, the scale of what we're trying to do in testing in Nigeria has only been done for one disease ever, and that's the HIV program. And it took about 5 to 7 years to build up to where we are today. So the work that we're doing is, you know, it sounds like what is NCDC doing? But you have to imagine the supply chain that is coming from reagents coming into the country, the challenges with the supply chain. It comes in, then all those sample transportation media have to be transported across the country through using whatever means. Those samples have to be collected, sent back through whatever means we can find. So this is a hugely complex problem. Once a sample comes to the lab, it takes about 24 hours. We were meeting these targets until recently when we introduced new technology, and that change came with some challenges. So this is a complex problem we're trying to solve. Yes, people will say, okay, what is Ghana doing? Ghana is 24 million people. We're trying to solve this problem for 200 million people across Nigeria. So one thing I can assure everyone is that we're working very hard every day, and we're seeing the changes. The reason why you see increasing numbers is because we're testing more. We have every state now has a positive case apart from 2. The reason is because we're getting samples from these states. We have teams right now in Rivers State. Rivers should be activated in the next 2 days. Then we'll go to Gombe. So every day we're adding capacity. That capacity is what translates to the new cases, and then these new cases are now fed into the system. So I think at the moment, like I said last week, we haven't even exhausted the testing capacity that we have. We're working very hard to reduce the turnaround time, but the turnaround time is dependent on many things that are sometimes outside the direct control of NCDC. So I'd like to assure Nigerians that we're pushing very hard to these targets. We've set very difficult targets for ourselves, and we'll continue to try and meet this. The challenge now is turnaround time. It is led to some delay in discharge. I agree. I don't know what that particular incident is, but we're working to reduce this across the country. There was a second question. I would have left it for Dr. Aliyu, actually, on the difference between our guidelines on markets versus churches and mosques. I think everyone will eventually come. Guidelines, we're just dealing with the phase 1. Food is an existential issue. You might also argue that religion is the same, but food really is an existential issue, which is one reason we have prioritized it. Also, most markets are open air, so it is still better to be in the open air than not. We expect you to come to the market quickly, buy what you're going and leave. Churches and mosques are where you come to stay and pray, and you're not under pressure for time. So there are many reasons where we have said, listen, let's prioritize markets for the first 2 weeks, but we'll get to the others. We're not even saying that we're happy with the situation in the markets across the country. Yeah, so we're really still appealing to everyone, even in those places, to help us make this work. We know that many of our markets were not built for an era of COVID-19. We're sure about that. Our markets are historically very congested places with many points of entry, very difficult to control access, in fact, a perfect place for transmission. So by no means are we saying that the marketplace are the examples of locations, of perfect locations for managing transmission. We had to allow markets to continue because people have to eat to some extent, while appealing to everyone to please use their masks when they're in the market, do what you can. If you're selling, advise your customer to use his mask. If you're buying, advise the seller to use his mask, and insist on those masks before you start your transaction and you're bargaining over price. You might save your life. And then the final question is relating to the repatriations. I think that was Friday. I've watched the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs really work extremely hard over the last 2 weeks to ensure that we have a way of bringing back Nigerians. I know personally a few of these people struggling to come back to Nigeria, and I'm sure many of you would know them. It's been a traumatic experience for many of them. Many of them saved for months for an opportunity to either travel for education or for something else. And suddenly they've been stuck outside the country for weeks, exhausted their revenue and are really trying to come back home. All of them are Nigerians. So we have a responsibility to ensure that they have a way of safely re-entering their own country. We don't have a bigger right to Nigeria than they have. So our responsibility is to work together with the various agencies, ministries, and parastatals involved in this return: Ministry of Aviation, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Port Health Services, and make sure that we provide as safe as possible an opportunity to come back. But we cannot stop them from coming home. So we have to manage this return in a dignified way and make sure that we keep them safe, keep ourselves safe, and manage the context. But also remember that the situation has changed from 2 months ago, when there were high incident countries and low incident countries. The risks, and this is what happens with every pandemic, it starts from one place, but eventually it spreads around. So right now, yes, we manage the risk, but we are no longer, if they are infected, we'll manage them. So everybody is working together to solve this problem, and I'm confident that with this unity, with the collaboration across government, we'll be able to manage a safe return for these Nigerians and enable their reintroduction so that they can start off their lives. Their lives have been on suspension for like 2 months now for many of them. And they also need to regain their livelihoods and re-enter society. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Of course. Okay. When I talk about short and long-term challenges in terms of testing in Kano, right? There are short-term challenges that we need to test more, right now to solve the problem. But there's a longer-term challenge that we need to build up the laboratory diagnostic capacity in Kano as a city, as an important city in Nigeria, so that in 2 months or 1 year's time when there's another outbreak, we're not scrambling again to find how to bring in tests. So really, whatever solution that we're looking to solve, we're also always looking at the medium term. So how do we support Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital, not only to test for COVID now, but to develop the molecular testing capacity for all the other infectious diseases that we confront, so that we don't need to be sending samples across the country out of Kano. So I think Kano provides a unique opportunity and a unique challenge. It's a city with a big population, so they really deserve to have a center that is well supported, well equipped to test now, but test into the future. And this principle really defines all the problems we're facing. Whether it's in surveillance, emergency response, laboratory, infection prevention and control, we're building
a lot because
building now, but we want to build better for the future. So we're training health professionals on IPC today so that they can prevent the transmission of all the other diseases that we will have to deal with in the next few years. So this is an important principle of everything we're doing in the work that we're leading on behalf of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have a few questions. Thank you, Dr. Chikwe, for answering the one on markets. Just to say that it's the neighboring markets that we actually allowed. It's not the open markets. There was a question about laying a foundation for scientific research. Yes, so indeed, it's one of the mandates of the PTF, and we have very strong links with NIMA, the Nigerian Institute for Medical Research. And as an example, for instance, we have been working with them to develop viral transport media and swabs together with the National Veterinary Research Institute. We've also expressed interest in being involved in the Oxford trials for the vaccine, and we have been reached by the manufacturers of remdesivir, which is the new drug that the US provided an EUA for, to see whether we can look at using it for our patients, and we're looking at that as well from a clinical trial perspective. So yes, we are interested in research, and we continue to engage with our academic colleagues as far as COVID is concerned. A lot of the decisions we take in terms of lockdown or decisions in terms of other interventions, we actually engage with academic colleagues. We do modeling studies before we take a decision. So from the point of view of crowding in banks, again, I will appeal, first of all, to the general public to be patient. Banks are allowed to operate on a daily basis, even though it's restricted hours. I know today was unusual because this is the first day of having lifted parts of the lockdown, but again, we'll appeal to the public and also to the banks as well to make sure that they have processes in place so that people can access their money in a safe way instead of putting themselves at risk of COVID infection. I think that is all I have. Thank you.
The chair of the task force and members of the task force, I think the question to WHO was around the COVID-19 strains and what happens in the event that we do not develop a vaccine. So coronaviruses are among a large group of viruses that cause illness, ranging from the common cold to severe forms of disease, such as the Middle East respiratory syndrome. You may have heard it referred to as MERS, or the severe acute respiratory syndrome that we call SARS. And the illness caused by SARS, COVID, has been termed as COVID-19. It is a new coronavirus, and it was first identified in 2019 in Wuhan, China. Research is going on globally to study the genetics of the virus, and by studying the genetics of the virus, this helps us to develop a vaccine. So thanks to rapid sharing of genetic sequencing data from countries, we are able to advance the production of vaccines. And we do acknowledge the contributions of countries in sharing their genetic sequencing data, including Nigeria. And so the first vaccine trial started as early as 60 days just after the genetic sequencing information of the virus was shared by China. And as I mentioned in the last briefing, we have about 89 products that are currently under vaccine development. The numbers keep getting updated because there is an accelerated process going on globally to try and find a vaccine. It takes years to develop a vaccine, but with the acceleration of this effort, we are hopeful that with an expedited process, we are probably looking at 12 to 18 months before the first product would probably be available. And once that product is available, then there is a process to produce in large quantities for global supply. We are optimistic, but we want to say in the meantime, when we do not have a vaccine, we work on the strategies of breaking the cycle of transmission. And how do we do that? It is through testing, isolation, contact tracing, quarantine, to break that cycle of transmission. In addition to that, the non-pharmaceutical interventions, which is what we have been advising the public on: hand washing, on cleaning of contaminated surfaces, coughing and sneezing etiquette. All these remain critical in a comprehensive manner to try and break the cycle of transmission in this short term as we wait for appropriate vaccine to address COVID. Thank you.
The question as to whether we have decontaminated and disinfected establishment before resumption. Yes, we did. Quite a great number of establishments, government and non-governmental, have been decontaminated here in the FCT. The same holds true for Lagos and Ogun. We have done streets, both commercial and some residential, motor parks, train stations, and all that. Those have been decontaminated and disinfected. Equally, we are planning to do the same for schools and their hostels and dormitories. So this is something that is standard, as you said, you have seen in other developed countries. So the same thing here. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Information and Culture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think there are two questions, but one was broken into three, which has to do with one, the issue of the banks, and the other has to do with the issue of transportation, and then the last segment was the issue of the Chinese, doctors. And then, of course, there's another issue about the journalist that has been detained by the security authorities. I will start with the issue of banks. Yes, this matter came up this morning at the PTF meeting. It has been observed all over that there's a kind of, pandemonium in all banks. And this is not to be unexpected if people for weeks have not been able to do physical banking. And I think it's more of a panic than any other thing, because banks will continue to operate every day, I think from 10 to 2 p.m., every day of the week. So our appeal to Nigerians is that they should not panic, so there should be no run on the banks. The banks are there. And we should please not run from we should not run from, frying pan to fire. The whole idea of the social distancing will be defeated if we start struggling and start amassing, gathering in, thousands, in front of banks. And so we want to appeal to Nigerians to please not to panic. The banks are there. They would address everybody's concern, and they are going to give people the money they need. But on the part of the banks, we've also resolved that we are going to encourage the banks to restock their ATM machines, so that unless you have really need to be physically present at banks, you don't need to be there. I think if the ATMs are restocked, it would there'll be less pandemonium at the banks. On the issue of the transport situation, I think we will just have to intensify our engagements with the various stakeholders, especially the road transport, workers. Now, the guidelines are very clear, which is that, yes, would allow public transportation, but they cannot take more than 50 to 60% of their capacity. And in the case of taxis, we were quite explicit. We said taxis, they would take driver and 3 passengers. Tricycles, passenger and driver and 2 passengers. And of course, the Okada, motorbikes completely, rule out. So we want to appeal to the unions once again to please, appeal to the workers. You see, the driver is not immune either to COVID-19. So it's not just helping us, it's helping himself. Because the more social distancing that he observes, the less is going to be infected. But like I said at the beginning, our consultation, our social mobilization continues despite the, easing of the lockdown. The third question segment has to do with the Chinese. I've been reliably, I think about 2 days ago, or 3 days ago here, the Minister of Health answered the question that the Chinese are doing very well. They all tested negative. As to what they are doing right now, they are busy working with our. They are busy working with our solution centers. They are, putting together and setting up the equipment they've brought. They are helping our doctors in, capacity building, especially in the prevention centers. But like we said at the beginning, none of the Chinese doctors will be treating any patient in Nigeria. I think those are the questions I was asked in respect of the first one. If I should explain in Yoruba, wọ́n béèrè pé kí ni à ń ṣe nípa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọ̀gọ́lọ́gọ̀ èèyàn tí wọ́n lọ sí ilé ìfowópamọ́ tó wá di gídígbò lẹ́nìí. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí tí ó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí nígbà táwa náà ṣe ìdákọ́ńkọ́ wa, ìpàdé ìdákọ́ńkọ́ wa, a rí wípé àwọn èèyàn rò wípé bóyá táwọn ò bá lọ sí ilé ìfowópamọ́ lẹ́nìí àwọn ò ní rówó ń bẹ̀ lọ́la. A fẹ́ fi dá gbogbo wa lójú pé ilé ìfowópamọ́ ó wà fún gbogbo wa lọ́jọ́kọ́jọ́ ni, owó yóò sì sá lọ síbi kankan. Tá a bá fi sùúrù àti ètò àárí owó wa gbà. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká sá fún àìsàn ká wá lọ bọ́ sí ọwọ́ ikú. Ṣé mọ̀ pé a ti sọ wípé gbogbo bá ṣe ń jáde ẹ jẹ́ ká máa jìnnà síra wa, ká máa fi aṣọ ká máa fi bomú. Pàtó bá di pé àtìbẹ̀ sí jagídígbò níbi tí a ti fẹ́ gba owó wa, tá a bá gbowó náà tán tá a wá kó àrùn lọ sílé, ǹjẹ́ ó wúlò? Nídàkejì náà ti sọ fún àwọn báńkì náà wípé kí wọ́n jọ kí wọ́n fi owó tó pọ̀ síbi káàdì ẹ̀rọ tí wọ́n ti ń gba owó. Ìyẹn já sí pé kò dìgbà tí èèyàn bá lọ sí ilé ìfowópamọ́ kó tó rí owó gbà. Tó bá ti lọ síbi àwọn káàdì ẹ̀rọ ìfowópamọ́ yìí, wọ́n ó rí owó wọn gbà, wọ́n sì lọ sílé ní ẹ̀rọ. Àwọn tún béèrè lọ́wọ́ wa wípé àwọn onímọ́tò pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn ò gbọ́ ìkìlọ̀ wípé kí wọ́n máa kó èrò bíi sardine mọ́, torí àwọn nǹkan tí a sọ ni wípé tó yá pé èèyàn 10 ni mọ́tò èèyàn lè gbà, kó gbé 5, kó gbé 6. Àwọn onítàsí, dẹ́rẹ́bà àti èrò 3. Àwọn oní kẹ̀kẹ́ napep wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ gbé ju èrò 2 lọ pẹ̀lú ẹni tí ń wà. Ó ṣe pàtàkì torí pé a fẹ́ kí èèyàn pọ̀ púpọ̀ nínú mọ́tò kó wọ́n di kó máa mí síra wọn ní ẹnu kí wọ́n má máa kó àrùn. A sì fẹ́ rán àwọn dẹ́rẹ́bà wa náà àfẹ́lẹ́ rán wọn létí pé kíní yìí o kò mọ dẹ́rẹ́bà yàtọ̀ sí agbèrò, kò sì má gbèrò yàtọ̀ sí ẹni tí ń wọ mọ́tò. Nítorí àǹfààní àwọn fúnra wọn gan ni ó yẹ pé kí wọ́n kọ́ mu ní lókùndùn wípé wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ kọjá iye àwọn èèyàn tó bá ní pé kí wọ́n máa gbé lọ. Wọ́n tún wá béèrè nípa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn àlejò wa tó wá láti ilẹ̀ China tó àlàáfíà wọn wà o, kò sì séwu. Lẹ́ẹ̀kejì ni wípé wọ́n béèrè pé iṣẹ́ wo ni wọ́n ń ṣe. Ṣé ẹ̀ ń bá sọ fún yín tẹ́lẹ̀ pé wọn wá ṣiṣẹ́ abẹ́rẹ́ o, wọn ò sì ní gẹ́nì kankan lábẹ́rẹ́ ń rà yín o, wọn ò sì ní fún wa lóògùn mu o. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn nǹkan tí àwọn ẹ̀rọ tí wọ́n kó wá, àwọn náà ni wọ́n mojú ẹ̀, wọ́n ti ń to àwọn ẹ̀rọ yẹn. Gbogbo ibi tí ààyè ìyàsọ́tọ̀ tá à ń pè ní isolation center tí wọ́n kó àwọn ẹ̀rọ náà sí bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n ti ń ṣe iṣẹ́ wọ́n sì tún gba àwọn dókítà wa wọ́n ń gbà wọ́n nímọ̀ràn níbi tí wọ́n gbé kalẹ̀ láti gbégi dínà ìtànkálẹ̀ àrùn iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ń ṣe nìyẹn o wọn ò gba abẹ́rẹ́ o wọn ò sì gbóògùn fẹ́nìkan kan o ẹ ṣe púpọ̀. I think the second question has to do with the journalist that has been allegedly detained by security authorities in Akwa Ibom, if I'm correct. Well, I think it's important to know what is being held for first before one can make any informed or knowledgeable comment. But one thing is clear, which is that the second wave of this pandemic is actually fake news and misinformation. And this fake news and misinformation, which I referred to earlier this afternoon, is even making the work of fighting the COVID-19 much more difficult. So I need to know exactly what he was alleged to have done before I can make any informed comment on the matter. Thank you. Inciting or yes, you see, that's a very general terms. I mean, criticizing can come in many forms. Could be condemnation, it could be incitement, but without prejudice to what he has really done. I think I need more information as to what he wrote or what he said before I can intervene. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we will take the chairman of the PTF, the SGF.
I think most of the issues that have been referred to me are invariably comments, not really questions, I would say. There was a comment about Nigeria's participation or non-participation in the development of a cure for COVID-19 and the need for Africa to look inward. I'm in total agreement with the fact that we need to look inward. But I'm also mindful of the fact that COVID-19 is not an indigenous virus. It has acquired international significance, and the cure, either through the processes of vaccines or medicinal cure, would have to be looked at from the international perspective. And I know Fiona has spoken about it a couple of times here, where there are solidarity trials that are ongoing, which is being coordinated by the World Health Organization, which is the agency that is looking after matters of health at the international level, to which we have subscribed and ascribed as members. So we are part of that solidarity trial. And I believe that the outcomes would define the kind of treatment that will be prescribed for coronavirus. For now, to the best of my knowledge, there's no single trial. I mean, there's no single cure. Different countries are trying different things. You notice in the US, the first was chloroquine. That has been discarded now. Is another thing altogether. You can see the issue about this particular virus is unpredictable. You can't determine it. And so all countries are just putting processes in place to ensure that at least they make advances in securing either vaccines or medicinal cure. So Nigeria is part of an international and global collaboration for that. But that does not stop us from looking inward. 2 days ago, or was it last week, about a couple of days ago, I did make this case very, very strongly, that our researchers and our inventors should step up their game. Whatever they have been able to establish should be put through the proper and normal processes of validation. And then we can now begin to talk about what we have on ground. And I believe that is being encouraged through the research processes of the Ministry of Health and its agencies, particularly the Institute of Medical Research and the Pharmaceutical Institute of Research too. I believe we are doing our best at the local level to ensure that we do not abandon the processes of wanting to evolve a home remedy, but also with our eyes set on what the international community is jointly doing, taking into cognizance the fact that this is a virus that is not indigenous and it has obtained international acclaim. There was an issue that had to deal with law enforcement, and I had spoken about it in my remarks earlier. There was particular reference to the fact that traffic was flowing in the opposite direction and this morning, and the law enforcement agencies were stopping citizens. The question was as to whether it was right. Yes, it's right, because we have given specific guidelines as to kind of businesses that are open. Even those that are open, there are certain restrictions that have been put in place. Let me give you a simple example. In the office of the Secretary to the government, there are many departments. But the guidelines was very explicit that only officers on level 14 and above that are expected, except for those that are involved in essential services. If a grade level 7 officer decides to leave his house, assuming he lives in Kubwa on his way here, he is totally not part of those that are being exempted to come to work. It is the responsibility of the security officers to interrogate those that are coming, particularly from different directions into the cities. We have also given specific instructions as to the number of days. We say for government offices and its agencies, they would only operate 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. We are not expected, except for offices that are providing essential services. They are not expected to open on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So there are guidelines that have been issued. They have been in the print media, like I said, in 8 newspapers today. It's being broadcasted on the social media. You've announced it on the television and the radios. It's just a matter of compliance. So the law enforcement agencies are there to ensure that only people that are qualified by the exemptions and by the guidelines are supposed to approach their places of work. There was a question as to whether a worker can be protected if his place of work does not provide for the things that we say are the responsibilities of the places of work. Yes, that worker can be protected. As a matter of fact, that business ought not to open in the first place, because we say that you have to provide either places for people to wash their hands, or you provide for hand sanitizers. If the agents of law who are charged with that responsibility visit your place of work, if it's a supermarket or an office, and those things are not provided, truly your office ought not to be open in the first instance, because the first step of providing for the safety and the security of the people, you have failed in that regard. So any worker that comes to a place of work and those things are not provided, he has the right to make a demand of it, that these things should be provided, because if I'm going to attend to customers, I must be very sure that I'm protecting myself. I have said it consistently, we have come into the era of self-responsibility. We'll come into the area of personal responsibility. The way we do things in this country must change from now. And we cannot continue again in the same way. A worker has the right to make a demand of his employer. The guidelines say, provide a place for people to wash their hands before I attend to them. Provide them hand sanitizers in case water is not available. You have the right to make a demand that these things be provided, because you are returning home to your family at the end of the business. And for just to be paid some amount of money, you can't continue to expose yourselves. In my office, as a matter of fact, whoever you are, even my colleagues on the PTF, if you want to come into my office, there are sanitizers on all tables. There are some fixed to the wall. When you come in, your temperature must be taken. In spite of the fact that I work with them on a daily basis. But I've conditioned myself that, look, this is now a new way of life. And I have a responsibility to myself, to my family, to the country, to make sure that these things are done properly. So that at the end of the day, we can deal with this unseen enemy that has befallen us. Somebody mentioned the issue of whether primary health primary health centers are available and we are putting them into use. The truth about it is that I think we have more primary health care centers in this country than you can expect. We have invariably all the wards. There are about 8,800, I'm not very sure, wards in the country. But I can tell you on authority that more than 10,000 primary health care centers. More than 10,000. Whether they are in use is another thing altogether. But there are. And year in, year out, you see primary health care centers being built in different remote communities all over the country. Going forward, post-COVID-19, we need to activate and put them into use in the manner in which they are supposed to be put into use, so that they serve the purpose intended. They are primary and they are nearest to the local communities. For the purposes of surveillance, those are the most effective organs that we can use for surveillance. They are the ones that will tell you what is happening health-wise in the communities, because they are closest to the people, and that is the first point that anybody that is having medical challenges would approach in the different wards of the country. So we have over 10,000, I can tell you that. The Kano situation, the lockdown, the picture coming out of Kano. No, the picture coming out of Kano is a true reflection of what is on ground. But there was no special concession granted to Kano. What Kano took was exactly what we took in Abuja, in Lagos and Ogun. We allowed markets to open for a specific time, for specific days. So the choice in Kano was for markets to open twice. And the specific markets were even mentioned in the release of the government. They specifically mentioned the markets. And for people who know Kano very well, they will tell you that those are markets that provide, especially during the month of Ramadan, they are markets that provide for fruits, for perishable items and vegetables. So the governor decided to take 2 days for the purposes of allowing his people to access the neighborhood markets. They are not even the main markets in Kano. They are kind of neighborhood markets. I believe we enjoyed that privilege here in Abuja. We had access to our neighborhood markets. I think it was either twice or thrice a week. Lagos had the same thing, Ogun had the same thing. So the easing up in Kano is nothing special. It's to allow the people have access to market, like I said, especially during the month of Ramadan, for them to acquire these items that they will need to break their fast with. The journalist issue has been dealt with by the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture. In the spirit of the World Press Freedom Day, I believe that a normal and critique of the response should not be. I don't have the full details, but should not be the basis of any arrest. But I don't know what is behind that because I don't have the full details. I think our approach, even our national response, has been subjected to a lot of scrutiny and criticism on a daily basis. But that is only to help us improve on the work we are doing. Nobody can tell you he has all the answers. We are charting uncharted waters. We've never had an experience of a virus that has locked down the whole world. We have never come across such an experience. The flus that we have had in the past, SARS and the rest, were restrictive. Even Ebola was restrictive. Lassa fever is restrictive. This one has brought the entire world to its knees. So at every given opportunity, the effort and the attempt should be to improve on what we are doing as we chart our response. Because it's very important we realize that you, as members of the fourth realm, have an opportunity and have a divine destiny responsibility to interrogate what we are doing, so that at the end of the day, we will bequeath to the next generation something that they can look at and say, yes, those that were ahead of us were very pragmatic, they were proactive, and this was the way they approached this. We wouldn't want anybody coming behind us going through the learning process as we are doing now. But this is where we have found ourselves. I believe that the Honorable Minister for Information would take the liberty to try as much as possible to find out the details of what is happening in Akwa Ibom. And if need be, I would implore him to, on behalf of the journalists of Nigeria, to take up that issue and find a resolution to it. There was a question that had to do with declaration of state of emergency. What is happening generally is a collaborative effort. We acknowledge the fact that there are subnational governments and we run a federation. And that was why the president was very explicit in his speech. He said that these are the guidelines for national application, but state governors would be at liberty to modify as it suits their own arrangement. But let it not be outside. It should be in alignment with the national response. And that would be my appeal to the subnational governments. Whatever actions they take, they must align it with the national response. Because that's the only way we can now say we have a solid response, that in every part of the country, the response is working, and we will be able to assess how effective and efficient that response is. But if everybody is doing his own as he thinks fit, we will not be able to put mechanisms in place that will do an evaluation and give us the kind of feedback that we require. So my appeal to all subnationals is that if we say test, that's the only way we will know. If we say take certain steps, review it and implement it as it suits you, but it should and it must be in alignment with the national response. That's how a federation is run. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the SGF. That brings us to the end of today's national briefing. We have a few messages coming out. First, we welcome the national coordinator back. Then there's a message on the podium that is, wear a mask or cover it when you are in public. It's one of the guidelines that has become a policy. Then, this one. This easing up is in phases, and those who are permitted to open have clearly been defined. but it is still desirable to stay at home if there is no compelling reason to go out. Those who go out should please observe physical distancing. I thank you very much. God bless Nigeria. We hope to see you tomorrow by the grace of God.
The presidential task force there just concluded. Let's continue with the news. President Muhammadu Buhari this Monday participated at an online summit by the non-aligned movement, where heads of government of the movement are of the view that national, regional and global strategies will be required to tackle the pandemic. The president says the tax before the international community remains daunting and more needs to be done to reduce the impact of COVID-19. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports that President Buhari at the summit shows that his administration will intensify efforts to curb community spread of the virus in Nigeria.
We must therefore form a united front against this common enemy by being coordinated and timely in our response. Furthermore, we must all encourage and empower our scientists and medical experts to join the quest for a vaccine and cure to this universal plague. In addition, we must acknowledge the central role of the United Nations and the World Health Organization in fighting the pandemic. It is therefore essential to fully collaborate and support their initiatives in coordinating the international fight against the pandemic. Such efforts should include the protection of our medical workers, the provision of medical supplies, especially test kits, and ultimately finding a vaccine to cure the disease. Mr. Chairman and Excellencies, let me state that in the spirit of solidarity, we must collectively appeal to international financial institutions to assist member states in cushioning the negative impact of the pandemic.
Let's look at other issues. Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami says the Federal Republic of Nigeria on Monday, 4th May 2020, confirmed the receipt of approximately $311,797,866.11 of the Abuja asset repatriated from the United States and the bailiwick of Jersey. A statement by Special Assistant on Media and Public Relations, Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Dr. Umar Jibrilu Gwandu, indicates that the amount increased significantly from over $308 million mentioned in the press release issued in February 2020 to over $311 million because of the interest that occurred from 3rd February 2020 to 28th April 2020 when the fund was transferred to the Central Bank of Nigeria. He noted that the litigation process for the return of these assets, titled Abuja 3, commenced in 2014, while the diplomatic process that culminated into the signing of the asset returned agreement on 3rd February 2020 by the governments of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, United States of America and the bailiwick of Jersey commenced in 2018. Let's now join our correspondent Mitari Ikben, who is already standing by to give us an update on what just played out at the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19. Mitari.
Okay, thank you very much. Today, the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 acknowledged that there were significant breaches to its laid down rules and guidelines on day one of the easing of the lockdown, particularly in Lagos, Abuja, and Ogun State. The Presidential Task Force noted that some of these breaches occurred in banks, where there were issues of overcrowding, and especially in the marketplaces. The Presidential Task Force, the chairman of the task force, Mr. Boss Mustafa, however, continues to appeal to Nigerians to observe these guidelines so that the PTF will not regret easing of the lockdown. The NCDC DG particularly said that if some of these breaches continue unabated, the Presidential Task Force perhaps might be compelled to revert to a lockdown. But that is certainly what some people will not pray for. And again, the Minister of Environment told us that many public places and offices were fumigated and decontaminated before the reopening and resumption of work today. And he said this fumigation and decontamination program will continue and is expected to cascade to schools. He said schools will be fumigated and decontaminated ahead of reopening at a later date. Also, the Minister of Foreign Affairs told us that about 4,000 Nigerians are interested.
Italy no use you when they carry me on top water. 4 days now they lock me for inside house, no food, no water. I nearly die. Now God, when me heaven and earth, now save me. If you get 1 naira for Nigeria, you get junior one, you say you no get papa, you no get mama, that make you come out. I beg go they do farm work. You better pass person when enter road.
Don't accept to travel to Europe through the Sahara Desert. You may be walking into slavery. Don't be a slave.
This is a public service announcement brought to you by NTA.
NTA. You can't beat the rich. This is the network service of the NTA.
Greetings from the most exalted peak in Nigeria.
Gembu, here in Sadauna local government area of Taraba State to celebrate World Tourism Day.
Gembu has the serenity, the friendliness, and the hospitality of a successful tourism destination.
Absolutely. That's why it should be among the 20 must-visit destinations in Nigeria. Or what do you think?
Stay with us.
in being repatriated back home from various locations, from various cities abroad. And he said this evacuation will commence this Wednesday, beginning with Nigerians living in Dubai, and another batch of Nigerians in the United Kingdom will be evacuated later on Friday. So those are some of the highlights from here. It's back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Metari, for that update. And joining me in the studio is the Chairman, FCT Task Force on Enforcement of Interstate Travel Restriction and Other Affairs that has to do with the lockdown in the FCT. Please make welcome Mr. Atta Isharu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my wonderful sister.
We do appreciate your patience too.
Thank you.
What's the level of compliance when we're looking at interstate travel, especially for us in the FCT?
I think for us in the FCT, it's high. I would say it's high because what we are doing, if you had followed through some of the reports on the NTA and other media platforms here, we actually got a case where we are not so comfortable that so many persons are coming into the FCT. Just this morning, the Commissioner of Police and we actually met our men on the ground here. They stopped a box of 13 persons, sorry, a J5 of 13 persons here that had come in from Akure throughout the night into the FCT here. And we are so worried because they had left Akure against the rules, across Edo State, across Kogi State, and got to Abuja, even crossed Abuja and got to the heart of Abuja just before the city gate here, before we intercepted that vehicle here. Yesterday, we got a load of persons coming in from Zamfara State, having left Karana Moda, cross Guso, cross Funtua, cross Zaria, and found their way into the FCT. We turned them back. We got the other one a day before yesterday. We got a bus load of persons coming in from Katsina State here. They had crossed again. We turned them back. So what we are doing is turning them back because we understand very clearly that as far as we are concerned, we can't be keeping hundreds of thousands of persons. As we get them, we turn them back, escort them back. Some are saying they will come back through trekking or whatever, but we know that we have turned them back because they ought not to have come in the first. But from our own point here, interstate movement here, we have tightened the borders very strongly. So much complaint had come in from some of your colleagues, some other friends who live in Maraba, Masaka, Adoaman Village, Uke and others, because they could not come in easily here. And we are filtering those who are supposed to be at work here within the fact that we have a very close communal border with Nasarawa State. The same thing is going on at Zuba. And by and large, I think we're doing
Okay,
that.
but what kind of punishment will be leveled on them? Because I saw one today at City Gates. They were intercepted.
No, we turned them back. We turned them back, escort them to Abuja, and we bid them farewell to go back.
Are you sure they won't come back? Because
we are sure and confident that they will not be coming back. Even if they want to come back, we've taken you back to Abuja. We take your shots and we are watching at the vehicle. We've given the number to our police formation, the road safety officials here to actually check them, to ensure that they don't come back.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Atta. I know you're doing a great job.
Thank you. Please tell the banks to actually open all their branches.
Okay.
That's the problem we had today.
I'm sure they can hear you. Let's quickly go on a break. We'll be back shortly.
I wish to once again commend the frontline workers across the country who, on a daily basis, risk everything to ensure we win this fight. For those who got infected in the line of duty, rest assured that government will do all it takes to support you and your families during this exceedingly difficult period. I will also take this opportunity to assure you all that your safety, well-being, and welfare remains paramount to our government. I am using this opportunity to express our deepest condolences to the families of all Nigerians that have lost their loved ones as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is our collective loss, and we share your grief.
COVID-19, ease of the lockdown. This is our focus on NTA Tuesday Live this week. What are the public issues involved, the measures in place to curtail the spread of the virus? Tune in at 10:30 p.m. on NTA Tuesday Live. The program promises to be incisive and educative. Don't miss it.
time to take responsibility. So I'm staying home, watching videos and learning as well. We are all aware of the pandemic hitting the world today. The COVID-19 virus is real. A big thank you to all our health workers, doctors, nurses, everybody fighting this pandemic in their own way. Please stay home, save lives. Prevention is better than cure. Stay responsible.
This is to say a big thank you to all the healthcare workers who put their lives on the line, working in all the 36 states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, especially Lagos, Kano, Ogun, and Abuja, to ensure that we beat COVID-19 in the least possible time. Thank you so much. You are our superheroes. This message is from the Governor's Wife's Forum, the wife of the Vice President and the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Now believe this Koroti, you know if you touch black man, if you like gather the whole Niger come together, make a cough. Nothing.
Which one you want?
Give me V&D.
I beg, get small pieces.
How much you want to give him?
Give me 200. Take your change now. You don't want your changes.
My people, this coronavirus, na serious matter. May una wash una hands regularly. Come use alcohol-based hand sanitizer. If you no see water, wash your hand. Make una sit down for house. You see this virus, so e no get leg. Now we dey waka kurukere. No waka around, make the virus for die. No forget, say, the betterment of our people. Now for your handy day.
This message is from the Akinfade Foundation in partnership with the National Orientation Agency with support from MacArthur Foundation.
Many thanks for staying with us. And we hear that social and economic activities are also picking up in Ogun State, just like we heard from FCT, due to the ease of the lockdown in the state. Lekon Agbande, our correspondent, is joining us live now via telephone to give us a situation report. Lekon, what have you observed so far in the state?
Thank you, Ruth. Recently, since I've been decided as the window of relaxation for today expired at 5 p.m., people have returned to their houses. Meanwhile, lockdown is still in force in Ogun State. Today is one of the relaxation days, 7 to 5 p.m., Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Full relaxation will commence next Monday, 9th of May. NTA School went down today. Offices were opened at 10% workforce capacity. According to the head of service, PPEs have been provided for staff. They also experienced gridlock on our way to most of the state secretariat with influx of people into the city center. Most banks were open with large crowd of customers. It was difficult for them to observe social distancing. Let me also mention that I observed about 90% compliance with the instruction of the government for compulsory use of face masks by the people.
All right, thank you very much, Lekon. I'm sure the situation is the same across the country. All right, let's head to Maiduguri right away and join Mohammed to give us a situation report there. How is Maiduguri, Mohammed?
Thank you and welcome to Maiduguri. Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Umara Zulum has warned ward and community leaders involved in the distribution of COVID-19 palliative to ensure only the targeted beneficiaries get the support. The governor gave the warning while monitoring the exercise undertaken by the Borno State Palliative Distribution Committee within Maiduguri, the state capital. Maimuna Garba reports.
On arrival at the venue, Governor Babagana Umara Zulum was received by the chairman of the committee, Engineer Bukar Telba, and other members of the committee. Governor Babagana Umara Zulum, who took his time to go around and inspect the items, expressed satisfaction with the quality of foodstuff. The governor, however, warned ward leaders entrusted with the distribution at their various locations to ensure that the most deserving persons get the support. According to him, the idea is to support the most vulnerable members of the society, hence the need for them to be just and fair. Professor Zulum noted that government alone cannot provide support to all and sundry, but is just doing its best to ensure that the hardship of the poor is ameliorated. Engineer Bukar Telba informed the governor that work of the committee is going on successfully in an orderly manner. So far, he said the committee has covered 800 out of the 60,000 beneficiaries earmarked for the metropolis, while additional 2,000 households will benefit at Gwengewan. Some of the beneficiaries were full of gratitude to Governor Babagana Umara Zulum for coming to their aid during the lockdown period. In Maiduguri, Maimuna Garba, NTA News.
One of the steps taken by Borno State government to ensure that the 2 weeks lockdown imposed due to COVID-19 does not affect the education of secondary school students is the introduction of learning at home through the radio, television, and other social media platforms. This provided students a viable option for learning through e-education as they await resumption, especially SS3 on the verge of writing SSC examination when COVID-19 led to closure of schools. Abubakar Mohamed Musa reports.
The 2 weeks lockdown imposed on Borno due to coronavirus pandemic has continued to take its toll on the education sector, especially the closure of schools. Worried by the consequences associated with the lockdown, particularly on candidates preparing to write WAEC and NECO examinations, Borno State government, through the Ministry of Education, deemed it an imperative to introduce what it called Learn at Home program, where students are taught all the basic subjects via television and radio platforms.
Even during this lockdown, we will have something doing to refresh our minds and to
is the highest point in the landmass of the giant.
Add more knowledge to ourselves.
Now that with this corona pandemic that everyone is at home, it helps us because some things we were taught in school we forgot.
Some consummate adventurists and adrenaline-powered tourists that a visit to Nigeria without seeing the range of what are stored up in the Mambila is a journey yet to reach its destination. So as captured from the guest of honor for the Tourism Day celebration, who spoke the minds of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State.
The choice of Mambila Plateau as the venue of this annual event is not coincidental, but a deliberate strategy to showcase the rich resources that abound here and indeed other parts of the state. As a matter of policy, we have set in motion the necessary roadmap for all-embracing framework that will put Taraba State on the world tourism map. Our ultimate goal is to make the plateau the tourism hub of the nation, given the beautiful landscape and the diversity of flora and fauna nature has endowed this place.
Gembu is the headquarters of modern-day Sadauna Local Government Council in Taraba State. But the anthology of this community is as old as the history of the ancient Bantu-speaking people of Africa. As our cameras captured yet another moment of celebrating the World Tourism Day from this natural heaven of tourism in Nigeria, we immersed ourselves with the people and came away with some nuggets of discoveries. From healthy foods for healthy living to artistic and creative endeavors, the ancient customs about the disciplined lifestyles of the man and woman in the making of a home and the building up of the community, as well as a look at the unfolding future of tourism in such an enriching destination as Gembu. Traditional wrestling has been one of Africa's most distinguished sports, so it was quite appropriate to see this noble character-building aspect of our civilizations staged as a chief event of the 2019 Tourism Day in Gembu, Taraba State. Let's join the thrills and excitements, the shouts of victories and the sights of defeats in the roped wrestling space. Just as there are still so much to be discovered from this complex rocky and curved climbing landscape, in all of its 96-kilometer length and width of 40-kilometer wide, located in Taraba State, so also there are still many destinations across Nigeria yet to be unveiled to the world. There is a good chance that staying with Goge Africa in our global weekly broadcast, you will get to experience the most remarkable narratives about Africa's humanness.
They say life is like a book, and those who don't travel are stuck on one page. So, if you like to travel as much as we do here at Goge Africa, stand by now for travel tips.
Here are some tips on how to enjoy yourself on a long bus ride. Number 1, bring fun things to do. Make sure you have enough to entertain yourself. Good things to bring include music player, books, tablet or laptop computer. Engage yourself. Look out through the window at the scenery or talk to other people. Keep a calm mentality about the bus ride. This is harder than it sounds, but when mastered, it is a big help in many areas of life. Avoid snapping at or arguing with fellow commuters, for that will only make the trip dramatic and uncomfortable for everyone. Finally, when the bus does make a few stops, don't hesitate to get off and stretch your legs. Travel Tips is brought to you in conjunction with Goge Africa Travel Club.
Wow, you've seen it all. So as we draw the curtains on today's episode, I'd like to tell you that the best honey, kidney beans, and of course, pepper, the Gembu pepper, all of these things are got from Taraba State.
Wow.
That's where I do my shopping.
So send us a mail telling us why your community or town or state should be visited as the search for 20 must-visit destinations continues.
There's always a good reason to visit a destination. Now tell us that reason why we should visit your destination. Until same time, on this channel,
you'll be good and stay alive.
Do you not know that our enemies have no face? They are indigents of no state. They come from no place. And if this boat capsizes, every one of us will go under. So when the drums sound, let everybody answer. Do not say, I am the Iroko when the forest is burning. Do not say, I am the Obeche when the forest is burning. Our differences will not stop us from perishing together. So when the drums sound, let everybody answer.
Given the fact that this is a new phenomenon, one would say that yes, we're not prepared. Nobody was prepared for this kind of outbreak. Spain, Italy, Britain, just like America where every person told that they will be prepared for everything, they're still struggling with it.
This is the reality of COVID-19, a deadly virus that has brought the world economy to a standstill. Thousands have lost their lives after being infected. These are indeed difficult times for humanity. Many now know only too well that the guidelines to prevent the spread of the virus must strictly be followed.
As individuals, let people not just stay back and say this is a government problem. I've heard that most people are saying that, well, this disease is for big people who are traveling and all of that. It's not. It's not. In places where it's killing people, it does not know age, it does not know whether this man is a big man or this man is a poor man. No, it affects everybody. So collectively, let us support the efforts of government.
Governments around the world have activated different interventions not only to arrest the projected exponential growth of coronavirus, but also to make life easy for citizens who have been asked to stay at home. The Nigerian government has rolled out different palliatives to mitigate the hardship being experienced by Nigerians as a result of total or partial lockdown, as the case may be in some states. Food items, money, and other palliatives have been given so far.
What has come knows no party, and so we shouldn't politicize the palliatives. Palliatives are meant to address a very serious problem that is global. And so I encourage Nigerians to cooperate with the federal government and the state governors for us to be able to pull through this very tragic pandemic that has afflicted the entire world.
In addition, the federal government, through the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, directed all electricity distribution companies in the country to suspend the proposed tariff increase, which was to commence on the 1st of April 2020. The discourse on their part pledged to improve power supply.
Yeah, for where I am here in Ogun State, it has improved tremendously the past 1 week now.
Power supply system has not improved. It has always been the way it was before the COVID-19 lockdown.
For some people, they have power supply sometimes, I don't have it, but on my end I feel it's being fair. It's for each day, you know, you're gonna get power supply, yes.
Now, Nigerians are entertaining the possibility of 2 months free electricity after the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, announced that the lower chamber of the National Assembly is considering a stimulus bill to this effect.
What we are now waiting for is the conclusion of the stimulus package that is being considered by the National Assembly. Hopefully when that is done and is sent to Mr. President for his accent, we believe that they can now come up with commencement date, the other modalities, how do we make it happen, different classes of customers like those with prepaid meter, those with postpaid meters, those with estimated billing. That's where we are.
I think the suggestion from the lower house was out of concern and patriotism, but the reality of it is that it's not practicable. Except government decide that it's going to pick up the bills for generation, for transmission, and for distribution. This is money that is in trillions. It's not going to be in billions.
If the bill comes to fruition, the federal government would have to be the one that will take responsibility for this palliative, just as it is doing already, giving money to the vulnerable, giving households, assisting those that cannot, pass through this period of lockdown.
In a tweet, the Ministry of Power disclosed that no decision has been taken by the federal government to provide Nigerians with free electricity for 2 months. If and when that becomes a reality, it shall be announced officially. While the modality is being worked on, Nigerians for now only care about regular and efficient power supply to pass through this trying moment.
Can we have the menu booklet, please?
Madam, we know they sell book for here. See, our food, see our food.
Like you don't have a menu? So how am I supposed to know what to order for or what to eat?
Who the heck recommended this rat hole of a booker for you?
Hey! Who can you? What do you want? Oh my God! Who is that lousy woman and why are you screaming to the rooftop?
Stand up for me and get out! You just said this place is a shower place?
Please don't let that. Hey! What are you waiting for? Come here! Come! Take out! You didn't hear what?
Not believe or partake in the spread of these fake reports.
Hello and a very warm welcome. This is the news on NTA International. My name is Justin Abemoyan. Here are the top stories. House of Representatives engages a presidential task force on COVID-19 on current efforts. Senate investigates the status of 5G network in Nigeria following uncertainties. Information Minister identifies fake news as major challenges in fighting COVID-19. Plus, world celebrates Hygiene Day as global deaths from COVID-19 exceeds 250,000. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Another grim milestone has been reached as the number of global deaths from coronavirus exceeds 250,000. While countries continue to lift restriction measures, Joyce Ameto gives us latest developments on the health crisis.
At 11:45 p.m. Monday, 4th of May, 2020, record by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control indicates that there are 245 new confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the country, bringing the total number of cases in Nigeria to 2,802, out of which 417 have been discharged and 93 have died. The breakdown of the new cases shows that Lagos has 76, Katsina 37, Jigawa 32, Kano 23, the Federal Capital Territory 19, and Borno 18. Others are Edo 10, Bauchi 9, Adamawa 6, Oyo and Ogun 5 each, while Ekiti, Osun, Benue, Niger, and Zamfara states have 1 case each. In Africa, a tally by Worldometer collated at 6 p.m. indicates that there are 48,455 infections, 1,858 deaths, and 16,484 recoveries. Still in Africa, a report from Democratic Republic of Congo says that 101 inmates have been tested positive for coronavirus in the Ndolo military prison. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization has urged people not to rely on local untested remedies for coronavirus. Some 255,096 people around the world have now died from COVID-19. Data compiled by Johns Hopkins University as at 6 p.m. shows that the number of confirmed cases is 3,686,961. Coronavirus deaths in the United Kingdom have surpassed the 30,000 mark, the highest in Europe, out of which 6,000 were recorded in English care homes. In the meantime, Russia has recorded 10,102 new COVID-19 cases in the past 24 hours, reflecting the third consecutive day when new cases have been above 10,000. India has recorded its biggest daily jump in the number of cases and fatalities. 3,900 new cases and about 195 deaths were both reported in 24 hours. And that's it from here. Many thanks for watching. I am Joyce Ameto.
The House of Representatives during plenary Tuesday engaged a presidential task force on COVID-19 in order to ascertain the current state of affairs on federal government's effort to contain the ravaging coronavirus disease. Questions raised by House members revolved around emergency response to the pandemic, covering areas such as management of infected persons, number and state of isolation centers, capacity on testing, issue of logistics and efforts to mitigate its impact on economic and social activities across the country. Chairman of PTF and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, outlined measures put in place by the federal government in the short and long term to effectively tackle the pandemic on all fronts and urged the legislature to develop a framework that would ensure Nigeria is prepared for any pandemic in the future. In the meantime, Information and Culture Minister Lai Mohammed has identified fake news as a major hindrance in the current fight against COVID-19. The minister disclosed this at the daily briefing by the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 in Abuja. Lai Mohammed explained that misinformation and fake news is stagnating all efforts being marshaled to combat the pandemic.
The fight against COVID-19 pandemic has been made more difficult by misinformation and fake news. And we have had to rely on you journalists working right in the front line to deliver timely and accurate information to the populace. So to all of you, gentlemen of the press, sitting here, and indeed to all journalists across the country and across the world, we commend you for your sacrifice and hard work.
To this end, journalists relied upon as part of those working in the front lines to deliver timely and accurate information to the populace. The information minister said it is essential and critical for them to remain professional. He also described Nigerian journalists as heroes of the fight against COVID-19, urging them not to relent in their role until the disease is defeated. Now, with the gradual easing of the lockdown by the federal government, the enforcement machineries of the federal government have also come alive. The idea is to ensure that commercial activities are carried out in compliance with the guidelines issued by the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19. And Hama Jabani examines the level of compliance.
Here in NTA, we're working very hard to make sure that everything we broadcast is accurate and up to date. Misinformation spreads very fast.
The Nigerian Television Authority, which is a frontliner in enlightening the public on measures to stop the spread, is leading in the campaign to that guidelines put in place by the government and adhered to in all its stations across the country. Susan Allah, who is an assistant director of administration with the NTA, said the organization is strict with compliance to the guidelines.
As soon as you get to the gate, there's a place to wash your hands before you even get to the security. Immediately you get inside, there's a place to wash your hands. Within the premises, there are several places that have been made available for you to wash your hands. And we have even made a step forward to provide facial masks for our staff.
A visit to Jabi Motor Park, Banks and Buse Market indicates an appreciable level of compliance with various measures.
In their various shops also, they should also have a small hand washing point as well as the use of a hand sanitizer, both for them and for their customers.
Whoever will come, we'll make sure that he use mask specs and we'll give him hand sanitizer to wash his hand before starting doing anything.
Some members of the public interviewed commended the administrators of public places for carrying out necessary measures to curb the spread of the virus in the country.
So as you can see on there, it's posted there, no entry without face mask. So you must put on your face mask before you're allowed to enter.
Going in section by section and using the hand sanitizers and your face masks, I think they are trying to take the necessary precautions.
As the COVID-19 virus continues to ravage the world, Susan Allah of NTA is assuring that NTA, as a foremost media organization, will continue to adhere to all laid down guidelines by ensuring staff make safety a priority in carrying out their duties and protect themselves and their families. Hamman Jabani, NTA News.
World Hygiene Day is celebrated every year on 5th of May to mobilize people around the world to increase adherence to hand hygiene in healthcare facilities. It also aims at protecting healthcare workers and patients from infections. And so we have Dr. Patrick Ngoku. He is the Regional Coordinator for African Field Epidemiology Network, West Africa. He's to further speak on World Hygiene Day. Dr. Patrick Ngoku, thank you very much for joining us on NTA International.
Thank you, Justin. Good evening, viewers. Today, the 5th of May, is the World Hand Hygiene Day.
Okay. Now, we are looking at hand washing hygiene vis-a-vis COVID-19. And coincidentally, the UN is celebrating World Hygiene Day amid COVID-19, which also lays emphasis on hand washing to curb spread of the disease. What is the relationship?
Thank you. As you know, hand hygiene is one of the strategies to combat COVID-19 pandemic that we are facing that has affected more than 3.7 million people with 250,000 dead. Here in Nigeria, we know that 2,802 people have been infected, with 93 of them unfortunately dying. We also know that a number of healthcare workers have been affected. Now, how does this fit in with the World Hand Hygiene Day, a day that is meant to promote the adherence to hand hygiene? Hand hygiene is about hand washing. Hand hygiene is about use of alcohol-based hand rubs, as well as surgical scrubbing for surgical procedures. As I've said, hand hygiene is one of the strategies to prevent transmission and spread of COVID-19. We all know that there are other ways of preventing this, but the most effective COVID-19 are really individual measures. And one of the most important individual measure is hand washing with soap, or sanitizing your hands with an alcohol-based hand rub.
Now, as you rightly said, the world is fighting COVID-19 and there is a heightened advocacy for regular hand washing. How can this be achieved in developing countries like Nigeria with the challenge of potable water?
As comment the take personal responsibility pushed by the Nigerian Center of Disease Control, an agency that has really pushed the control of COVID-19 in the country, investing in the labs, investing in case finding and all the other interventions. The promotion of taking personal responsibility on COVID response is very important. Hand hygiene through either hand washing with soap or use of alcohol-based hand rub is important in terms of reducing dangerous microbes, in this case COVID-19, from getting access to our mucous membrane through either our mouth, eyes, or nose. As you know, many a times your hand touches surfaces that you are not aware of, and unconsciously you touch either your mouth, your nose, or your eyes, and the virus gains access to your body and replicates. And therefore, taking personal responsibility is about hand washing, ensuring that you reduce or eliminate the amount of virus on your hands and therefore limit it spreading to yourself, but also limit it spreading to other people.
Briefly, before I let you go, you mentioned the spreading of this virus from hand to mouth, but can you enlighten us more on how diseases are spread, especially from hand to mouth and face generally? Just briefly.
Yes, so diseases, as I just said, viral diseases, bacterial, fungal diseases can be spread through touching infected surfaces and touching unconsciously your mouth, your eyes, your nose, and therefore these microbes get access to your body. When you wash, then you reduce the probability of these microbes getting into your body. And it's been known that hand washing reduces diarrheal infections by up to 30%, reduces respiratory illnesses up to 20%. And COVID-19 is a respiratory disease, and therefore one of the most effective individual measures for reducing chances of you getting infected is frequent hand washing or use of alcohol-based hand rub, two very important strategies for reducing your probabilities of you getting infected.
Dr. Patrick Ngugu, thank you very much for joining us. Well, here's the regional coordinator for African Field Epidemiology Network, West Africa. And now you are watching the news on NTA International, reaching you from Abuja. Time for a short break. We will be back shortly.
Welcome, dear. Have you washed your hands?
Inside my house again. This thing not the key black man.
I don't know if it's misinformation or poor hygiene that will kill you first. Coronavirus is real, and good hygiene practice will save your life. Oh. Anyway, no hand washing, no eating.
I will not take care of it. I was one of the parents.
Coronavirus is real and it's on the rise. But you can help yourself and help others to be safe. Remember, we can stop the spread. It's in your hands.
This message is from the Akinfade Foundation in partnership with the National Orientation Agency with support from MacArthur Foundation.
You're welcome back. The Senate is to investigate the status of 5G network in Nigeria and its technological impact on Nigerian citizens. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Nkwo reports that the motion calling for the investigation highlighted the uncertainties surrounding the health implication of the fifth generation network.
7 days after the last plenary sitting, senators reconvened into a chamber arranged in compliance with all the precautions of the moment. The first motion on the order paper was a call for precautionary measure in the telecommunications sector. The 5G network, engulfed by speculations and uncertainties, came under legislative focus. A motion by Senator Uche Ekwunife called for an investigation.
Several countries, including Switzerland, has placed an indefinite moratorium on the use of 5G network because of health concerns.
To bring experts together to investigate this matter.
The National Health Emergency Bill 2020, sponsored by Senator Chukwuka Otazi, passed first reading, as another motion on investigation came from Senator George Sekibo on alleged misappropriation of 40 billion naira in the Niger Delta Development Commission and the alleged arbitrary sacking of its management staff.
It is alarmed that the IMC has implicated itself with undue gross misconduct by terminating appointments of directors of the commission without complying with the provisions of the public service rules. As alleged,
all those things he said are supposed to be allegations. They cannot be said with finality. Otherwise, there will be no need for investigations.
Deputy Minority Leader of the Senate, Emmanuel Buacha, drew the attention of the Senate to the destruction of property in some communities in Taraba State, while Senator Abubakar Kyari informed the Senate of the death of the first executive governor of Borno State, Mohammed Goni, who died last week.
Issues arising from conflict of land. About 4 or 5 villages actually had been razed down and a couple of lives lost. Appeal to the security operatives to quickly move in to protect lives and properties.
Senate is hereby convinced that he was very popular and one of the best performing, patriotic, incorruptible governors in the country.
The legislators observed a minute silence in honor of the late former governor and in commendation of all health workers who lost their lives fighting COVID-19 and those still on the front line. Senate adjourned till Tuesday, 12th of May 2020. From the National Assembly, Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
Now, Enugu State Government has received medical equipment, including test kits, infrared thermometers, and personal protective equipment as palliative from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jeffrey Onyema, under Kusiki Foundation. Judah Bago reports that the foundation also distributed food items worth millions of naira to indigent and vulnerable groups in the state.
The palliatives, which are part of the foundation's contribution to the fight against coronavirus pandemic, according to the chairman and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, represented by Dikin Oke Obodo, will help the state government in management and treatment of COVID-19, as well as in ameliorating the hardship coronavirus has brought on the people of the state.
So I'd like to welcome all of you. I ask you to make do what you've been able to provide. You may not be able to attend to all our needs, but at least yes, this institution the effect of stay-at-home instruction by the federal government and our state governments.
Receiving the medical items on behalf of the state government, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, remarked that the items, which include test kits, personal protective equipment, infrared thermometers, hand gloves, sanitizers, and medical gowns, will help the state in meeting the needs of medical personnel at the front lines of the pandemic in the state.
We've received a lot of materials ranging from the personal protective equipment gowns. There's up to 5 cartons. That translates around more than 200 pieces, which goes a long way to assuage the fears of the medical workers at the isolation centers regarding the treatment of COVID.
Other beneficiaries of Geoffrey Onyama's Kusike Foundation palliatives include some indigent members of All Progressive Congress in the state, the Red Cross Motherless Babies Home, Cheshire Home, Mother of Christ Motherless Home, Eke Widows, among others. They received cartons of noodles, bags of rice, tubers of yams, beans, vegetable oil, and toiletries.
I thank God for him, for giving him the initiative to help the poor, the vulnerable within the society.
These children cannot go out and find food. As this man remembered them, I'm thanking him very much.
The foundation will in coming days distribute palliatives in rural communities in the state. In Enugu, Jude Abugu, NTA News.
The presidency has formally confirmed the receipt of $311 million stolen from the citizens of Nigeria during the Abuja regime. In a statement, the senior special assistant to the president on media and publicity, Garba Shehu, described the return of the loot as a testament to the growing and deepening relationship between the governments of Nigeria and the United States. These funds, he said, have already been allocated and will be used in full for vital and decades overdue infrastructure development. These are the second Niger Bridge, the Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kaduna-Kano expressways, which will create tens of thousands of Nigerian construction jobs and local skills that would be useful in future projects. The presidency explained that part of the funds will also be invested in the Mambila Power Project, which, when completed, will provide electricity to some 3 million homes, comprising over 10 million citizens of the country. The statement says the receipt of these stolen monies and the hundreds of millions more that have already been returned from the United Kingdom and Switzerland are an opportunity for the development of the nation made far harder for decades when the country was robbed of these funds. Malam Garba Shehu said previous monies returned last year from Switzerland, amounting to $320 million, are already being used for the government's free school feeding scheme, a stipend for millions of disadvantaged citizens, and grain grants for those in severe food hardship. He said the Buhari administration is totally committed to zero tolerance for corruption in politics and public administration, saying the time for better governance and clean hands in the affairs of state is here to stay. And as Nigerians observe the 10th anniversary of the death of former President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, President Muhammadu Buhari has extolled the virtues of the leader who served as governor of Katsina State for 8 years. In a statement issued by the senior special assistant to the president, media and publicity, Garba Shehu, President Buhari said, despite their political differences, President Yar'Adua was unarguably a patriot because of his passion for the masses and his reversal of policies he believed were hurting ordinary Nigerians. He said every leader should be given the credit that he deserves. Whether you agree with President Yar'Adua politically or not, and I quote, "I must say that history will always record his honest and sincere service to the country." End of quote. The president urged Nigerians to emulate his patience and gentle nature in order not to introduce toxicity into the nation's politics, where opponents perceive each other as enemies. The president prayed for his family and Katsina State government on the 10th anniversary of his demise, for Allah to continue to bless and comfort his gentle soul. And President Muhammadu Buhari condoles with the government and people of Zamfara State over the death of the former civilian governor of the old Sokoto State, Dr. Garba Nadama. In a statement by the senior special assistant to the president on media and publicity, Garba Shehu, President Buhari described him as a great historian whose PhD thesis is still a source of reference for many students and researchers in the country. The president noted that the late Nadama didn't come into prominence only because of politics, but also because of his scholarly contributions to the country. Also, the president commiserated with the government and people of Sokoto State and the family of the deceased and prayed Allah to forgive the soul of the departed and reward his great deeds with paradise. And this is where the news on Inter International ends. Thank you very much for being a part of it. My name is Justin Bemunyi.
But this thing has opened back our memory.
This initiative has yielded the desired result, as the program has so far covered a significant number of persons.
With regard to the line at home, that is through the television or the radio, definitely it will carry more weight to our younger generation, most especially those who are now preparing to write their WAEC.
I want to thank the Borno State Ministry of Education for this opportunity to make our students not to be redundant at home. And may I quickly say that most schools have not covered their WAEC syllabus, and this program will go a long way to help the students.
We have chosen qualified teachers to handle the subjects appropriately. The lessons are designed and simplified in a form that learners can understand without difficulty.
This learning through the broadcast media initiative is being complemented by other online teaching processes through social media platforms in Maiduguri. Abuja, Mohammed Musa, NTA News.
That's all from Maiduguri. It's back to Ruth in Abuja.
Thank you, Mohammed. Let's look at more issues. The need to harness research results to develop Nigeria's homegrown technology in line with what obtains in other climes has again been re-echoed on NTA's Good Morning Nigeria. The guest, while discussing COVID-19 role of science and technology, says there are no doubts that Nigeria has the capacity, but decried the lack of synergy for a coordinated effort for maximal results. Let's hear from Lydia Sampson.
The guests, who are critical key players in science and technology, are unanimous that given the needed policy implementation drive, Nigerian scientists can produce homegrown technology of international standard with additional peculiarities to meet the nation's indigenous needs. The guests advised Nigerian scientists to rise to the challenge of COVID-19 as ventilators and hand sanitizers, hand washers and face masks are being produced locally by different institutions. They, however, decried the disconnect between the institutions manufacturers, which they say has hindered technological growth.
Knowledge that can be able to radiate us on a track of survival. You must know everybody, where they have been, where they are heading to, what do they do, who they have spoken to, and so on and so forth.
So if you don't patronize your own, how can you create more jobs? We need to duplicate for other people, to duplicate this production so that what we have invented and are doing, other people can do it and commercialize it elsewhere.
The guests are of the view that Nigeria does not lack policy and capacity, but insist implementation remains a major challenge.
Government that will bridge the gap is the government that will pass instruction, because they are the proprietors of the research institutes and the universities. Targets has to be given, and of course it's also government that will motivate the public, small scale manufacturers or medium scale, to harness or harvest the ideas that have been generated.
We are looking at the hydro resources around Abuja and how to be able to do feasibility studies on them which we had a lot of energy into the power grid. Part of our production of the hand washing machine, we have mass production there, so that we'll be able to use for the immediate polytechnic community, and also to see if to make some available to members of the public.
They called for more proactive coordination across board for knowledge-based approach to strengthening Nigerian science and technology to equip the country while preparing ahead or to prevent viruses like COVID-19. In Abuja, Lydia Sampson, NTA News.
And joining me via Zoom now to discuss the impact of COVID-19 on the economy is Abdul Gafar Bello from the University of Ilorin. Good day. Okay, now the federal government eased the lockdown in Ogun State, Lagos and the FCT. What does this portend for the economy?
Well, it means a lot to the economy of the country, especially because of the level of the economy. We know Nigeria is a low-income economy, to the extent that the loss of production, to the extent that underproduction is likely to take place. When people have been locked down, there will be unemployment because there will be loss of job, unemployment will increase. Moreover, there will be short supply of goods and services, which, of course, as a result of need for increased demand, will likely cause a lot of problems like inflation and many more.
All right. For Bello, that's the much we can take. And that's it on Nationwide. We do appreciate your time. Thank you for staying with us. I'm Ruth Aguela. Bye.
This is NTA International.
COVID-19 transmission is mostly through droplets from sneezing and saliva. The most effective way to protect yourself from the virus is to practice good personal hygiene. Wash hands with soap under running water or use an alcohol-based sanitizer if water is not available. Maintain at least 2 meters distance between yourself and anyone who is coughing or sneezing. Cover your mouth and nose with your elbow or tissue when you cough or sneeze. Dispose of the used tissue immediately. If you have traveled recently to a country with COVID-19 outbreak in the last 14 days and you have a fever, cough, or breathing difficulty, call NCDC toll-free numbers before going to the hospital. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
If you travel around the world, you will find out that there is no place like Nigeria. Beautiful, peaceful, very warm and friendly climate all year round. Largest concentration of black people in the world. Hospitable, vibrant and happy people. There is no place like Nigeria. A land of opportunities. The biggest window in the world of business and investments. Extremely rich in multicultural diversity. There is no place like Nigeria.
Nigeria, good people, great nation.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world.
We are coming it from the religion. What can we do as religious people? Because Nigeria, we are all aware that our greatest strength, it is in being religious. And that is one thing that we also have to put to fight this pandemic. You are welcome to this special program once again. It is a special program put together by Nigerian Inter-Religious Council and the Nigerian Television Authority and Abrahamic Mission of Al-Habibiyah. Joining me in the studio to look at this issue is the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, FCT branch, and that is Reverend Dr. Jonah Sampson. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you.
And incidentally, I have another chairman of this time around the Council of Imams and Ulama in FCT. Is also the Imam of Wuse Community Mosque, popularly known as Fuwa Lababidi Mosque. Imam Dr. Tajuddin, you are welcome.
Thank you so much.
Together we'll be discussing how do we overcome this pandemic from religious angle. Now this program is a very, very interactive program that we will take your calls, we will take your messages, and you will also be part of the program when we get there. Today we know we are in a very festive period, which is Easter to our Christian brothers and sisters. Before we have a challenge, we know Easter is very significant in Christian religion. What are the significance of this celebration, the Easter?
Thank you so much. Easter season is a time we reflect or commemorate the death of our Lord Jesus Christ. Now, in Christian religion, we believe in Jesus as our Savior. He came and died and rose again. Now, during Easter season, we look at Jesus and the suffering he went through, the Passion Week, his death, his crucifixion, and then resurrection. All of this put together, we talk about it in Easter. So it's a very important day because Easter in itself, when we talk about Easter, is the foundation of Christianity.
Okay.
Because without Jesus coming, dying, and also rising on the third day, there will be no Christianity.
Okay.
Our faith will have been in vain. He showed those of us who believe in Jesus without his death and resurrection will have been in vain. And also, the Bible said, even those of our brothers who have died, we have no hope of meeting them again. Not only that, those of us that are preachers of the gospel, it shows that we are also liars. So when we talk about Easter, precisely, we are looking at the totality, the death of our Lord Jesus Christ and his resurrection. That is what Easter is all about. So it's a solemn time. It's a time of reflection. It is very, very important because as a believer, we look at the suffering of Jesus, and when we talk about the suffering of Jesus, you look at his betrayal.
Okay.
You look at his betrayal. You look at how he was denied.
Okay.
Even the apostles that were around him left him alone. And, so all of these are prophesied in the Bible, but above all, we call it Good Friday because it leads to resurrection. On the third day, he rose again. So it's a good one because the death resulted in resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. Now to Jesus himself, yes, we may say it was not good for him because of what he went through, the torture he went through, the brutality he went through, the suffering he went through. He laid down his life all because of us. So Good Friday is very important and so significant to us as Christians, and that's why we celebrate it, with passion.
You say today is Good Friday. Friday is the one you refer to as Good Friday.
Yes.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and there's another one coming, which is Easter Monday. It's coming on Monday. In between those days, is there any other celebration or a particular things to be done?
Yeah, when we look at it from Friday, when Jesus was crucified, he was buried, he was in the tomb, and then he rose Sunday morning.
Okay.
And that's why we celebrate the resurrection, which is going to be on Sunday.
On Sunday.
And then on Monday, Monday becomes a day where
they met him in Galilee.
Yeah, where they met him in Galilee, and also we go about heralding, proclaiming the message of good news about his resurrection. It also becomes a time of sharing, with others.
I will still come back to you because I'm still not here though. But Imam, the government has shut down, in quotes, all religious houses. And to you, as Muslims, your congregational prayer, your Friday prayer, how significant are they? Or what the role they play in the life of a Muslim?
Yes, we give thanks to Almighty Allah, the creator of all mankind, who has honored the messengers and prophets above others, including Jesus Christ alayhi salatu wasalam, and of course Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Mosques are really closed now, and some places complete shutdown. Of course, some states have lockdown. As a Muslim, you shouldn't have any fear, because you are rewarded based on your intention. Rasulullah sallam says, "Innamal a'malu binniyat wa innamal likulli imri'in ma nawa." All actions are judged based on intention. If your intention
is that the meaning of what you said now?
Of course. Okay. If your intention is to do good, and you have been prevented of doing that good for so many reasons, in fact, for your own self, for taking care of life, which is very, very expensive as far as Islam is concerned, you are going to have your reward intact. I will give just a parable, just a small example. If you pray Subi in the mosque, in Islamic teaching, and you maintain your position till the sun rises, praising God the Almighty, seeking for His pleasure, repenting from your sins, praying for yourself, your family, and the nation and the globe at large, until when the sun rises, and you pray 2 rak'ah, you are going to be rewarded as you have gone to Mecca to perform Hajj and Umrah. Now, a woman is in her house, she did not come to the mosque.
Okay.
If she does that where she is, in her room, she get the same reward with you in the mosque. So since now we have been locked down, locking down is not locking the heart. Let people get it very clear. Dr. Jonah.
Yes.
When the government declare shutdown, when the globe is shut down, the heart is not shut down at all.
The heart is not shut down.
Let me.
Please,
thank you.
Please, let's take some questions from some of our viewers that have been waiting.
Okay.
Let's have some questions because you'll be able to see and listen to them.
A survey report conducted by NOI Post about COVID-19 in Nigeria, and a worrisome 26% of Nigerians from that poll said they are immune to the sickness, to the virus COVID-19. And the reason they gave for their immunity is that they are children of God. Some of them quoting that inshallah they can never get it. It's not their portion in Jesus' name. So, and we've seen in the past where some religious leaders preach in their congregation saying COVID-19 is fake, COVID-19 is not real. My question to you, the religious leaders, is what plans do you have in changing the notion or making people realize that this is real?
The decision of the government to suspend religious gathering as a measure against the spread of coronavirus is a right step in the right direction. But aware of the fact that despite this, we can still connect with our religious leaders through social media, live television transmissions. What are the religious leaders doing to ensure that government provides stable electricity to keep us still connected with our faith?
You're welcome. I don't know whether you listen to their question. The first one saying that some imams, some pastors used to tell people that don't worry, God is with you, that this disease cannot affect you, it cannot catch you. For example, the president of Tanzania recently said he will not close church nor mosque because he believes that the power of God is more than the power of this virus that is moving around. So what advice will you give to religious leaders who are saying this? I don't know whether you get the question. That
Yes.
is okay.
Well, the truth of the matter is that, you see, people believe you as a leader.
That's what she said. That's what he said. Because they believe that religious that whatever he says, people follows.
Yes, we believe, people believe us so much. And that's why those of us that are religious leaders, we must ensure that we balance the truth. Whatever we say to people must be in line with the Bible.
Okay.
Now, the point I'm driving home is this. You see, if I said, yes, this disease will not come near you, it's a wish. And each one of us, we pray that such things shouldn't come near. But the truth of the matter is that we have reality at hand. If you go to hospital, you see people sick. So, based on the reality on ground, we must do the needful.
Okay.
It's just like, okay, I'm having exams to write, and I refuse to pray, and you say you want God to help you. You refuse to read, and you say you want God to help you. So we must be able to educate people, let them know, yes, this is the wish we have for them, in line with the biblical teaching, in line with the scripture, and we do hope that, yes, let it be so. But also, we must also help people know that same Bible enjoins us to protect ourselves and keep ourselves secure. So we must educate them to be able to balance the truth or the two, so that we are not just carried away
by just wishful thinking that
it will not happen.
Okay, Imam, I will also supported with some biblical references, but I want Imam to talk before I do that.
Yes, of course. It is true that we should not prevent ourselves from going to the worshiping places, and the issue of sickness and the issue of death lies in the hand of God the Almighty. He is the one who sees life. He is the one who caused also calamity to befall so as to serve as a trial to mankind. But with that, the Quran particularly was very categorical about not implicating yourself. Allah says in the Quran, وَلَا تُلْقُوا بِأَيْدِيكُمْ إِلَى التَّهْلُكَةِ وَأَحْسِنُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ يُحِبُّ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. Allah says, never you yourself put yourself into destruction, or you destroy other, or you kill yourself, or you kill other. If you are on the road and a vehicle passing with 160 speed and you stand before him because you believe in God, you must be mentally affected. So you have to run away from that until when, if the car pushes you and kill you somewhere, then you have exhibited your own effort. And then that is the effort you can render. So we are now giving our own efforts.
Okay.
And among the efforts is what has actually been said to us all over in the globe. You have to take care of 7 things. Of course, so as to save yourself from corona.
To take care of 7
steps. Number 1, don't wash. You must wash your hands all the time. Number 2, avoid crowd. Number 3, avoid contact. Number 4, if you sneeze, you sneeze to your elbows.
Okay.
And as far as a Muslim here, you say Alhamdulillah. And of course, you stay home. And if you find some symptoms in you, like vomiting, like fever, call the actually appropriate agency for assistance. And lastly, number 7, you must pray hard, because with all these cautions, you can be afflicted. But with your strong prayers, and Allah has informed us to pray. Udu'uni astajib lakum. Pray, I will answer your prayers. Rasulullah sallam also mentioned some prayers. In the morning, you said 3 times in the morning every day, so as to be saved from coronavirus. After exhibiting all those ones mentioned by health personnel, number one, you say Bismillah alladhi la yadurru ma ismi shay'un fil ardi wala fis sama wa huwa samiul alim. I seek refuge with your beautiful names and powerful names, that nothing should afflict me of actually of disease. And Allah is all hearing and is all knowing. You say this 3 times in the morning and you say it in the evening. After exhibiting and complying with
all
those
all the 7 ones you mentioned
course,
first.
earlier.
Reverend, you still want to say something before there's a lot of another question here.
Well, that's exactly what we're trying to say. You see, like I did say earlier, that people believe us. If you're a leader, people believe you so much.
Definitely.
So balancing the truth matters a lot. Now, I want to agree that yes, we, like he said, okay, I will need to pray that I won't be affected with this disease. Yes, Matthew 7:7, the Bible says, ask, it shall be given unto you, seek, you shall find, knock, and the door shall open. This is biblical injunction. Whatever you ask of God, you will receive. But don't also forget that there is the need for you to obey the biblical injunction, because the Bible said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. So do the needful, so that you'll be free.
So don't assume, don't allow anybody to deceive you, to say this thing cannot afflict you, it will not get to you. They have explained to us there are 7 steps. When you follow those 7 steps, now believe it cannot happen to you.
Then pray.
Somebody sent something to me. He said there's a book that was just written. They call it The Closed Door. They said that when there was sickness in a particular Arab country, the mentioned Kuwait, that it killed almost everybody. But there was a particular house. They refused to allow anybody to go out or to come in.
In Kuwait,
but this is about 1833 AD, so it's not. So they said they didn't allow anybody to go in that house compound. Nobody was allowed to go out. Everybody in the village died except the people in that house. Then one lady said she wanted to go and greet her parents. She forced herself to go. When she went there, they locked the door. They didn't allow her to enter. They said the lady died in front of the something, and it was only that house that God saved. I follow what you just said. Follow the injunction. What they ask you to do first, then leave the remaining one to God.
Mr. Presenter, sir, you see, some people are asking that this washing hand, this social distance, stay home. Who asked you to say it when it is not in the Quran? It is in the Quran. Because the Quran is the one that said, "Fasalu ahla dhikri in kuntum la ta'lamun." Ask those who are of the knowledge of any field you don't know. These are health personnel who are professionals, who are professors in the field. They have confirmed. And that man who is arguing, if his wife is sick, he will take her to the hospital, and the doctor will operate, and the doctor will say, this is the scanning result, and he will accept. When now he's talking of coronavirus, he will not jump on Imam and say, Imam, tell me where you see this in the Quran.
Okay, thank you so much. So we will go on a short break, but please don't go away. Wow. It's going to be very, very interesting. Yeah, welcome back. This is the season of Easter. We have been discussing, but the questions that have been coming has not been allowed to get to where we are supposed to be. Reverend, government has said nobody should go out. And even from what you have just said, you yourself, from the biblical teachings, people should not go out because of the pandemic that is around. People are still at home. Why are we going to do it?
Well, let me still connect, like I was earlier saying. Easter season is a time we reflect on the death of our Lord Jesus Christ, and also talking about Passion Week, and seeing how the last day he spent here on earth. And if you go through John 12, you will see Jesus riding on the donkey's colt, to Jerusalem, and people came with their palm branches, and they were hailing him, saying, Hosanna, Hosanna, blessed is he that comes in the name of the Lord, blessed is the King of Israel. And also you go through John 17, 18, also you see Jesus' prayer, and the longest prayer he prayed, how he prepared his disciples and all they needed to know about life and godliness. Now, not only that, what we're able to see during this Easter season, we are able to see how Jesus laid down his life. Now, he laid down his life, that has to do with sacrifice. We are also, during this coronavirus time, we are staying at home. I also see it connected, a big sacrifice.
Okay.
He laid down his life for us, to love us, so to take our sins upon himself, so that the punishment that was upon us, he took it upon himself to give us freedom. Now, how can we connect it? This is a lockdown period where everybody is staying indoor. We're unable to go to church again to worship. Yes, there are biblical instructions that encourages worship coming together, you know, like Hebrews 10:25. The Bible says, do not stop meeting together as some are in the habit of doing, but rather encourage one another daily as you see the days approaching. Now, what we need to know is that during this time, we have to do a lot of sacrifices, you know, sacrificing our time with each other, just like Jesus did for us, and also laying down our life for one another, just like he did for us. That's the essence of this season.
Okay.
Now, the lockdown itself should be a time of calm reflection. Sincerely, I want to say, yes, we should have been in our churches today or this hour, you know, reflecting, commemorating the death and the suffering of Jesus. But nevertheless, with this lockdown, I want to charge parents to be able to see the church beyond the walls. The church is not a building. Families can meet in clusters. We can meet wherever we are. That is the church. Fellowship with one another, reflect on this season, and also be able to look at what does the Bible say about this Easter period we're in. So, lockdown, I want to encourage that, look, yes, it's for a while. It's going to be over. I'm optimistic that in no distant time,
by God's grace,
the church will celebrate. We will celebrate in victory because Jesus died and rose again. So coronavirus issue also will result to victory.
By
Not
God's
only
grace.
for us as individuals, but as a nation and the world entirely.
By God's
We'll
grace.
come back together again in celebration. So, yeah, it may be so painful. We are denying a lot of activities and programs. You know, the fellowship, unionship, will coming together. It's just for a while. So, this coronavirus pandemic is real. So let's not be overtaken with what other people are saying, thinking as if we are being deprived. Yes, we are deprived, but it's just for a while. And I know that it's going to be over. So
I can
I'm encouraging
see
people to stay tuned with God during this season.
That they should stay at home.
They should stay
do whatever they want to do
with
God.
Yes.
Imam, I can see you are itching.
Yes. You see, fear of God. Fear of God cannot be tempered by the virus. The virus itself is created by God, so he knows God. On this, the biggest weapon you can use is not only going to the mosque, it's not going to the Hajj, it's not going to so many things. It is number one, the screening of the heart and making that heart to fear God. You see in the Quran, Surah An-Nisa, that is chapter 4 of the Quran, in verses 131 to 134, 4 verses, Allah give the fear of his being solution to all problems.
Fine. That is
Here he says, I will quote the verse and I will summarize in summary. He said, وَلِلَّهِ مُلْكُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَلَقَدْ وَصَّيْنَا الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ وَإِيَّاكُمْ أَنِ اتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَإِنْ تَكْفُرُوا فَإِنَّ لِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ وَكَانَ اللَّهُ غَنِيًّا حَمِيدًا. Allah says, to God belongs dominion of the heavens and the earth. Nobody has claimed creating this mighty object till date. No matter how you disbelieve in God, you cannot claim the ownership. And the owner claimed it. He says it belongs to him. Then he said, we have advised those who have been given the book. In the Quran, whenever Ahlul Kitab is mentioned, it's referring to the Christians and the Jew.
The Abrahamic family.
He says, وَلَقَدْ وَصَّيْنَا الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ. Those who have been given the book before you, which means Torah and Injil were given before the Quran. That is verse 131 of chapter 4.
Okay.
We advise them to fear God.
Okay.
وَإِيَّاكُمْ, and you too Muslims fear God. Look at it. Combination of all those who claim knowing God, Allah says they should fear him. He mentioned the first two groups, and say, wa in takfuru, if you refuse, فَإِنَّ لِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ وَكَانَ اللَّهُ غَنِيًّا حَمِيدًا. If you refuse, still the control and the dominion of the heaven and the earth belongs to him. And he, Allah, is free from want from you.
Okay.
Sufficient. And he is worthy of being praised.
Okay.
So here, if people want solution to this coronavirus, the greater of it, they should fear God. But if they refuse, Allah says, if they refuse in the remaining verses, he said, we will clear you and bring another fresh servants of God on earth. And Allah says, وَكَانَ اللَّهُ عَلَى ذَلِكَ قَدِيرًا, and Allah is powerful in doing that. Nobody can prevent him. So let us see as much as we could to revisit our attitudes.
Okay. I have a question that is almost in line with what you are saying. He said, his name is Marvin from Lugbe here in Abuja. He said, we cannot underestimate the roles of religion in the campaign against COVID-19. Apart from enlightenment of the populace through various media outlets, we have also seen contribution made towards alleviating suffering of the people during the lockdown. But it is pertinent that this lockdown has huge effect on major religious rights, leading to dissatisfaction and uprising of some faithfuls in some quarters. Don't you think this is as a result of educational gap? I don't know how you get it.
Yes.
Probably what you want to say is that those who are saying that are not educated on what they are saying.
And that's why we keep calling, encouraging that there should be sensitization. Beside those of us who are living within the cities, if you go to rural communities, you realize that some people don't even know about coronavirus because of the gap that is there, the level of education.
I think that's the gap he's talking about.
So what we need to is, we must ensure that we teach people to know that this thing is real. So we shouldn't see as if we are being deprived from worship. No, we are trying to safeguard ourselves. God forbid, other nations that this pandemic has ravaged them beyond measures. Even if you tell people to come to worship, they will not come. Because everybody knows the implication of it. So we are saying that, the gap in between there, we should ensure that people are educated, sensitized, so that through advocacy, for people to be able to know that, yes.
I was reading the current issues on coronavirus, especially in the US of America. There is what do you call it? This Jewish synagogue in New York. They said that synagogue have never been closed for the past 120 years. Now the government asked them to close. They said, no, we will not close, we will not close. Today, New York is like the epicenter. And mainly it's because of people following their whims and caprices, not following what they are supposed to follow. And the same thing here in Nigeria. We have discovered that we overestimate the strength of the media. Because the NTA said it, we have posted it on social media, we assume everybody has heard. And not until we have to push more by having the kind of organized religious department with government. This time around, it allowed them to know who is where doing what. And it will be easy when there is a law or a new information, it will get there immediately. But now, the CAN and the Council of MAM, they are really, really trying, which we have all seen, which we have all witnessed, but the fear is it does not reach the level where it's supposed to reach. Do you want to react, or I should take the next question?
Okay, you can take them so that we combine.
Okay. This man says it's Adamu Yusuf from Niger State. He said talks are on the way for a ceasefire in Yemen in the wake of COVID-19. Our religious leaders in talk with traditional leaders and the government to find ways of bringing about ceasefire with Boko Haram.
Well, I think he's combining the two together, and they are two different things entirely.
Exactly.
I think the government is making effort and is yielding fruit. I can see the governor himself was in Abuja to meet with the president, discussing with him. Yes, of course. And they are doing much. Even Chad government are doing much. And I think, inshallah, Allah will use this time and prayers to make us overcome that. But that of Yemen, we should pray for them, because it has been actually long period. A number of lives were lost there. And it is our prayers that life are always sacred, and life are always safe. And that is the teaching of our religion.
Okay. I want to also say, what we need to do is there should be more collaboration.
Between?
Yeah, even between the government and also the religious leaders as well.
Okay.
You know, yeah, because these people, you know, they come out with beliefs about a particular religion.
Yeah.
So we should ensure that, you know, we educate our people. Some people get involved in some of these things ignorantly.
Okay.
So, but we commend the effort of the government. You know, we hope that it will yield fruit, just like Imam has said, you know, this time.
Okay. Some people are also waiting. There is online where let's listen to the next question.
For NTA to bring on professionals from time to time to clear up some of these trending theories. Now, in the wake of the myriad of theories finding its way into the public space, and considering the level of dependence of the Christian faithfuls on what emanates from the church leadership, what is the stand of Khan regarding the nexus between the COVID-19 pandemic, the 5G technology, and the anticipated rise of the Antichrist? Is there a generally acceptable view by Khan, or do the various denominations see things differently?
Coronavirus. Okay. I don't know whether you get the question.
Well, he's trying to talk about in the course of this coronavirus, there seems to be divergent views, you know, what people are saying. And also, he's also asking, you know, looking at the Bible, what does the Bible say about this event? And then, is there any harmonious view in Khan? Now,
he's linking it with 5G.
Yes.
That some people are linking the problem of this coronavirus with the establishment of the operation of 5G.
Yes.
And with the Antichrist, leading the 5G to Antichrist and to this crisis which we are having now. So I'm just clearing.
Well, I just want to say, you see, whether we like it or not, as time gets closer, we are bound to receive various theories.
Okay.
In fact, there have been a lot of theories, and there will continue to be theories. But what we are saying here, that we should hold firm to the teaching of the Bible.
Okay.
You know, solidly, in the sense that we have been forewarned by Jesus that when the end time shall come, events like this will begin to happen. We hear of wars, rumors of wars, and so on and so forth. These are the beginning of bad things. The end is yet to come.
Okay.
So I want to say, connecting it to the issue of 5G and all of those theories, we'll continue to hear such views and divergent views. They will continue.
Okay.
But I want to encourage the man that, or the viewer, that look, let's just stay on what the Bible says. Go back to the Bible, and what does the Bible say about it, about the end time? This event will come, but we should stay firm.
Okay.
Because
the Reverend said this is not the end time. I think that is the summary.
This is not the end.
This is not the
this
end.
Is the beginning
this is the beginning
of the bad things.
But there's one thing: the government has answered some of the things he actually asked
about the 5G.
About the 5G, the Ministry of Communication has said that one, they have not given license for the installation of 5G. There was only 3 months trial, and they have not done anything about that. Then, secondly, I was reading a particular story when they first introduced street lights into street of London. They said Christian
that's pretty long.
Britain, pretty long. They said around 1833 or thereabouts. They said the religious leader was saying no, they want to change the way God reason. They want to march day and night together. We will not agree. We don't want street lights. They will say it will even affect the way we reason. We will not be. There won't be night again because of that. When I read it, I was laughing. They said this is the way they will laugh at us. 100 years that we are talking about 5G. I remember when internet started coming in Saudi Arabia. They said using internet in their fatwa, they say it is very, very wrong. And the same internet now they use to send their fatwa. So I think it is just the information that is not enough for now. We can't blame anybody, but we should not information we are not sure of that is not confirmed. We should join them in spreading that kind of information. Mom, you are
and that's also why you hear this kind of theories coming. People with different
but government
views,
has come up,
you know,
and the minister of communication is a specialist when it comes to computer, communication.
Of course.
Even if he's not a minister, if he talks, he must be believed. Imam, you are saying something.
You see, people will have actually their own ideas and thinkings. That may not be condemned totally, but it is their own actually ideas and views, and that will continue to be there. You see, the world is changing, and the world will continue to change. If you raise somebody in the grave now, 20 years he died, and you told him that there is one sickness that will prevent people going to church and mosque, he will never accept it. And in the next 20 years, we don't know what will happen too. So people should not actually be dogma. They should broaden their thinking. They should be universal. They should accommodate. They should also accept.
Okay.
Rasulullah has mentioned so many things that are yet to happen.
Okay.
And they are going to happen.
Okay.
And some are happening. Like this coronavirus. As far as somebody who is teaching prayers is concerned, he will tell you that Rasulullah has mentioned it in his hadith. He said, "A'udhu bi kalimatillahi tammat min sharri ma khalaqa." Seek refuge from Allah's ways that are complete, from what He has created of evil. And coronavirus will be part of it.
Yes.
So please let us have a broad, wide thinking.
Okay. Somebody has been standing, Chioma. I don't know where she's coming from, but let's listen to Chioma. Okay, it's from, she's calling from Asaba. Okay, I've gotten a message. He said, does it worry you that now that worshippers are getting used to worshiping in the comfort of their homes, attendance at worship places may witness significant drop when all this is over? He said, Chioma Eze from Asaba.
No, I don't want to subscribe to that.
Okay.
Yes, I don't want to subscribe to that. Rather I'm praying that by the time this coronavirus pandemic is over, worshippers will come back in jubilation.
Okay.
People are eager to return back to church. And I'm telling you, I want to tell Chioma that at the end of the day, there will be big celebration all over. Rejoicing and thanksgiving for victory over this coronavirus. So we don't need to worry that people will be so relaxed. Yes, I know that not going to church, some people may backslide. But you see, with time, the church will come back again, stronger than what it has.
Even more focused.
Of course, by God's grace. So let's be optimistic. Let's be positive. And believe in God that...
as regard to the mosque, definitely the way people now are yearning to be in the mosque. If this actually coronavirus
is over,
or COVID-19 is over, in fact, it will increase people in faith. Those who have not been coming to mosque will come to mosque because they have seen death and they are safe from it. So they will take a lesson that, look, since God gave me additional time to live, to exist, then I will use the rest of my life for Him.
This is a second chance. Second chance.
Besides, you know something. You know, Nigerians, we are religious people.
Really?
I'm telling you, anything that has to do with religion, so if you gather people together in mosques, you will see them, they will come.
They will come.
The same thing, by the time we give a call, let's come together as a church and appreciate God for the success of victory over coronavirus. Sir, you'll be shocked with the attendance.
No, I agree with you, sir. Imam is the one that I will ask this question. When there was a time there was a crane crash in Mecca in Saudi Arabia about 2016 or 2015.
Yes.
I was reading, they said some people were there. Some people died beside them. They say somebody was crying, say, God, why am I not part of those that died in this thing? Why should you leave me when my friends, my families are involved in this thing? What is my offense to you, God? Forgive that. No, I'm trying to.
What was he trying
to say? Some crane killed some people inside the mosque. So some people who are not killed. So he was not talking to God that, God, what is his offense that you didn't allow to be among those that will die inside where the crane killed people?
So that his death will have taken place.
Yes.
Actually, you see, people with high level of faith always believe in God sincerely, and they believe this life is a transit. The real life, the life that is not fake, which cannot be contaminated with virus, whether corona or not corona,
or Ebola,
is the real life that is coming. So anything that you can make of sacrifice to achieve that life, based on the injunction of the religion, people are ever ready to take it. So I don't believe at all that coronavirus will scare people at all from coming back to the mosque, or of course to the churches too. It will only build in them more in their belief, and more in their commitment, and more in their dedication.
Let me still make a little reference. Do you know, even just like I said previously, when we had the issue of Ebola, yeah, people were scared. But in the course of time, you know, we got victory over it as a nation. And the church came back together. Okay. So we hope same thing will happen.
Let me, somebody say, I don't know that I can pronounce it. They say, Awasam from New York City. He said, how do you intend to undo the lifting of stay-at-home order in other states in the north? In the north, you enable Muslim faithfuls worship in the mosque on Friday. In the crowding of people in the mosque and prayers ground not an easy way of connecting the dreaded coronavirus. I don't know how you get the question.
Yes,
he said some states allow people to come together to do Juma prayer. He said, is it not an easy way of getting coronavirus?
Well, I may not know the state he's referring to, but let us get it very clearly. Some states are completely locked down, and some states are having some partial lockdown. For instance, now in Kano there is no record till now of any single case of coronavirus affecting anybody in Kano State. Till the moment I think we are talking now, I don't know of the next few minutes. Now the nature of the lockdown there differs entirely from what is observed in Lagos or in Abuja here, because of the circumstance. So if the movement there is a little actually flexible, one should not just say, no, why should people come to the mosque? Why should they do this? Why should they do that? That complaint shouldn't be a genuine one as far as I'm concerned. But if you look at the situation in some states, like FCT where we are now, every place, whether church, whether mosque, is actually closed down, so as to save us from this virus. Now, in states that are not like that, I don't think if they must copy exactly what is happening in other states. I'll give an example of Kwara State, for instance. In Kwara, the shutdown was halfway before, but when crisis actually of this virus was noticed, especially in Ofa particularly, yes, there was a shutdown for 14 days. And by extension today, as hence from today, not only Ofa, the whole Kwara State actually is shut down. So let's assume 3 days ago, people are praying in the mosque, people are going to the church. So one should not actually make analogy.
It means people were moving in Ofa before the complete shutdown.
Of course.
Fine.
They were.
Fine. I think this is where the government decision is better.
Yes.
They prevent this thing from happening. Even if they have not gotten one case.
Yes.
Had it been government has shut down the entire Kwara, perhaps those who have it will have ended with the people around the man. So then it means following government's decision, or even without government, I think the best thing is for everybody to stay at home.
Look, even the states I have just mentioned, they have prevented people from entering their states. Like Kano, I'm quite sure for more than 8 days now, you don't enter and you don't come out of it.
Okay, now let's look at this. Now, in a situation like this now, what do we do? Don't forget, when this thing first started, we have like 110. Now that the government has locked down, especially Abuja and Lagos, we now have close to 300 today. Don't you think we still need to do more to stop the tide of the rise of this thing from religious angle? What do we do?
Well, I just want to say we must adhere to the rules and regulations given. Very important. And then two, we must continue with sensitization. Just like we say, I want to say this with emphasis.
Okay.
People within rural communities still need to be sensitized.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They still need to be educated. You know, we need to reach out to them, both of those of us that are religious leaders. And also, we need to pray.
Yeah.
Because I believe in the power of prayer.
Definitely.
You know, as we keep praying, God himself will have mercy upon us and he will roll it away.
By God's grace.
Beside prayer, we must learn to do the right thing. Isaiah 55 verse 1, the Bible says, seek the Lord while he may be found, call upon him while he is near. So while we do that, we must also learn to do the right thing in such a way that God will have mercy upon us and heal our land. So I believe that with time, God will help us to get over this issue.
I think Reverend has mentioned a number of things that are very relevant, especially the enlightenment. And then we shouldn't rely on only the television. In fact, radio also should be given actually a very big portion, because some of those who are in rural areas do have their small radios, and then they listen to it. At times even they don't have the light itself, mark you.
So they used to radio on their phone now.
Yes.
If there's phone that does not
this is what I'm saying, that even if you rely on your television, it may not have actually light in your house. So this radio actually is very important. And then you have said in their handset they have radio in it. There should be more programs, religious programs, targeting at this particular issue and enlightening people, and by religious leaders, because by nature people listen to religious leaders and they are convinced, and they know they will never in any way be polluted to the extent of telling them what is not real. Even if there is some dragging, when there is emphasis, then people actually become convinced. Secondly, people must be assisted. You know, those who are poor, there should be a very calculative actually mechanism of assisting them. People are poor. There are people who cannot afford anything to eat until when they go out. Now they have stayed home for 1 week compulsorily. The little they have has finished. Nobody is coming to them with food. Nobody is actually, except reading verses and quoting Bible, that will not serve as food. So people should be government should be very, very actually sympathetic on this note. They are doing.
Imam, I want to add more. It's not only government. The churches that they pay their tithes, the mosques that they do their sadaqah,
yes,
they do their zakah.
I'm coming to all that.
Okay, yes. Please go there.
I know that organizations would have gone around with little they have to give to their people. Those who are rich also should not actually hold to themselves. When they want the blessing of God in their richness and in their life, this is the time actually what they have is going to assist mankind generally. They should also come out to do that. In much as we are mentioning this actually will make people to calm down more. Because this we are talking, it is because we have food in our homes. Those who don't have anything to eat in their homes, all these verses you are quoting may not get it right.
That's true.
You get it wrong. So lastly, the issue of prayers is fundamental.
Yeah,
it's very, very fundamental. We should never underrate it. With prayers, messengers of God actually has won the battle.
Yeah.
I would like to make a simple comment on my senior colleague's comment on Jesus.
Person.
You see, we believe in Jesus Christ, and we don't believe he's killed. We believe he's coming back. وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ وَلَكِنْ شُبِّهَ لَهُمْ وَإِنَّ الَّذِينَ اخْتَلَفُوا فِيهِ لَفِي شَكٍّ مِّنْهُ مَا لَهُمْ بِهِ مِنْ عِلْمٍ إِن يَتَّبِعُونَ إِلَّا الظَّنَّ.
Imam,
he is not crucified. He's coming back.
Yes.
Live.
So this is
you see, he was tortured by the Jews who pursue him.
Okay.
In our own concept, you know, our own concept may differ.
Imam, we are almost.
I reserve that to
we are
say.
almost getting to.
We should pray. We should pray hard. We should pray hard. And I'm quite sure soonest this coronavirus.
But okay, now pray for us. Before you now pray for us. That prayer you said we should be reading 3 times in a day. You read it 3 times and you add more before our reverend too.
Okay.
To also pray for us.
Bismillah alladhi la yadurru ma ismihi shay'un fil ardi wala fis sama. Bismillah alladhi la yadurru ma ismihi shay'un fil ardi wala fis sama. Bismillah alladhi la yadurru ma ismihi shay'un fil ardi wala fis sama. We pray Allah tabaraka wa ta'ala to save us from this coronavirus. Our country, Nigeria, oh Allah, save us from this coronavirus and save the other part of the world also from it. Those who have been tempted with it, we pray Allah Ta'ala count them shuhada, and those who are yet to be affected, oh Allah, we ask you your beautiful name, your attribute to save them. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasana wa qina adhaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Reverend.
Well, Father, we thank you. We thank you so much for your grace. We thank you for the season we're in. Easter season is a time of calm reflection, reflecting on the death and the resurrection of Jesus, which gives us hope of eternal life. Jesus died and rose again, and he is coming back again. He has given us victory, victory over sin, victory over sorrow, and victory over every disease. I am confident that God Almighty will give us victory over coronavirus, that the church will come back together in big celebration as we anticipate the second coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. Is well with you in Jesus' name.
Thank you so much. Amen. We know that God in his infinite mercy will answer this prayer.
It's a big
because
one.
it's the one who say we should ask him that we answer. We thank the Office of the Secretary to the Government of Federation who has been part of this program. We are grateful to NTA who have been very, very generous and marvelous, especially the ED program. We thank him because not only his support, he's there physically. We also thank the DG himself who accepted for this thing to be done. We thank you, we appreciate you, and we know God will continue to support you. And all those, the Abrahamic Mission too, who we thank you, and all the crew members, right from all the directors, all the producers, all the cameramen, even those who call. We appreciate you, we thank you, but we pray that we will not need to sit on this seat for long, that God will have taken this coronavirus from our land. Until when we see, when in the other thing, I'm saying bye-bye. We are coming it from the religion. What can we do as religious people? Because Nigeria, we are all aware that our greatest strength, it is in being religious. And that is one thing that we also have to put to fight this pandemic. You are welcome to this special program once again. It is a special program put together by Nigerian Inter-Religious Council and the Nigerian Television Authority and Abrahamic Mission of Al-Habibiyah. Joining me in the studio to look at this issue is the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, FCT branch, and that is Reverend Dr. Jonah Sampson. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you.
And incidentally, I have another chairman of this time around the Council of Imams and Ulama in FCT. Is also the Imam of our Wuse Community Mosque, popularly known as Fuwa Lababidi Mosque. Imam Dr. Tajuddin, you are welcome.
Thank you so much.
Together we'll be discussing how do we overcome this pandemic from religious angle. Now this program is a very, very interactive program that we will take your calls, we will take your messages, and you will also be part of the program when we get there. Today we know we are in a very festive period, which is Easter to our Christian brothers and sisters. Before we have a challenge, we know Easter is very significant in Christian religion. What are the significance of this celebration, the Easter?
Thank you so much. Easter season is a time we reflect or commemorate the death of our Lord Jesus Christ. Now, in Christian religion, we believe in Jesus as our Savior. He came and died and rose again. Now, during Easter season, we look at Jesus and the suffering he went through, the Passion Week, his death, his crucifixion, and then resurrection. All of this put together, we talk about it in Easter. So it's a very important day because Easter in itself, when we talk about Easter, is the foundation of Christianity.
Okay.
Because without Jesus coming, dying, and also rising on the third day, there will be no Christianity.
Okay.
Our faith will have been in vain. It showed those of us who believe in Jesus without his death and resurrection will have been in vain. And also, the Bible says, even those of our brothers who have died, we have no hope of meeting them again. Not only that, those of us that are preachers of the gospel, it shows that we are also liars. So when we talk about Easter, precisely, we are looking at the totality, the death of our Lord Jesus Christ and his resurrection. That is what Easter is all about. So it's a solemn time. It's a time of reflection. It is very, very important because as a believer, we look at the suffering of Jesus And when we talk about the suffering of Jesus, you look at his betrayal.
Okay.
You look at his betrayal. You look at how he was denied.
Okay.
Even the apostles that were around him left him alone. And, so all of these are prophesied in the Bible, but above all, we call it Good Friday because it leads to resurrection. On the third day, he rose again. So it's a good one because the death resulted in resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. Now to Jesus himself, yes, we may say it was not good for him because of what he went through, the torture he went through, the brutality he went through, the suffering he went through. He laid down his life all because of us. So Good Friday is very important and so significant to us as Christians, and that's why we celebrate it, with passion.
You say today is Good Friday. Friday is the one you refer to as Good Friday.
Yes.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and there's another one coming, which is Easter Monday. It's coming on Monday. In between those days, is there any other celebration or a particular things to be done?
Yeah, when we look at it from Friday, when Jesus was crucified, he was buried, he was in the tomb, and then he rose Sunday morning.
Okay.
And that's why we celebrate the resurrection, which is going to be on Sunday.
On Sunday.
And then on Monday, Monday becomes a day where
they met him in Galilee.
Yeah, where they met him in Galilee, and also we go about heralding, proclaiming the message of good news about his resurrection. It also becomes a time of sharing, with others.
I will still come back to you because I'm still not here though. But Imam, the government has shut down, in quotes, all religious houses. And to you, as Muslims, your congregational prayer, your Friday prayer, how significant are they? Or what the role they play in the life of a Muslim?
Yes, we give thanks to Almighty Allah, the creator of all mankind, who has honored the messengers and prophets above others, including Jesus Christ alayhi salatu wasalam, and of course Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Mosques are really closed now, and some places complete shut down. Of course, some states have lockdown. As a Muslim, you shouldn't have any fear, because you are rewarded based on your intention. Rasulullah sallam says, "Innamal a'malu binniyat wa innamal likulli imri'in ma nawa." All actions are judged based on intention. If your intention
is that the meaning of what you said now?
Of course. Okay. If your intention is to do good, and you have been prevented of doing that good for so many reasons, in fact, for your own self, for taking care of life, which is very, very expensive as far as Islam is concerned, you are going to have your reward intact. I will give just a parable, just a small example. If you pray Subi in the mosque, in Islamic teaching, and you maintain your position till the sun rises, praising God the Almighty, seeking for His pleasure, repenting from your sins, praying for yourself, your family, and the nation and the globe at large, until when the sun rises, and you pray 2 rak'ah, you are going to be rewarded as you have gone to Mecca to perform Hajj and Umrah. Now, a woman is in her house, she did not come to the mosque.
Okay.
If she does that where she is, in her room, she get the same reward with you in the mosque. So since now we have been locked down, locking down is not locking the heart. Let people get it very clear. Dr. Jonah.
Yes.
When the government declare shutdown, when the globe is shut down, the heart is not shut down at all.
The heart is not shut down.
Let me.
Please,
Okay,
please,
thank you.
Please, let's take some questions from some of our viewers that have been waiting.
Okay.
Let's have some questions because you'll be able to see and listen to them.
A survey report conducted by NOI Post about COVID-19 in Nigeria, and a worrisome 26% of Nigerians from that poll said they are immune to the sickness, to the virus COVID-19. And the reason they gave for their immunity is that they are children of God. Some of them quoting that inshallah they can never get it. Yeah, it's not their portion in Jesus' name. So, and we've seen in the past where some religious leaders preach in their congregation saying COVID-19 is fake, COVID-19 is not real. My question to you, the religious leaders, is what plans do you have in changing the notion or making people realize that this is real?
The decision of the government to suspend religious gathering as a measure against the spread of coronavirus is a right step in a right direction. But aware of the fact that despite this, we can still connect with our religious leaders through social media, live television transmissions. What are the religious leaders doing to ensure that government provides stable electricity to keep us still connected with our faith?
You're welcome. I don't know whether you listen to their question. The first one saying that some imams, some pastors used to tell people that don't worry, God is with you, that this disease cannot affect you, it cannot catch you. For example, the president of Tanzania recently said he will not close church nor mosque because he believed that the power of God is more than the power of this virus that is moving around. So what advice will you give to religious leaders who are saying this? I don't know that you get the question. That
Yes.
is okay.
Well, the truth of the matter is that, you see, people believe you as a leader.
That's what she said. That's what he said. Because they believe that religious, that whatever he says, people follows.
Yes, we believe, people believe us so much. And that's why those of us that are religious leaders, we must ensure that we balance the truth. Whatever we say to people must be in line with the Bible.
Okay.
Now, the point I'm driving home is this. You see, if I said, yes, this disease will not come near you, it's a wish. And each one of us, we pray that such things shouldn't come near. But the truth of the matter is that we have reality at hand. If you go to hospital, you see people sick. So, based on the reality on ground, we must do the needful.
Okay.
It's just like, okay, I'm having exams to write, and I refuse to pray, and you say you want God to help you. You refuse to read, and you say you want God to help you. So, we must be able to educate people, let them know, yes, this is the wish we have for them, in line with the biblical teaching, in line with the scripture, and we do hope that, yes, let it be so. But also, we must also help people know that same Bible enjoins us to protect ourselves and keep ourselves secure. So we must educate them to be able to balance the truth or the two, and so that we are not just carried away with
just
fantasy
wishful thinking that
it will not happen.
Okay, Imam, I will also supported with some biblical references, but I want Imam to talk before I do that.
Yes, of course. It is true that we should not prevent ourselves from going to the worshiping places, and the issue of sickness and the issue of death lies in the hand of God the Almighty. He is the one who sees life. He is the one who caused also calamity to befall so as to serve as a trial to mankind. But with that, the Quran particularly was very categorical about not implicating yourself. Allah says in the Quran, وَلَا تُلْقُوا بِأَيْدِيكُمْ إِلَى التَّهْلُكَةِ وَأَحْسِنُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ يُحِبُّ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. Allah says, never you yourself put yourself into destruction, or you destroy other, or you kill yourself, or you kill other. If you are on the road and a vehicle passing with 160 speed and you stand before him because you believe in God, you must be mentally affected. So you have to run away from that until when, if the car pushes you and kill you somewhere, then you have exhibited your own effort. And then that is the effort you can render. So we are now giving our own efforts.
Okay.
And among the efforts is what has actually been said to us all over in the globe. You have to take care of 7 things. Of course, so as to save yourself from
You have to
corona.
take out 7
steps. Number 1, don't wash. You must wash your hands all the time. Number 2, avoid crowd. Number 3, avoid contact. Number 4, if you sneeze, you sneeze to your elbows.
Okay.
And as far as a Muslim here, you say Alhamdulillah. And of course, you stay home. And if you find some symptoms in you, like vomiting, like fever, call the actually appropriate agency for assistance. And lastly, number 7, you must pray hard, because with all these caution, you can be afflicted. But with your strong prayers, and Allah has informed us to pray. Udu'uni astajib lakum. Pray, I will answer your prayers. Rasulullah sallam also mentioned some prayers. In the morning, you said 3 times in the morning every day, so as to be saved from coronavirus. After exhibiting all those ones mentioned by health personnel, number 1, you say Bismillah alladhi la yadurru ma ismi shay'un fil ardi wala fis sama wa huwa samiul alim. I seek refuge with your beautiful names and powerful names, that nothing should afflict me of actually of disease. And Allah is all hearing and is all knowing. You say this 3 times in the morning and you say it in the evening. After exhibiting and complying
with all the 7 ones you mentioned first. Reverend, you want to say something before there's a lot of another question here.
Well, that's exactly what we're trying to say. You see, like I did say earlier, that people believe us. If you're a leader, people believe you so much.
Definitely.
So balancing the truth matters a lot. Now, I want to agree that yes, like he said, okay, I will need to pray that I won't be affected with this disease. Yes, Matthew 7:7, the Bible says, ask, it shall be given unto you, seek, you shall find, knock, and the door shall open. This is biblical injunction. Whatever you ask of God, you will receive. But don't also forget that there is the need for you to obey the biblical injunction, because the Bible said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. So do the needful, so that you'll be free.
So don't assume, don't allow anybody to deceive you, to say this thing cannot afflict you, it will not get to you. They have explained to us there are 7 steps. When you follow those 7 steps, now believe it cannot happen to you.
Then pray.
Somebody sent something to me. He said there's a book that was just written. They call it The Closed Door. They said that when there was sickness in a particular Arab country, the mentioned Kuwait, that it killed almost everybody. But there was a particular house. They refused to allow anybody to go out or to come in.
In Kuwait,
but this is about 1833 AD, so it's not. So they said they didn't allow anybody to go in that house compound. Nobody was allowed to go out. Everybody in the village died except the people in that house. Then one lady said she wanted to go and greet her parents. She forced herself to go. When she went there, they locked the door. They didn't allow her to enter. They said the lady died in front of something, and it was only that house that God saved. I follow what you just said. Follow the injunction. What they ask you to do first, then leave the remaining one to God.
Mr. Presenter, sir, you see, some people are asking that this washing hand, this social distance, stay home. Who asked you to say it when it is not in the Quran? It is in the Quran. Because the Quran is the one that said, "Fasalu ahla dhikri in kuntum la ta'lamun." Ask those who are of the knowledge of any field you don't know. These are health personnel who are professionals, who are professors in the field. They have confirmed. And that man who is arguing, if his wife is sick, he will take her to the hospital, and the doctor will operate, and the doctor will say, this is the scanning result, and he will accept. When now he's talking of coronavirus, he will not jump on Imam and say, Imam, tell me where you see this in the Quran.
Okay, thank you so much. So we will go on a short break, but please don't go away. Wow. It's still going to be very, very interesting. Yeah, welcome back. This is the season of Easter. We have been discussing, but the questions that have been coming has not been allowed us to get to where we are supposed to be. Reverend, government has said nobody should go out. And even from what you have just said, you yourself, from the biblical teachings, people should not go out because of the pandemic that is around. People are still at home. Why are we going to do it?
NTA International, your window to the world.
Good evening once again. Thanks for joining us. This is the news on NTA International. We're live in Abuja. I'm Ruth Aguela. Let's first take the headlines. President Buhari seeks international cooperation assures of intensified efforts to halt community spread of COVID-19. Work resumes in the nation's capital following gradual ease of lockdown. Plus, European Union pledges €1 billion for global vaccine search. President Muhammadu Buhari this Monday participated at an online summit by the Non-Aligned Movement, where heads of government of the movement are of the view that national, regional and global strategies will be required to tackle the coronavirus pandemic. The president says the task before the international community remains daunting and more needs to be done to reduce the impact of COVID-19. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports that President Buhari at the summit assures that his administration will intensify efforts to curb communities virus in Nigeria.
Against this common enemy by being coordinated and timely in our response. Furthermore, we must encourage and empower our scientists and medical experts to join the quest for vaccine and cure this universal plague. In addition, to acknowledge the central role of the United Nations and the World Health Organization in the pandemic. It is therefore essential to collaborate and support their initiatives in coordinating the international fight against the pandemic. Such efforts should include the protection of medical workers, the provision of medical supplies, especially test kits, and ultimately finding a vaccine to cure the disease. Mr. Chairman and Excellency, let me state that in the spirit of solidarity, we must collectively appeal to international financial institutions to assist member states in cushioning the negative impact of the pandemic.
All right, it's the working day after the announcement of the gradual ease of lockdown by President Muhammadu Buhari in the Federal Capital Territory, Lagos and Ogun states. There are efforts towards containing the spread of coronavirus in the area. Abuja Sunday visited the Federal Secretariat to observe compliance with the federal government directive on precautionary measures.
This long queue is an evidence of the willingness of Nigerians to resume to the mode of life. The queue along Lugbe Airport Road is unusual, but the challenges the people will have to face on a daily basis, hopefully for some time, as a result of guidelines for enforcement by security operatives.
Units on the grid at this present moment. Presently, our maintenance has a very robust documentation for the maintenance and preventive maintenance of the power plant. However, we are in the process of setting up the computerized maintenance management system for this power plant, which will make the maintenance of this power plant even more unique compared to many other power plants, because this will make the maintenance team have prior information of any preventive maintenances that are due during a particular period of time. So this will give them a head start to prepare for spares, to prepare for consumables, to prepare for tools for the specified maintenance job to come up in a day or two.
Gas supply challenges is limiting capacity utilization for many power plants. But to Calabar plant, the story is different, and the success being recorded resonates among sector players on the initiative by NDPHC management of effectively securing agreement for the flow of gas. Lead, Metering and Maintenance, Ochonogo Anthony, talking to Power Links, says supply is even in excess of demand to the plant.
We receive gas from Savannah Petroleum through a 24-inch pipeline that delivers gas to our metering station at 60 bar. At that 60 bar, as it comes, we do the
dislodging and filtering, and then preheat the gas again, and then reduce the pressure for the generation plant to use. Now, the capacity of our gas metering system is built to handle 200 million scoff per day. So with that 200 million scoff per day, with the gas coming in from Savannah Energy, we are sure of the availability of gas anytime, any day. So gas metering station in Calabar has been built to take care of 200 million scoff. Currently, our capacity of 5 turbines can go maximum of 150. So we still have a leverage of 50 million scoff waiting for an upgrade.
While the plant continues to achieve success with contribution of energy on daily basis to the national grid, the Chief Operating Officer, Oyewole Olugbemiga John, says there are challenges mainly of dispatch by the system operator. He is happy, however, that the issue and others hindering progress are being addressed by the top management with the support of other players in the industry.
In this area, we are generating power and push it to the transmission company of Nigeria, which onwards push it to the Nigerian distribution companies that will now distribute this power to the Nigerian households.
I wish to once again commend the frontline workers across the country who, on a daily basis, risk everything to ensure we win this fight. For those who got infected in the line of duty,
rest assured that government will do all it takes to support you and your families during this exceedingly difficult period. I will also take this opportunity to assure you all that your safety, well-being, and welfare remains paramount to our government. I am using this opportunity to express our deepest condolences to the families of all Nigerians that have lost their loved ones as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is our collective loss, and we share your grief.
Coronavirus, where the nickname na COVID-19, it not be big man who sickness, so if it catch anybody, according to World Health Organization, WHO, where then they call WHO, make I show you how the disease they take spread.
Oga travel go abroad, come back with symptoms of COVID-19 infection. As he land for airport, driver go carry am come house. Him wife and pikin welcome am. Cook arrange food for Oga. Houseboy and housegirl pack Oga load enter house. Na so Oga begin spread this infection to him people. Driver go mechanic workshop, go spread am. Cook go open market to go buy one or two things. She go spread am too. Even house cleaner go back her house, go spread the same infection. Now so this coronavirus begin take style dey spread from family to we country people.
So therefore, make we join hands obey all the instructions wey government and our medical people don give us. Wash your hands with water and soap regularly, or use hand sanitizer. No go join body for where people gather plenty. Maintain social distancing. Above all, stay una house as government don advise. Stop unnecessary waka about, so make we not spread this virus.
Coronavirus no be only big man like me dey catch o. If it catch anybody, even poor man himself fit get am. So make we join hand together, take stop with this deadly disease where they kill our people and they never get a cure.
Together, we go overcome if we do all the things wey dem tell us to do.
I am Elizabeth Amari. I am here to talk about facts. There is so much misinformation and distortion out there, especially on the social media. All it takes is just a click and the fake news goes viral. However, here in NTA, we deal with facts.
My job is to go out there and comb for factual news and information, just the way it is, all in the interest of the nation. I'm Naja Atutijani.
Here on the NTA, we present only the facts, verified. Beware of fake news, don't be a victim. Stay tuned to the NTA.
Especially at this time of the coronavirus pandemic.
My name is Nnamdi Ojipo.
The number of those currently infected by the coronavirus continues to rise alongside the number of those who have died.
Latest report on nipping in the bud the ravaging coronavirus. House of Representatives engages Presidential Task Force on COVID-19. 5G network comes under legislative focus as Senate sets to investigate impact on
People need to
citizens.
modify their behavior, make it a part of their life, and habits of washing hands.
Life-saving role of clean hands re-emphasized as World Hygiene Day is marked. Plus, NAF boosts national security and COVID-19 response, wings 12 helicopter pilots. Good evening. It's nice to have you join us for the network news on the NTA. I'm Ian Ray John. Reading with me tonight is Dotun Ogunyemi. Another grim milestone has been reached as the number of global deaths from coronavirus exceeds 250,000, while countries continue to lift restriction measures. Joyce Ometu gives us latest developments on the health crisis.
At 11:45 p.m. Monday, 4th of May 2020, record by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control indicates that there are 245 new confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the country, bringing the total number of cases in Nigeria to 2,802, out of which 417 have been discharged and 93 have died. The breakdown of the new cases shows that Lagos has 76, Katsina 37, Jigawa 32, Kano 23, the Federal Capital Territory 19, and Borno 18. Others are Edo 10, Bauchi 9, Adamawa 6, Oyo and Ogun 5 each, while Ekiti, Osun, Benue, Niger, and Zamfara states have 1 case each. In Africa, a tally by Worldometer collated at 8 p.m. indicates that there are 48,455 infections, 1,858 deaths, and 16,484 recoveries. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization has urged people not to rely on local untested remedies for coronavirus. Some 255,096 people around the world have now died from COVID-19. Data compiled by Johns Hopkins University as at 8 p.m. shows that the number of confirmed cases is 3,686,961. Coronavirus deaths in the United Kingdom have surpassed the 30,000 mark, the highest in Europe, out of which 6,000 were recorded in English care homes. In the meantime, Russia has recorded 10,102 new COVID-19 cases in the past 24 hours, reflecting the third consecutive day when new cases have been above 10,000. India has recorded its biggest daily jump in the number of cases and fatalities. 3,900 new cases and about 195 deaths were both reported in 24 hours. And that's it from here. Many thanks for watching. I am Joyce Ometu.
Thank you, Joyce. The House of Representatives during plenary Tuesday engaged the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 in its bid to get details of current state of affairs on federal government's efforts to contain the ravaging disease and the health crisis in Kano State. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports that members of the Presidential Task Force had a session which lasted more than 4 hours with the lawmakers.
The federal government team in the forefront of the fight against coronavirus fielded questions from House members on the emergency response to the pandemic, covering areas such as management of infected persons, number and state of isolation centers, capacity of testing, issue of logistics, among others, and efforts to mitigate its impact on economic and social activities.
This present crisis has laid bare the fundamental weaknesses in our system of law and policy and left our nation at risk of devastating outcomes on all sides.
What is the standard of ventilators per capita that every nation is supposed to have?
How far inwards are we looking with regards to indigenous treatments?
Chairman of the PTF, Boss Mustafa, outlined measures put in place by the federal government in the short and long term to effectively tackle the pandemic on all fronts and called for a legislative framework in that direction.
for reforming and transforming our healthcare systems, strengthen the legislative framework for economic growth through domestic manufacturing. The Presidential Task Force is working in collaboration with other structures set up by the President to ensure that there is a well-rounded national response.
Our experts are participating in the investigation of the unexplained deaths in Kano, and the team shall be reinforced according to needs.
In the absence of any vaccine or drugs for the treatment of COVID-19, the only option right now is what we call the non-pharmaceutical intervention, NTA, which is anchored on the use of advocacy and public enlightenment to empower the citizens to protect themselves.
In another development, the House has passed a resolution to institute legal action on allegations that it received financial inducement of $10 million from a foreign concern to influence the passage of the Infectious Diseases Control Bill as raised by the Deputy Speaker, Idris Wasi.
This is to stem people who will think they will just go to the corridor of the press and make a spurious statement against Nigerians. We have our integrity.
Both some APC members and some members of opposition came up to say, look, let us don't consider this. It was not on the basis of whether anybody was giving any money. This House must take a drastic action to protect the integrity of the leadership, whose integrity has now been fingered, and by extension, the integrity of this institution has been put at stake.
An ad hoc committee has also been set up to investigate the matter. House Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila says the bill will be subjected to public hearing, adding that it was conceived in the best interest of Nigerians. In the meantime, the House has resolved to investigate the Niger Delta Development Commission on alleged misapplication and misappropriation of funds. A letter from President Muhammadu Buhari requesting the approval of House members for the sourcing of 850 billion naira loan from domestic capital markets to finance critical projects in the 2020 appropriation bill was read at plenary. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
And in addition to technical support to Kano State Government towards effective control of community transmission of COVID-19 in Kano, the federal government has released sets of ventilators, oxygen concentrators, ambulances and a consignment of protective equipment to the state government. The presentation was made to Governor Abdullahi Umar Ganduje by the team lead ministerial task team on COVID-19. Abdullahi Mustafa has the report.
For about a week now, a ministerial task team of experts has been in Kano supporting the state government in the fight against COVID-19. In addition to technical assistance, the team lead, Dr. Nasir Sani Gorzo, presented on behalf of the federal government 4 ambulances, a consignment of personal protective equipment, sets of ventilators and oxygen concentrators to Governor Ganduje. At a review meeting earlier, the team lead described as erroneous a media report that most of the deaths recorded recently in Kano are COVID-19 related.
Because I have said repeatedly that the state is embarking on a study which we were very, very pleasantly impressed and surprised that the state had already gone ahead to do a post-mortem verbal autopsy, and the result is not out.
The bottleneck that we used to have that was preventing our own capacity for the challenges we have here in Kano, that bottleneck has been removed.
Any moment from now, we are discharging at least 2-3 cases out of isolation, which is the first of such discharges.
The meeting also received reports from the State Task Force on COVID-19, Palliatives Fundraising and Distribution Committee, which is about to conclude second round of disbursements. In Kano, Abdullahi Mustafa, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the Information and Culture Minister, Lai Mohammed, has identified fake news as a major hindrance in the current fight against COVID-19. The minister explains that misinformation and fake news stagnate all efforts to combat the pandemic.
The fight against COVID-19 pandemic
has been made more difficult by misinformation and fake news. And we have had to rely on you journalists working right in the front line to deliver timely and accurate information to the populace. So to all of you, gentlemen of the press, sitting here, and indeed to all journalists across the country and across the world, we commend you for your sacrifice and hard work.
For this end, journalists, he says, are relied upon as part of those in the front lines to deliver timely and accurate information to the populace. The information minister stressed that it is essential and critical for them to remain professional. He describes Nigerian journalists as heroes of the fight against COVID-19, urging them not to relent in their role until the disease is defeated. In other news, the Senate is to investigate the status of 5G network in Nigeria and its technological impact on Nigerian citizens. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Nkwo reports that the motion calling for the investigation noted the uncertainty surrounding the health implication of the fifth generation network.
7 days after the last plenary sitting, senators reconvened into a chamber arranged in compliance with all the precautions of the moment. The first motion on the order paper was a call for precautionary measure in the telecommunications sector. The 5G network, engulfed by speculations and uncertainties, came under legislative focus. A motion by Senator Uche Ekwunife called for an investigation.
Several countries, including Switzerland, has placed an indefinite moratorium on the use of 5G network because of health concerns.
To bring experts together to investigate this matter.
The National Health Emergency Bill 2020, sponsored by Senator Chukwuka Otazi, passed first reading, as another motion on investigation came from Senator George Sekibo on alleged misappropriation of 40 billion naira in the Niger Delta Development Commission and the alleged arbitrary sacking of its management staff.
It is alarmed that the IMC has implicated itself with undue gross misconduct by terminating appointments of directors of the commission without complying with the provisions of the public service rules. As alleged,
all those things he said are supposed to be allegations. They cannot be said with finality. Otherwise, there will be no need for investigations.
Deputy Minority Leader of the Senate, Emmanuel Buacha, drew the attention of the Senate to the destruction of property in some communities in Taraba State, while Senator Abubakar Kyari informed the Senate of the death of the first executive governor of Borno State, Mohammed Goni, who died last week.
Issues arising from conflict of land. About 4 or 5 villages actually had been razed down and a couple of lives lost. Appeal to the security operatives to quickly move in to protect lives and properties.
Senate is hereby convinced that he was very popular and one of the best performing, patriotic, incorruptible governors in the country.
The legislators observed a minute silence in honor of the late former governor and in commendation of all health workers who lost their lives fighting COVID-19 and those still on the front line. Senate adjourned till Tuesday, 12th of May 2020. From the National Assembly, Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
And away from the National Assembly now, the presidency has formally confirmed the receipt of $311 million stolen from the citizens of Nigeria during the Abuja regime. In a statement, the senior special assistant to the president on media and publicity, Garba Shehu, says the funds have already been allocated and will be used for the development of the infrastructure like the second Niger Bridge, the Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kaduna-Kano expressways, which will create tens of thousands of jobs in the construction sector and on local scales. Part of the funds, the presidency explains, will also be invested in the Mambila Power Project, which, when completed, will provide electricity to 3 million homes, comprising over 10 million citizens of the country. Garba Shehu says monies returned last year from Switzerland, which amounted to $320 million are already being used for the government's free school feeding scheme and stipend for millions of disadvantaged citizens and grain grants for those in severe food hardship. Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has extolled the virtues of former President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua 10 years after the demise of the former president, who also served as governor of Katsina State for 8 years. President Buhari describes late President Yar'Adua as a patriot who had passion for the masses and reversed policies he believed were hurting ordinary Nigerians. President Buhari urges Nigerians to emulate the deceased patience, gentle nature, and his politics of inclusion. The president extends his prayers and goodwill to late Yar'Adua's family, Katsina State government, and prays for Allah's continuous blessings and comfort to his soul. Now, ahead in the news, place of hygiene in defeating coronavirus, plus more monarchs sensitize their subjects. Details after this break.
I wish to once again commend the frontline workers across the country who, on a daily basis, risk everything to ensure we win this fight. For those who got infected in the line of duty, rest assured that government will do all it takes to support you and your families during this exceedingly difficult period. I will also take this opportunity to assure you all that your safety, well-being, and welfare remains paramount to our government. I am using this opportunity to express our deepest condolences to the families of all Nigerians that have lost their loved ones as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is our collective loss, and we share your grief.
Disinfect and protect your home with Jik. Jik kills 99.9% of illness-causing germs. Disinfect floors, kitchen and bathroom surfaces, and wash white clothes, towels, and dishcloths with Jik bleach. Just Jik it. Disinfect and protect your home with Jik. Jik kills 99.9% of illness-causing germs. Disinfect floors, kitchen and bathroom surfaces, and wash white clothes, towels, and dishcloths with Jik bleach. Just Jik it.
This is to say a big thank you to all the healthcare workers who put their lives on the line, working in all the 36 states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, especially Lagos, Kano, Ogun, and Abuja, to ensure that we beat COVID-19 in the least possible time. Thank you so much. You are our superheroes. This message is from the Governor's Wife's Forum, the wife of the Vice President and the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
My mother-in-law and I are like 5 and 6. And our gilly game, it's copy and paste. But when it comes to our favorite milk, we're so different. My mother-in-law loves her pig-filled milk because it's low in cholesterol. And I love my pig full cream milk because it's rich and creamy. And that's why I buy both. So choose your pig today.
Pig. Reach for your pig. Imagine a mosque without prayers. A home without a family. A country without people. People without their country. Imagine a mother without support, a child without love, a grandparent without care. Imagine fasting without iftar, or iftar without gatherings. Imagine compassion without action. Imagine Ramadan without giving. Millions of refugees are still uprooted from their homes, struggling to afford even their basic needs. Now imagine what your donation can do. Every gift counts.
Action. Make your home the place to be with GoTV's super cool kids channels. That sounds fun. From funky friends that'll keep even the little ones busy. Alright everybody, let's do this! To learn as you watch educational shows for curious young minds. You can do some amazing things. There's plenty for everyone. Tune in to our kids shows and get everything you need to keep the kids entertained and learning the fun way. GoTV. Live it, love it.
The number of the COVID-19 cases in Nigeria is increasing daily, with many more tests ongoing. The battle of testing, isolating, treating, and attending to the affected persons rests heavily on the shoulders of our health workers, constantly putting their lives on the line and at risk to contain this virus, save and protect the lives of millions of Nigerians. To these health workers, we at the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, on behalf of millions of Nigerians, say a big thank you for all that you have done and are doing. To the security agencies enforcing the lockdown and every other frontliner, we say thank you for putting your lives on the line to save ours. There is no amount of words that can quantify our gratitude. Thank you. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, Africa's largest television network.
Exactly 10 years ago, Africa lost one of its finest leaders, a detribalized Nigerian, the 13th President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. Disciplined, yet compassionate, his was a life dedicated to serve the people. With his bold imprint on the landscape of our dear country, his memory remains a valued treasure. Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, fondly remembered today and always.
Many thanks for staying. As the world battles the COVID-19 pandemic, the life-saving importance of clean hands has never been more prominent, and the 2020 World Hygiene Day draws attention to the need for Nigerians to do this regularly to stay safe from the deadly coronavirus pandemic. In this report, Basa Itaikbank takes a look at the World Hygiene Day in the face of the pandemic.
World Hygiene Day is celebrated every year on the 5th of May to mobilize people around the world to increase adherence to hand hygiene in healthcare facilities. This year's celebration coincides with the celebration of International Midwife Day. No wonder. This year's campaign theme is Nurses and Midwives, Clean Care in Your Hands. Save lives, clean your hands.
They will need to modify their behavior, make it a part of their life, and habits of washing hands, not necessarily being pushed by government or by stakeholders and partners, but for people to take personal responsibility.
The campaign recognizes nurses and midwives as frontline heroes who deserve acknowledgement and appreciation, and highlights their critical roles in infection prevention.
It shows that the very little things matter medically. You can take all the treatments, do all the drugs, do all the tests, see all the doctors you want, but at the end of it, the basics of human life, human health depends on hygiene.
WHO wants the world to see it as a global call in recognition that hand washing is one of the most effective actions one can take to reduce the spread of pathogens and prevent infections, including COVID-19 virus.
Context: several African countries are providing water to communities free of charge as part of the national response.
Governments at various levels, families, health workers, and community members alike can play a role in preventing the virus. Basi Taipang, NTA News.
And to strengthen efforts in the fight against the spread of COVID-19 in Nigeria, the hygiene brand Dettol has donated more than 12,000 units of its antiseptic liquid and antibacterial soap to the Lagos State government. This comes as part of concerted private and public sector efforts to ensure that citizens continue to adhere to safe health practices. Joshua Ojitu reports.
Hygiene has been what Dettol has been promoting with its products for years, and the outbreak of coronavirus has made that very necessary. So, the company has supported Lagos State with its hygiene products, such as antiseptic liquid and antiseptic soaps, for distribution to vulnerable residents as palliatives. General Manager Renkit Benkisa Nigeria says the company will not relent in its advocacy of good hygiene practices and support for the country during and after the pandemic. Director Administration and Human Resources of the Lagos State Safety Commission, Taiwo Feshomu, received the items on behalf of the state government. He described the gesture as timely and will greatly improve hygiene practices, especially in rural communities of Lagos State. Since Nigeria records the index case of coronavirus, Dettol has made such donations and contributions to federal and state governments as part of its stimulus package to cater for vulnerable citizens impacted by the lockdown due to COVID-19. It is also collaborating with the Nigeria Center for Disease Control in educating the public on coronavirus prevention. Joshua Ojito, NTA News.
Nigerian Private Sector Coalition Against COVID-19, CAR-COVID, has built and donated 3 isolation centers to the River State government. Chidebere Onya reports that each center has a 100-bed space.
The makeshift 3-tent isolation and treatment centers, situated at the Yakubu Gowon Stadium, Port Harcourt, is equipped with 100 bed space for each tent, in addition to other medical facilities built to cater for the health needs of COVID-19 patients.
This facility is being presented to River State government by CAR-COVID, and in Nigeria today, fighting this pandemic, we are brothers keepers. So everybody is putting resources together, ideas together, efforts and energy together to make sure we have something so that the citizenry of every state and the federation as a whole will have attention in this common enemy that we all have.
The CAR-COVID partners are also calling on other private sector organizations yet to identify with CAR-COVID in the onerous task to join hands with them and make their modest contributions in order for COVID-19 to be fought to a standstill. In Port Harcourt, Chidebere Onya, NTA News.
Enugu State government has received medical equipment including test kits, infrared thermometers and personal protective equipment as palliative from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, under Kusike Foundation. Jude Abugu reports that the foundation also distributed food items worth millions of naira to indigent and vulnerable groups in the state.
The palliatives, which are part of the Foundation's contribution to the fight against coronavirus pandemic, according to the Chairman and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, represented by Dikin Oke Obodo, will help the state government in management and treatment of COVID-19, as well as in ameliorating the hardship coronavirus has brought on the people of the state.
I ask you to make do what you're able to provide. You may not be able to attend to all our needs, but at least yes, there is execution effect of stay-at-home instruction by the federal government and our state governments.
Received a lot of materials ranging from the personal protective equipment gowns. It's up to 5 cartons. That translates around more than 200 pieces, which goes a long way to assuage the fears of the medical workers at the isolation centers regarding the treatment of COVID.
Other beneficiaries of Geoffrey Onyema's Kusike Foundation palliatives include some indigent members of All Progressive Congress in the state, the Red Cross Motherless Babies Home, Cheshire Home, Mother of Christ Motherless Home, Eke Widows, among others.
I thank God for him, for giving him the initiative to help the poor.
These children cannot go out and find food. As this man remembered them, I'm thanking him very much.
The foundation will in coming days distribute palliatives in rural communities in the state. In Enugu, Jude Abugu, NTA News.
And from Enugu, we head to Ekiti, where the chairman of the Traditional Rulers Council and the Alawe of Ilawe Ekiti, Oba Adebanji Adibade Alabi, has appealed to Nigerians not to see the ease of the lockdown as an opportunity to return to normal lifestyle without adherence to safety rules and COVID-19 prevention. Oba Alabi observed that while the ease of the lockdown is to save the economy, Nigerians must not forget that COVID-19 is yet to be totally defeated. Yemi Dalemo completes the report.
The traditional institution in Ekiti State, which has been a stakeholder in carrying the message of the prevention and precautionary measures on COVID-19 to the grassroots, Oba Ajibade Alabi said, we continue to play this role, including adequate sensitization and the need for the people to adhere strictly to the use of face masks, regular hand washing and use of sanitizer to win the fight against coronavirus pandemic.
There is no gain in just dying prematurely or falling victim of this COVID-19. So I want to passionately appeal to Nigerians to continue to support government in all their efforts to keep us safe in Nigeria. And by so doing, we will, at the end of this unfortunate development worldwide, we will have every reason to be glad. And
the Royal Father commended government, the frontline health practitioners and other responders in the country for their commitment, saying with more collaboration from every Nigerian, the COVID-19 pandemic will soon become a thing of the past in the country. Oba Alabi, however, urged good-spirited Nigerians to continue providing palliatives to the vulnerable, since life is not fully returning to normal during the pandemic. In Ado-Ekiti, Yemi Dalemo, NTA News.
The threat and prevalence of the coronavirus has called for an inclusive approach in the fight against the pandemic. To this end, traditional institutions have a huge role to play in terms of advocacy and sensitization. Chineye Nwoye, in an exclusive interview with the chairman, Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers, Igwe Lawrence Agubuzu, tells us efforts made so far in the sensitization of the rural populace.
As custodians of the people and the culture, traditional rulers, no doubt, have a wider reach and influence by virtue of the respect accorded them by their subjects. In view of the coronavirus pandemic, they have the responsibility of educating and engaging their people with the language they best understand on the preventive measures canvassed by health officials, including frequent hand washing with soap and running water, use of protective face masks, among others. NTA News crew visited the chairman, Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers, Igwe Lawrence Agubuzu, at his residence to find out the level of sensitization on their subjects on the need to adhere strictly to government's directive and Nigerian Center for Disease Control guidelines set out to prevent the spread of the virus.
We will not be tired of repeating and repeating to our subjects and people that they need to obey all the guidelines given, make sure that they keep the necessary distance from one another, ensure that all the ceremonies that we used to perform are stopped until the pandemic is over. Then, of course, when they go out, they must wear the mask.
It is expected that as the traditional rulers take a lead in advocacy on preventive measures, it would complement that of the government in containing COVID-19 pandemic. In Enugu, Chineye Nwoye, NTA News.
We go to Lagos now, where Dotun will give us an update on how the ease on lockdown is working. Dotun?
Thank you, Ere. Partial relaxation of the lockdown enters day 2. Adeola Komiakere reports on the level of compliance by Lagos residents with the use of face masks and the rules of social distancing.
Following President Muhammadu Buhari's nationwide broadcast on gradual ease of the 5-week lockdown to enable the gradual reopening of the economy, the Lagos state government announced a new set of strict guidelines that must be enforced to prevent a rise in new COVID-19 cases. The rules include the compulsory wearing of face masks and maintenance of social distancing, especially in public. It was observed that about 70% of people in public wore their face masks, although some had them under their chin or in their pockets.
I have. Oh, it's written here. They pay me for it. That's why I come out and say, make I take breathe more.
It's not convenient for me in terms of breathing.
Meanwhile, street vendors hovered around selling their wares.
It is sealed before you can open it. And I don't allow people to test it until you buy it.
In terms of public mobility, the social distancing directive is being flouted as some commercial drivers convey more than 60% passenger capacity as instructed by Governor Sanwo-Olu.
People don't care about their life
because there's scarcity of vehicle right now.
Some passengers who spoke off camera called for enforcement in this regard as the drivers are placing their lives at risk. In Lagos, Adeola Komiakere, NTA News.
Lagos, the city that never sleeps, is still in slumber after the relaxation of the COVID-19 lockdown. Ruth Ariosamo reports that commercial activities at the Balogun market are yet to pick up.
The sights and sounds of Lagos metropolis differed from the density of human and vehicular presence that characterized the 4th of May, the start of the relaxation of a 5-week total lockdown by the federal government. Balogun Market is the nerve center of commerce in Lagos. The shops, which enjoyed high patronage Monday from the heavy crowd of shoppers, was tranquil with a smattering of sellers who displayed edibles in line with the Lagos State template, which authorizes food sellers to open on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Ironically, traders whose stores were shut in line with the schedule also milled around.
Open today due to the directive of the federal government and the directive of the state government.
Because we have been given 3 days on Monday, Wednesday and Friday, which I'm very at least happy about. We need to monitor the compliance of the people so that they will not go against the law.
Meanwhile, some Lagosians are not aware of alternating days for the sale of foodstuff vis-a-vis non-consumables.
I came out today because I know it's okay to be less crowded.
From all indications, most residents believe that a spread of COVID-19 in the city will not reach alarming rates as speculated in some quarters, as the adherence level is healthy. In Lagos, Ruth Ario-Samuel, NTA News.
And that's it from here. Network News continues after the break.
What we are really cultivating here is a better future for all Nigerian women, and it's not always easy. Panadol Extra relieves headache, backache, joint pain, toothache, and menstrual pain. The pain is worth it.
Our smiles have never been so uncertain. This weekend that seems to regenerate. We never imagined missing the music of our office printer. That time stopped does not mean our stories have. We are the brave ones that set aside self-interest for a common goal. One day, we will toast to this bravery in our favorite restaurants. Arm in arm, we will sing at every concert and never skip a beat. One day, we will reclaim our streets from the wildings that have borrowed it. Take back our fields from the bush that have rented it. We will discover new places. The grey clouds will roll away, and the sun will shine. Together, we will beat this and rebuild our economy. Till then, hold your position and stay safe.
Hope you are keeping safe by washing your hands with soap or using sanitizer. Stay at home. It's the responsible thing to do. And whilst you're taped, you can do anything to keep your body and your mind together. Grow a beard like me if you want to. But please, let's stay at home. It's the responsible thing to do.
GoTV
GoTV dey your side as times dey tough so. We don see your loyalty and we appreciate the journey wey we don waka together. That na why GoTV dey sama you with better upgrade to the next package as you stay connected or reconnect. We dey your side with correct entertainment. You fit save up to 75% because na we. Na to stay connected or reconnect, GoTV go upgrade you at no extra cost. Wow! Stay connected with GoTV self-service payment options. Visit gotvafrica.com to gather more information about this better discount and our payment options. GoTV dey your side. Enjoy GoTV Wow Awoof. GoTV. Live it. Love it.
Shegun. Alpha, say tomorrow still day on.
What's your tomorrow?
Community meeting now.
You know they here, Abi?
Now beggy. See, if we meet for my house, inside parlor, then go no.
This COVID-19 is not a child's play.
If you want to elect a new secretary, we fit to
do one for WhatsApp or for Skype or even on Zoom. Or we just wait.
I will not negotiate
this social distancing. It is non-negotiable.
Not every infected person shows symptoms, but every infected person is contagious. Avoid large gatherings and self-isolate if you think you might have come in contact with a carrier. Your safety and the safety of others is in your hands.
This message is from the Akinfade Foundation in partnership with the National Orientation Agency with support from MacArthur Foundation.
Good to have you back. The Nigerian government is to readjust the benchmark for the 2020 budget from $57 per barrel to $20 per barrel. Amina Najim is here with details. Hello, Amina.
Hello. That's right. The Nigerian government is amending its 2020 budget to assume an oil price of $20 per barrel. The Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, stated this Tuesday during a web conference tagged Citizens Dialogue Session on Government Fiscal Policy Response to COVID-19 and Oil Price Fall, put together by the Partnership to Engage, Reform and Learn. The minister said the budget would be cut and the initial assumed oil price of $57 per barrel would be reduced since global oil prices have plummeted in the last few months. She also disclosed that Nigeria is in talks to defer debt service obligations to 2020 and beyond, describing the talks as that of rescheduling with lenders rather than debt forgiveness. About 2 trillion naira stimulus is to be injected into the economy through plans that include 1 billion naira from the IMF facility procured last week, which is to be distributed to states, as well as $150 million from the Sovereign Wealth Fund, also to be injected. The Nigerian equities rose 1.84% on Tuesday, on an 8-week high as shares gained across sectors a day after government started to ease on coronavirus lockdown. The stock market, which lost 14% so far this year, rose for the 7th straight session to 23,504, a level last seen in March. Nigerian funds have been switching back to equities from fixed income securities, hoping for stock market rebound later this year after a coronavirus-induced rout in oil prices prompted foreign investors to sell off their holdings. In the meantime, the investors gained 374.94 billion naira as the all-share index advanced 3.21%, thanks to big cap equities. The trading session closed at 23,809.31 basis points. Market capitalization stood at 12 trillion naira, while the year-to-date return stands at minus 11.30%. The most sought-after stocks were Guarantee Trust Bank, Mutual Benefit Assurance PLC, as well as Zenith Bank PLC. And that's it from the business desk. It's back to you, Inyeri.
Many thanks, Amina. Thank you for the update. Now, the Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture, Olusegun Ronshawe, has commended President Muhammadu Buhari for showing exemplary leadership and commitment towards eradicating COVID-19 in Nigeria. The DG gave the recommendation while presenting protective kits to the Nigeria Police Force in Abuja. Oyinaya Kaluwoka reports.
100% by Nigerians.
The presentation was made at the force headquarters, where the Director General National Council for Arts and Culture, Olusegun Roshewe, commended the president for his effort in curtailing the spread of the virus and the Nigerian police for enforcing the presidential order in achieving results.
This is the same thing that is used internationally, and we have got our Nigerian staff to use local material to produce it. With this on the face of a police officer checking on the street, he has no business with being scared. After finishing for the day, he can go and clean it up for another day use. So we have 1,000 pieces of it.
The Director General urged Nigerians to observe safety rules now that the lockdown has been partially relaxed.
I want to thank the Inspector General of Police for his statement that no police officer should abuse the human rights of anyone.
We bear the same bond, just like other social workers. And I want to assure you, on behalf of IG, that we're going to make judicious use of it.
Items donated include locally made hardware, protective cultural face masks, as well as the regular masks, sanitizers, liquid soaps, and handbills on preventive measures. The materials are expected to be distributed to officers and men of the Nigerian police in Lagos, Ogun, Kano states, and the FCT. Oyinaya Kaluwoka, NTA News.
And still on COVID-19, more prominent individuals and organizations continue to support Kano State government's efforts at containing the spread of COVID-19. Latest among such is BOA Foundation, which presented 5 ambulances and 20 operational vehicles to the state. Abdullahi Mustafa has details.
The BOA Foundation's gesture is coming few weeks after its chairman, Abdulsamad Ishaq Rabiu, donated a 3-story building to Kano State government to be used as isolation facility. 5 ambulances and 20 operational vehicles are another way of supporting the state's efforts at containing the spread of COVID-19. It is expected that the vehicles will address most of the logistic challenges being faced in sample taking and movement.
These are additions. We have so many teams going out to the field to either investigate cases, to track cases, to follow up with cases, and also to do contact listening and follow up.
Representative of the BOA Foundation's chairman, Aliu Idi Hong, also assured Governor Ganduje of more support.
The chairman have specifically donated 2 billion naira for the control of COVID-19 to Kano State. And he has also committed 1 billion naira to Lagos State. And in total, so far now, the chairman, through the BOA Foundation, have spent almost about 7 billion naira in material, cash support, and also food palliative support to communities all over the country.
We are very, very grateful. You convey our appreciation to the chairman of BOA Foundation.
The governor described the gesture by a prominent son of Kano as an indication that government is not being left alone in the fight against COVID-19 transmission and control. In Kano, Abdullahi Mustafa, NTA News.
In other news, barely 6 months after inducting the first female fighter pilots, another lady is among a new set of combat pilots winged by the Nigerian Air Force for a combat of a different kind. Defense correspondent Najato Tijani reports.
Winging of these 12 young combat helicopter pilots from a safe distance will have to suffice. They will also have to wing themselves for the first time in history, no thanks to the coronavirus pandemic. Among them is Nigeria's second female combat helicopter pilot. The 28-year-old and her counterparts say they are coming to terms with executing their duties in this COVID-19 period.
This additional number of pilots that we win today will no doubt boost the aircrew disposition of the service.
We are like a role model to the younger ones.
And we're expecting the best, and we hope to give our best to the service and the nation.
From July 2015 to date, the Nigerian Air Force has winged 114 pilots.
We have quite a number of people that are still outside training, so that by the time the assets are here, you already have the pilots. With more pilots that you have, we are likely to be more effective and efficient.
Whether fighting insurgents or the coronavirus pandemic by airlifting much-needed medical supplies, the rules of engagement remain clear for these young pilots, says the Nigerian Air Force. Naja'atu Tijani, NTA News.
At this point, another break beckons. Do stay for the last part of the news.
COVID-19. Ease of the lockdown. This is our focus on NTA Tuesday Live this week. What are the public issues involved and measures in place to curtail the spread of the virus? Tune in at 10:30 p.m. on NTA Tuesday Live. The program promises to be incisive and educative. Don't miss it.
In this time of despair, our country, Nigeria, needs us now more than ever. We stand a chance to save our great country, Nigeria. A chance to rise up from this pandemic stronger and better. What will be the gain if we do not learn from other countries and observe the lockdown to stop the further spread of the virus? If we loosen our guards and allow this virus doom our very existence, then what have we gained? This is the call to every Nigerian to unite as one and stop the spread of this deadly virus. Stay at home and stay safe. Remember, the virus doesn't move unless we move. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, Africa's largest television network.
I just don't understand this coronavirus thing. Is it real?
See, coronavirus, known as COVID-19, it's a global problem and has killed thousands of people in China, Italy, Spain, UK, US, and other countries around the world.
Okay. Now, why are they saying that we should stay home?
Because if you go outside and get in contact with someone who is infected, you become infected and then come back home, affect your family. That's how it happens in other countries.
Now, please, help me explain what this social distance is all about.
See, as we are now, the virus travels through the air and by touch. We must maintain 6-foot distance at all times.
Oh, so it's not by washing my hands with soap and water or hand sanitizer that is only important?
Washing of our hands regularly is very important. But we must come together and fight this virus like we did Ebola. It is our responsibility to each other.
Thank you for staying. President Muhammadu Buhari has sent condolences to the government and people of Zamfara State over the death of the former civilian governor of the old Sokoto State, Dr. Garba Nadama. President Buhari describes Nadama as a great historian whose contribution to Nigeria, both in politics and the academia, will be remembered. Meanwhile, the remains of the former governor, Garba Nadama, has been laid to rest.
Late Dr. Garba Nadama died at the age of 87 at his residence in Sokoto following a brief illness. His body was buried at the Hubbari of Sheikh Usman bin Fodio, Sokoto.
Well, it's a colossal loss to the country. People of such character, intelligence, and experience are not very many.
He is a very hard-working gentleman.
Late Dr. Garba Nadama is survived by 4 wives, 18 children, and many grandchildren. He served in different institutions of both state and federal governments before retiring from service. In Sokoto, Dalhat Abdullahi, NTA News.
Sadly, too, the death has been announced of Sir Ihasuyi Osayi at the age of 96. Sir Osayi died on Tuesday, March 24, 2020 in London. He survived by his wife, Dame Lucy Osayi, children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren. He has since been buried at Carpenter's Park Cemetery, London. Date for the memorial service in celebration of his life will be announced later. It's been a wet evening here at the Federal Capital Territory. Today, let's check out what the prospects are for Wednesday. And that's Network News tonight. Many thanks for being a part of it. Good night.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind us all that this pandemic is spreading like wildfire. We must all arise to fight this potent and invisible common enemy by adhering to the guidelines and protocols for COVID-19, which includes personal hygiene, social distancing. We must wear masks in public places, obeying the stay-at-home order, and reporting unusual illness to the authorities for investigation.
You can follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook at NTA Network News, Instagram at NTA Network, Twitter at NTA News Now, YouTube at NTA News Online, or visit www.nta.ng. For live streaming, visit www.nta.ng/live. Now, you can stay updated on the go, be it on your TV, iPhone, laptop, or iPad, or download the NTA mobile application from your Play Store or App Store. NTA, you can beat the reach.
Welcome to Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria.
This is the network service of the NTA.
I just don't understand this coronavirus thing. Is it real?
See, coronavirus, known as COVID-19, it's a global problem and has killed thousands of people in China, Italy, Spain, UK, US, and other countries around the world.
Okay. Now, why are they saying that we should stay home?
Because if you go outside and get in contact with someone who is infected, you become infected and then come back home, affect your family. That's how it happens in other countries.
Now, please, help me explain what this social distance is all about.
See, as we are now, the virus travels through the air and by touch. We must maintain 6-foot distance at all times.
Oh, so it's not by washing my hands with soap and water or hand sanitizer that is only important?
Washing of our hands regularly is very important. But we must come together and fight this virus like we did Ebola. It is our responsibility to each other.
As you can see, I'm at home. I'm reading a book. When I get bored, I watch movies. Life has not stopped. Together we can beat this thing. All we have to do is make sure we do the necessary things, which is wash our hands, use a hand sanitizer frequently, wash your hands with soap. Please avoid crowded environments, crowded places. If you must head out maybe to get groceries, use the face mask. So please stay safe, stay responsible, and stay at home.
There is a lot of fake news and report circulating, especially on social media, on the coronavirus. Do not believe or partake in the spread of these fake reports. If it is not on the official website or news from the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, disregard such report. Only together can we beat this virus. Only together can we overcome this pandemic. Follow the instructions and guidelines provided to combat this virus. Most importantly, stay at home. Self-isolate, regardless of your status. The virus doesn't move unless we move. Let us work together to better Nigeria. Together, we can do this. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, Africa's largest television network. The main way coronavirus spread is when infected people sneeze and cough. Small droplets of fluid expelled by cough or sneezes are laced with viruses looking for new respiratory tracts to infect. When a sick person sneezes around someone who is healthy, the virus can land in the nose, mouth, or even the eyes, causing an infection. Symptoms can include fever, cough, shortness of breath. Symptoms may appear within 2 to 14 days. Seek medical advice if you develop symptoms and have been in close contact with a person known to have COVID-19, or if you live or have recently been in an area with ongoing spread of COVID-19. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, Africa's largest television network.
Coronavirus is real. Steps to avoid this pandemic. Wash your hands regularly or sanitize your hands. Keep social and physical distancing. Avoid crowded places. Stay at home unless absolutely necessary. Don't touch your eyes, nose, or mouth if your hands are not clean. Avoid the spread of coronavirus. Coronavirus is real.
out there, are you ready for a game of catch-up? I am Koinsala Adetumbi, and this is your favorite program, The Diaspora, where we bring you up to speed with stories you may have missed during the week. Now, as we all know, the world has not recovered from the COVID-19 pandemic. There is an estimate of 3 million reported cases globally, with over 900,000 recoveries and unfortunately some 200,000 deaths. The federal government of Nigeria is working tirelessly to contain the virus. With an increase in the number of cases in Nigeria, please adhere to the preventive measures. Let me share some of the measures with you.
For now, the best and most efficient way to avoid getting infected is through regular hygienic and sanitary practices, as well as social distancing. As individuals, we remain the greatest weapon to fight this pandemic. By washing our hands regularly with clean water and soap, disinfecting frequently used surfaces and areas, coughing into a tissue or elbow, and strictly adhering to infection prevention control measures in health facilities, we can contain this virus.
Stop the spread and do not be the link. Now we implore you to please stay safe and adhere to the rules in order to avoid the spread. Now we cannot but appreciate our health workers at home and abroad who are endangering their lives for each and every one of us. This is worthy of commendation and we do not take you for granted. Now let's listen to a message of goodwill by the Chairman CEO of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission for the heroes and compatriots around the world.
Hello everyone, and here's wishing every one of us, our Muslim brothers and sisters, Ramadan Kareem. First, I want to start by paying our deepest condolence to all those Nigerians in the diaspora who have lost their lives to this pandemic called COVID-19. At least 26 Nigerians in the diaspora have lost their lives. Some are in the front line of the battle against COVID-19. Some are fantastic Nigerian professionals doing great things all over the world. But guess what? They're gone now due to COVID-19. Please accept our condolences, and also our condolences to all those in Nigeria that have lost their lives to COVID-19. Now, on the issue of evacuation of stranded Nigerian travelers abroad, for which we have been bombarded with, again, I apologize that up till now, no Nigerian stranded travelers have been brought home. However, it might just be very soon as the Minister of Foreign Affairs will give further directives. So we await further directives from the Minister of Foreign Affairs on the evacuation of stranded Nigerians in the diaspora. Once again, accept our deepest apologies. We understand your pain and torture and the hell you're going through. But I believe very soon we'll hear from the Minister of Foreign Affairs on the next steps to take. As we gradually approach the era of easing the lockdown, we appeal to you to obey the laws, to obey the rules and regulations, stay safe.
Thank you to the chairman of NIDCOM. Now, how are Nigerians in the diaspora coping with the pandemic? For some, like Mr. Kennedy Ekezie, he would rather journey back home from the UK to spend this time with his loved ones and family members. Mr. Ekezie is an outstanding Nigerian in the diaspora who is a serial entrepreneur and the founder and chief executive officer of a technology company called AfriCave. He was also awarded by Queen Elizabeth II for his outstanding contributions across the Commonwealth. He was also a recipient of President Obama's Young African Leadership Fellowship Award. Now let's listen to Mr. Ekezie as he talks to us about how he has been coping with the pandemic.
One of the first things I did to cope with it was to actually fly back home and hunker down with my family. So I'm seated outside of my home right now. and staying safe as much as possible, trying to stay indoors and to cooperate with the authorities. It definitely hurts to be indoors, and I know for many people livelihoods depend on the ability to go out, but we rather should be safe than sorry, and our life is the most important thing, and together, when we band together, we're going to see through this very effectively. Of course, it's really good to be home at this time with my family, with people who I love and care about, because of course this is a mentally turbulent time too for many people. Just staying indoors and being pushed out of our daily routine is one that requires a lot of support, and so being with family, being in Nigeria, is something that means a lot to me, and I take it as a gift, and I'm thankful I'm able to say so. So as some of you may know, 2 summers ago, I received the Queen's Young Leaders Award from Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth of England. So what that entailed was invited to Buckingham Palace to meet with Her Majesty. And simply put, what the Queen's Young Leaders Award is, it's an award that was given out for 4 years, so between 2014 and 2018, by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. And it's an award that's given out to young leaders around the Commonwealth who are contributing to building social enterprises, building businesses, building non-profits that are contributing to peace, social and economic prosperity in their societies. And I was one of the final ever recipients of that award. So what that means is, after I received the award has never been given out and would never be given out by the Queen anymore. That was the final one ever. And it was such an incredible experience. So not just meeting Her Majesty herself, but getting the opportunity to spend time. So went to 10 Downing to meet with former Prime Minister Theresa May, met with captains of industries, was with a really incredible cohort of people from around the Commonwealth, right? And that was a gift in itself. And a lot of the friendships, relationships I've made since then have metamorphosed into professional relationships, and some of my best friends have come from that experience. So it was one that definitely was a big push for me, and the bigger question is, what am I going to do with that, right? And how are you going to use that to influence the community where you come from, your country, and make it a lot better? And for me, that's what I'm committing the rest of my life to doing. So currently I'm building AfriCave, which is a company that I co-founded, and it's simply a company for global organizations to hire the best software engineering talent from Africa. So as we know right now, there's a huge global shortage of software engineering talent. However, there still exists an enormous bias when it comes to hiring African talent.
Now, another Nigerian, Miss Denise Williams Ajayi, who is the founder and chief executive officer of Silicon Valley, California, talks to us about how small businesses have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Watch this.
Hi, my name is Denise Mobolaji Ajayi Williams. I am the CEO and co-founder of Silicon Valley Nigeria Economic Development Inc., SVNED. I'm addressing people of my country today. Ekaro, Sanu, Kedukodi, Odema. I'm reaching out to everyone from Silicon Valley, also known as California, to talk specifically about COVID-19 and the strategies that we are taking on. The businesses that are most impacted by the impacts of COVID-19 are the small businesses. So your small restaurants, your recreational activities, your sports, entertainment industry, movie industry, music industry. Everything has been put on hold for the safety of humankind. So what are some effective strategies that has worked in California? Right now, California, under the leadership of Gavin Newsom, has directed various mayors to address their cities, either via email or virtual town hall meetings, to check in on a bi-weekly or weekly basis with the community. This way we can manage the intensity. People within the community have a voice to talk about areas that have gone unmonitored and unchecked. But we have found that the mayors, talking with people during the town hall session, informing them about updates, about new strategies on how to contain the virus. But what has been most effective is the participation of people and individuals like yourself. The support that so many people have offered to frontline men. Frontline men are your hospitals, your nurses, your doctors, those that work within the administrative staff or any parts of the hospital facility taking care of the immense amount of patients coming in to get checked or get treated. Another thing is the shelter-in-place order. The shelter-in-place order only allows us a single individual from the family to go to the grocery store every week while they're maintaining their 6 feet apart distance and maintaining their social distance. We are required to wear a face mask in any buildings throughout the Bay Area counties. In addition, you can also wear gloves to further protect you from contacting the spread or giving it to someone else. A good practice is to wash your hands, soap and water, for 20 seconds and make sure that your surface counters are disinfected, frequented areas are swept up and clean, and getting rid of any trash or anything that could, that germ can live on or germs can spread. So it's all about the containment of spread and maintaining your social distance apart from everybody else. SBNet has been very helpful with making sure that small businesses have outlets and funnels and access to grants, venture fund or angel investment funds so the ideas aren't going unnoticed. We focus our energy on those that have an expertise in tech. So a lot of companies that are doing very well right now include Zoom technology. I'd like to see our own version of Zoom, originated from Nigeria. Google Hangout, TikTok is doing really well, which is just a social media website. It's actually came from Asia. So a lot of people are social distancing and capturing various activity through using TikTok challenges. So here's a chance for Nigeria to, stand up and be one of the top players in the application streaming. Obviously, Netflix is number one. Everyone is spending their time online watching the streaming videos. Do we have our own platform for streaming Nigerian movies? And is it accessible to people within the diaspora? So there's so many opportunities in delivering apps and small businesses that were formerly in-house dining have converted into pick up as you go. So like the implementation of things like Uber Eats or Caviar or DoorDash. Things like that have been very successful throughout the lockdown and keeping people sane. And then there's the Instacart where you can actually shop for food online. All of these brands are very prevalent within the U.S., but I'm very curious to see what my fellow Nigerians are doing and what leading applications are out there and how are we as Nigerian citizens supporting that app and making sure that we're downloading and we're supporting our own. So thank you so much. If you are one of those startups who need any technical support or venture funding or grants or NGO nonprofit, we work with every single individual, including those that are looking for jobs. We work on professional and training development, specifically in the industry of tech. Again, my name is Denise Mupalaji Ajayi Williams. Thank you so much for your time. Keep safe, stay home, wash your hands, and maintain your social distance. That's the best way to defeat COVID-19. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Now, Nigerians in the diaspora are asking for global support to help raise funds to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. Do well to give your bid. Here are the details. excited to share with you good news from our Help from Home segment. The Nigerian lady who was put up for sale on Facebook some few weeks back by a Lebanese man in Lebanon has been rescued and is now in safe hands. She is currently in the Nigerian mission in Beirut. Meanwhile, the Lebanese man, Mr. Wail Jero, has been arrested and is facing prosecution.
And the president I'm working with, he said that they can't pay my salary again. And I said that if you know that they can't pay my salary again, please take me back to office. And he said no, he can't take me back to office. She took me to another person by himself. And I said no, I can't allow you to take me to another person, that I'm not working with you again for your place. And you're supposed to take me back to office. And he said no, and I ran out and you shouted that took me back to office. I'm not working with you again. And she took me back to office, and the office accepted that I'm not working again. I said yes, I'm not working in place again, but I work at another house. And the players I'm living before, he didn't give me Wi-Fi, he don't accept me to be using the phone. I don't know that, I don't know the thing that is happening. Is Facebook.
So, are you now still with the agents, or they have already gotten you a place where you are working now? Are you working somewhere else now?
No, office volunteer the place that we work.
Okay, you have not started working up to now.
I started work.
Where?
Friday.
On Friday.
Yes.
Okay. So, who is the grantor? What is his name? The new.
The new person.
Yes.
Is Miriam.
Is Mariam?
Yes, Mrs.
Is she a Lebanese or a Syrian national?
She is a Lebanese, and she said that her husband is living at Nigeria.
Where in Nigeria? Her husband lives in Nigeria. Where?
Yes, at Lagos.
At Lagos.
Yes.
That is good.
What is the name of the?
What is the name of the husband?
I don't know the name of the husband.
Okay, so how much is the salary you agreed with the new this thing? How much is she going to be paying you every month?
She don't even tell me that the money will pay me, but we know that all the mail that is working at Lebanese is $200 they used to pay us.
What is your name?
Peace.
Peace.
Yes, full name.
Peace Ufom Abusari.
You are from what state?
From Delta State.
Are you married?
Yes.
How many children?
3 children.
What is the name of your husband? Your husband, yeah, what is his name?
My husband name is Kazim.
Kazim, from what state?
From Ibadan.
He is currently living in Ibadan, or
He's living in Ibadan.
is he a civil servant or a businessman?
No, he's a businessman.
He's a businessman. Where? Which area in Ibadan? Where does he live in Ibadan?
Akpete.
Akpete.
Yes.
Okay. House number what? House number what?
The address.
The address.
Address.
Yeah, maybe house number.
Number 15.
Okay, number 15.
Which street? Number 15, which street?
Number 15. Akodu area.
Akodu area.
Yes.
Okay.
Kudos to the federal government of Nigeria and the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission for facilitating her safe return. We will bring you updates once she is returned back to Nigeria and is handed over to the relevant authorities.
My name is John Adam Smart. I'm from Kaduna State. In 2017, I traveled to Kenya, hoping for a better life than what I have here back home. But it turns out very bad because of documentation issues. I ended up landed me in prison. I spent 6 months in prison. Thanks to NITCOM, Kaduna State Governor, and Rosalind Ebinobi Foundation, the Nigerian High Commission in Kenya, for facilitating my return back home. We have so much opportunity here back home, and if you ask me, one thing I think I would have done different is to stay back home and use the knowledge, the skills I have to contribute to the growth of Nigeria, which I believe is going to impact other African nations better than living home. So my message is simple. If you have to travel, it has to be necessary, and travel the right way. If not, just stay home. Let's grow home, love home.
Nigerians are still breaking grounds globally. Our own Oyeleye Latifat Abiola has emerged the best best medical students in Ukraine. Let's join in on her interview with Brainiac Colum. Watch this.
Actually, it's like a series of emotions. It's not like just one. At first, because I didn't get to see it myself first, I was told because I was in my room doing something. So I was like, it was like very unreal. I felt maybe there's a mix of somewhere or someone else is still going to come up with a better result in another place. So it wasn't unreal. But when I found out, when it finally dawned on me, like, okay, yeah, it's true, I was happy. Happy not because I got the highest mark though. Happy because I put in a lot of work and then I saw the result from my work. You understand? The result of the hard work I put in. And apart from that, I was also happy that almost everyone of us passed. I was happy for my friends. I was happy for our teachers that taught us a lot of things and then we got to see the results. So I was happy generally. Then after like 2 to 3 days, I started feeling pressured when I saw a lot of things in the media. Like I was like, will I be able to live up to the expectations of this thing? I was just very scared, and because I know the future has a lot of things and stuff, and this is like just the beginning. So I was really scared, but all in all, I'm very grateful to God and I'm happy.
Aha! Hello, how are you? All right, now I'm waiting for diaspora and I get stuck with this money. Not be you wait the bariga or the mushi or makoko. Hold up. Yeah. Okay. When I see this link, now for now waiting for diaspora. We see the doubt whether follow in Nigeria. Hello, don't think about it. This link, it go carry you direct, go the place where we say it go help you choose which investment you want to do for Nigeria. Any investment, whether na waiting, whether na bank shares, whether na agriculture, whether na real estate, whether na stock exchange, any investment you want to do. Make sure say you click on because anything fit happen for diaspora anytime and it go better say if you come Nigeria, you go get where you go relax and you get investment to fall back to. Hello, make sure say you click on because they won't say what? Eh? Where that? Hey, okay. See, make I help you click the link. Make to click waiting. When we say now I'm alone primary school you go. You know yeah when I talk say now for people waiting for diaspora. People waiting for diaspora, what are they called? I know they are called diasporans. Oh there. Let me talk to my diasporans people. Make sure say you click this link, oh yeah, to betterment your life. Because you both say what the investment in your country, in Nigeria, is a forever life betterment. Thank you. You see the here. If you like say you don't get job for filling station, you see the here. Go. Look.
Thank you for staying all through the program. It's been worthwhile. And in case you have anything to share with us, please do not hesitate to do so as we expect feedback on our show. Remember, you can reach us on all our social media platforms. On Facebook at Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, on Twitter at nidcom_gov, on our Instagram page at nidcom_gov, and on our website at www.nidcom.gov.ng. You can also join us on DSTV at NTA Network News on Friday at 10:30 a.m., on NTA International on Tuesday at 6 a.m. and 10:05 p.m., on NTA News 24 on Friday at 2:30 p.m., and on Sunday at 11:30 a.m. You can also join us on WAP TV on Monday at 10 p.m. I remain your host, Koinsala Adetumbi. See you next time.
Hello, welcome to Tuesday Live. I am Omini Odan. Going by reports, coronavirus high-hit countries Italy, Spain,
India, together with Ohio and other states of the United States, have started to ease their lockdown as some people are allowed to go back to work and open up construction sites, parks and libraries. Nigeria on Monday, the 4th of May 2020, began the ease of lockdown in what President Muhammadu Buhari said was a tough decision to take following economic situations. However, the partial lockdown that is from 6 a.m. in the morning to 8 p.m. in the evening have stipulated guidelines that include wearing of face masks in public places, observing social distancing and maintaining good hygiene. Worship places, schools and entertainment centers are to remain closed, though there are concerns, especially with fears of likely increase with the gradual lockdown as being recorded in other places. The Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 had advised Nigerians to stay safe as any increase in cases will revert to status quo. How best to handle public health issues? What other measures in place to curtail the spread of the coronavirus pandemic? Where is the place of economic and social security in these? Answers and more after this background report by Tunde Saki.
The advent of COVID-19 into Nigeria on the 27th of February 2020 has continued to be a thing of concern to the people and government of the country. To curtail the spread of the virus, the World Health Organization's preventive measures were adopted and several other stringent actions taken, while care and treatment of affected victims were enhanced. One of such measures is the lockdown of some states and the FCT for 5 weeks. Despite this lockdown, the number of cases continue to rise, while the economy suffers. Now that President Muhammadu Buhari has eased the lockdown with realizable measures that could help reduce the pressure that the pandemic has caused to the welfare and health of the citizens, what will be the impact on the economy and the general well-being of Nigerians?
And so people are equally, capitalizing on the low prices of stocks that are listed on the Nigeria capital market now, and they are positioning themselves for long-term investment, although in the short run we'll still be seeing people taking profit, which will definitely be leading to, slow down or water down of prices. But be that as it may, in the long run, I think it's going to go a long way for us as a nation to now begin to look inward and rebrand our economy.
As part of the new public safety measures, the government mandated the use of face masks in public places. In Lagos, the people are gradually adopting the use of face masks as part of their dressing. The ban on interstate travels, except for those on essential services, remain intact.
They are also making sure that criminal elements also are not having a space to operate in any part of Lagos State.
Because of our health and because of our life, understand. So we should just comply with the government. The government have given their order. It's for our own good.
It is expected that when these measures are strictly adhered to by the citizenry, the war against coronavirus pandemic will be easily won.
Tunde Saki's report sets the tone for the program tonight. It's Tuesday Live and our focus tonight is on easing of the lockdown. We shall be doing reports across the country to give us update on what the situation is in the country. At some point in the program, we shall open our lines and you put your call through. In doing this, please put down the volume of your television set to avoid the hallback. You can also be part of the conversation, I beg your pardon, through our Twitter handle at Tuesday Live NTA. My guests tonight, in keeping with the compliance to social distancing, we are using 2 studios in Abuja, the Network Studio and the News 24 Studio, which shall also be going to Maiduguri and also possibly Ibadan. It's Tuesday Live tonight, and my guest in the studio here, I have Abdullahi Garba Abubakar. He's the Director, Engineering and Mechanization Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Good to have you on the program tonight.
It's my pleasure to be here.
From our News 24 studio, we have Ibrahim Arba Kwajafa. Director, Head of Planning, Intergovernmental and Community Relations Department, Border Communities Development Agency, in our 24th studio. Welcome to the program.
Thank you so much.
Also, we have the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Operations, Force Headquarters, Abuja, Austin Agbolahan. Welcome to Tuesday Live.
Thank you, it's a pleasure to be with you.
Jide Ojo, political analyst. Good to have you.
Thanks for having me. Good evening.
From Maiduguri, we have joining us His Excellency Umar Usman Kadafo, Deputy Governor of Borno State. He is also the Chairman, Borno State High-Powered Response Team on COVID-19.
Good evening.
Have the President, Nigeria Medical Association, NMA, Dr. Francis Faduliye, is to join us in the course of the program. He's held up as we speak at Kubo in Abuja. Also joining us tonight from our Ibadan Network Center is Professor Benjamin Osayawe Ehige, National President, Nigerian Association of Industrial and Organizational Psychologists. Welcome to Tuesday Live.
Good evening, thank you.
Let's begin. I think my first shot will go to the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of operations, given the fact that there's ease of lockdown in the country and enforcement is very, very key here. So taking the first shot, what is it like beginning yesterday up to now?
Think, but it's our responsibility to enforce it. And from even the clips shown in most of the media houses, you would have seen the rush at which everybody came out. And unfortunately, I think it defied most of the principles given by the NCDC, the Presidential Task Force. For instance, the wearing of the mask in the public, social distancing, I think they were all defied. And, it's a Herculean task then for the police. But however, we still do our job, and I think we are equal to the task.
The first day we had cases where workers on essential duty were locked down. They were not allowed to get to work. And the claim was that there was no directive on essential workers. Have you handled this?
I want to tell you that such complaint was not brought before us. Before even the yesterday is on the lockdown, I'm sure all essential duty officers, men and women, they were not having any problem in getting to their respective duty posts or assignment. So I'm surprised that one would now complain about yesterday when official is on lockdown was given. That one would now say that essential duty workers had a challenge. I think I'm not aware, and I'm sure by the lectures, signals, and messages sent to our men on the field, they are aware that such people should not be, disturbed on the way or harassed, when they are to access their offices or their place of duty. So except if you have a particular instance you mention, then I can maybe clear your doubt on that.
If the Ibadan Center is ready, I would love to go to Ibadan now to speak with Professor Benjamin Osayawe. Professor Benjamin, comparatively, shortly before the lockdown was eased off and now, psychologically, how do you think people should react?
Well, it is characteristics of human being that when their adapted method of behavior is disrupted, it is not easy to accept it, especially with the nature of the illness, the pandemic. You see, there's a difference between a person-oriented disease and a person-to-person disease. The case of the pandemic, the the coronavirus is a person-to-person disease. In other words, it is contagious, whereby a person is infected and a person transfers it to another. Now, the measures that were put in place by the government as recommended by the World Health Organization requires interruption or disruption of a particular adapted method of behavior. Essentially, whenever there is change, behavior change, you will expect reaction. And the human factor that is involved is that there is the threat of the pandemic and the coping strategies or protective measures that are expected, they are there. Now, for an individual to comply, the individual engages in some cognitive activities which have to do with appraisal. First, an appraisal of the problem, which is the pandemic. And when such appraisal takes place, the individual wants to see the severity of the threat as proclaimed by sources of information. Now, it is only when the problem is perceived as of high severity, especially as it's associated with death, then people will be attentive. They will be interested towards understanding the protective measures. The individuals also would want to assess themselves in terms of the level of susceptibility or the level of vulnerability. And that leads to risk perception of the threat. It is only when people see that the severity level is high and when they perceive that their susceptibility level is high, that is when they begin to think of what actions will be taken. And the actions that have been highlighted also will be evaluated by them. There's cognitive appraisal of these protective measures, amongst which is the efficacy. As human beings, we want to see how efficacious are these measures in terms of preventing the infection from individuals as well as transmission to others. People also want to assess themselves in terms of self-efficacy. Do they have the capacity? Do they have the potential? Do they have the wherewithal of implementing these measures? These two, and as well as the cost of it. What will it cost me to apply these measures? These are factors that will determine whether their perception of the threats would lead to adoption of these measures. And fear would always come. There's always this fear arouser. When you perceive the threats as of high level of severity and you see yourself as having the susceptibility of being contacted, then if the fear arouser comes up, and that is where psychology comes to play. It is when the fear arouser is there and they perceive the protective measures as attainable, then they want to comply. That is the human factor of pandemics generally.
So Hige, we'll come back to you. And all the way from Maiduguri, let's get to the Deputy Governor of Borno State. He's the chairman of Borno State High-Powered Response Team on COVID-19. Your Excellency, being at the center of it, what is the update specifically regarding the interstate lockdown between your state and other neighboring states? Is it effective?
Thank you so much. Actually, at the beginning, it's not effective, but gradually, we have to, go to our neighboring state like Yobe, and we start with the committee in Yobe State, and we agree on some measures to take. So, and now it has started working, because a lot of people that are allowed to come in with essential services, especially the truck drivers, are violating that rules. You see a driver conveying like noodles. At the end of the day, you see the car is closed and the whole truck is, closed. At the end of the day, you see like 20, 30 people inside the truck locked. So at the end of the day, if you insist that they should open it to you, if they open it, you will see a lot of cases like that. So it has not been easy for us, but now as the stiffer measures have been taken, we have started recording some success in it. Thank you.
Now that there's a gradual easing of the lockdown, what is your assessment so far of the national response, working in sync, states and the presidential task force at the central level?
To be we're having a lot of problems because if you look at the situation now in Lagos and in Abuja, in Maiduguri, presently now the lockdown will be eased, I think tomorrow 10 o'clock in the night. So we are still under lockdown, but we have some few days that are Mondays and Thursdays that are ease days for people to go out and replenish some of their needs and come back to their houses. But if you look at how people are rushing out in Lagos and Abuja, it's quite alarming. So I think we are going to go back to square one. So I think we have to keep on sensitizing the general public on the issue of social distances and also hygienic improvement. This is very, very important. And in as much as government is trying to put some palliative measures, like in Maiduguri now, we have earmarked about 60,000 households in Maiduguri that are going to receive palliative measures. We have achieved so far like 19,000 households have received palliative measures in Maiduguri Metropolitan and Jere. So it is very important that the general public should be sensitized on the importance of staying at home, so that at least we should adhere strictly to this principle of staying at home and maintaining social distance. It is very, very important, because if we allow people to be going out and mixing up, at the end of the day, we are going to go back to square one. So it is very, very important that they adhere strictly to the principle of staying at home.
So we'll come back to you in Maiduguri and in Abuja. Abdullahi Abubakar, you're the Director of Engineering Mechanization in the Ministry of Agriculture. I remember vividly in the first lockdown, the first 2 weeks, second 2 weeks, and now we're in the fifth week easing of the lockdown. There was this fear of apprehension, hunger, and government said as much as there's lockdown, farmers and farming activities, food distribution and transportation will not be affected. So where are we? Would you say that this has really helped out to maybe reduce the fear or the apprehension we had?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think as soon as the issue of lockdown came in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, we started thinking of how can we reach our farmers with the necessary farm inputs. Fortunately, within the task force, another task force was set up to look at the movement of goods and services that has to do with agriculture, like fruits and vegetables, like crops, and even seeds for the farmers to plant. So that task force has really looked at it holistically from the federal and have a synergy with the states also. Like in the federal, we even have a rank of an AIG as the chairman of the task force, and then the director in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture as the secretary. So also this has been cascaded down to the states, where we have our state directors as the secretary of that committee at the state level. Then the commissioner of police or his representative is chairing. So we have really looked into the aspect of movement of these seeds, seedlings, livestock, and even fisheries products, because all these are under the purview of the Ministry of Agriculture. So if these are the things that are going to be moved, there will be a specific clearance for it, and there will be no any hindrance. Even though we realize some of these trucks used to take in some persons inside the truck, but fortunately the security were able to detect that, and we have also cautioned the All Farmers Association of Nigeria to make sure that if it is farmers that are moving or with their products, they should be clearly identified, and they should not be more than 2 or 3, depending on the size of the vehicle, so that the issue of social distances will be very clear and adhered to. So this is what is happening right now, and things are moving gradually, maybe from the middle belt to the northern part, or even from the southern part to the northern part. So everything that has to do with movement of goods, seeds, and all agricultural products, there is no hindrance so far.
Okay, let's go to the News 24 studio, the Director, Head of Planning, Intergovernmental Community Relations. Human movement is key to this during the lockdown and easing of the lockdown. What's your assessment so far? We still hear of cases where people are still moving interstate. Just before getting to the studio, somebody took received a parcel from Benin tonight. What is the update?
Thank you so much. Actually, there is serious cause for concern with the movement of people. We are aware that the security is doing very well to ensure that there is a limitation to such movements. But what is really happening is that there is a limit to an extent, to which you can actually control this kind of movements. When people are confronted by circumstances they consider to be much more grievous than the pandemic that is all over the place. The search for livelihood. Essentially, if you look at the preponderance of people who are involved in this movement, what we call migrant workers. Some of them actually were in the urban centers until the lockdown. And having gone back home and experiencing difficulties, trying to go back at least to ensure that there is some stability in their incomes. What needs to be done really is to continue to ensure that there is proper check along the highways. Of course, we are aware, we have seen on the television instances where trucks have been arrested and then people have been discovered to be mixed up with animals, with luggages, and apparently no explanation to why this should be done. The Border Communities Development Agency in particular has limited responsibility as far as movement of people across the borders is concerned. I think essentially that is the responsibility of the immigration. But as an agency, we are concerned because the lockdown has created a situation in which across the borders of Nigeria, there is pressure that is mounting and people are beginning to cross over to the border to assess things. In fact, looking at the season, we are about going into the planting season, and then farmers, because these communities are predominantly farming people, they will have to assess seeds, chemicals, fertilizer for their farming activities. And if they cannot access market here, you know that most of the border areas, the neighboring countries are just at an arm's length. It's not so difficult to assess them. But we are happy with the gradual easing of the lockdown, and particularly in the market situation, where people can assess the market, particularly agric, in the agric sector.
Jide, I thought I should reserve it for the last, after the first round. We hope and believe the president of NMA will join us eventually in the course of the program. Now, you have listened to the AIG, you have listened to the deputy governor of Borno State, who is at the center of managing COVID-19 from that axis. You also listened to Professor Ihige and Abubakar here with me, and also from the Border Communities Agency. Now, during the lockdown, up to ease of the lockdown, and what has been said so far, as an analyst, what are your comments?
For me, it's a mixed grill of development, and what is playing out in Nigeria is not peculiar to us. This is a global pandemic which has traveled to virtually every country of the world. And there is a need for us to develop an homegrown solution to tackling it. The federal government and the state, as well as local governments, are doing their level best to contain the spread. But as an analyst and a newspaper columnist of repute, I've said and I maintain that I do not envy. Uneasy lies there that wears the crown. situations like this, nobody wants to be caught in the web as being the leader that possibly would take a wrong decision that could lead to mass demise of its citizens. So 5 weeks of lockdown has been very, very horrendous for many, many families. I'm also negatively affected. I couldn't do much in the period, in the intervening period. So the president isn't the lockdown, technically is being responsive to the yearnings of majority of Nigerians. Of course, he's working a very delicate balance of saving lives and saving livelihoods. So people are losing jobs, people even have more debilitating health conditions that is beyond COVID-19. If you look at the statistics globally, over 3 million people infected, but the death rate has been less than about 10% of those who are infected actually die. So, but you have people dying more of cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, stroke, and all whatnot. So, on a scale of the number of fatalities, I still will not rate COVID-19 as one of the most dangerous epidemics or pandemic that the world has ever witnessed. Having said that, I've listened, I've watched, I've read so many opinions. People say, oh, the president should not have raised the lockdown. How many states were affected with the lockdown? It's only 2 states and FCT. So we're talking of Lagos, FCT, and Ogun State. There are 36 states in Nigeria. So the president cannot be held responsible for what some governors are doing. And we saw governors ahead of the Easter celebration, some governors saying you can go to church and have your normal church service, and some are saying you can go to Jumat and all of that. So there are different locus of power that are taking decisions, and that is why, in my own estimation, we actually need to coordinate our views better. It is a catch-22 situation we have found ourselves. How do you maintain jobs, job losses? Before COVID-19, Nigeria happens to have been the headquarters of poverty, the most extreme country with the most extreme poor people in the world. That is an unenviable position for any country to occupy. And the statistics released by the National Bureau of Statistics just a couple of days back shows that we have over 80 million Nigeria below poverty line. So that's more like half of the population. So how do you now lock down people perpetually in perpetuity? More so when there are no enough test kits, as has been testified by the NCDC, that they are still trying to source more test kits. So in the 5 weeks that we were locked down, we were quite expectant that we will have done thousands and thousands of tests. But as of today, I'm not sure we have even gotten up to 13 or 14,000. So in 2 months plus, if we are still hovering between less than 15,000, there is no point just holding people down, pinning them home, when palliatives is just to reach 3.6 million of the entire country population, out of an approximately 200 million people. So,
have you put into consideration the size, population, and complexity of Nigeria compared to maybe a country that has maybe 1/4 or 1/3 of the population of Nigeria, in your analysis?
I get that.
I mean, in your analysis, have you put into consideration the complexity of Nigeria, population-wise, compared to some countries that are just 1/3 of the population of Nigeria?
That's the explanation I was trying to give, that you need to understand that the complexity of many African countries, you have a scenario where the economy is not too good. even before the advent of this pandemic. We are even facing starvation and famine in the coming years if care is not taken. And that's why the president set up a committee to look at how governance can still run in spite of COVID-19. That was what he did in his second broadcast. That how do we run country? How do we still maintain normal agricultural practice while this COVID-19 is still on? And that's why he took those key decisions. And you could see that he actually consulted very widely before he decided to ease the lockdown in Lagos, Ogun, and FCT. So the complexities are there. There is no gainsaying the fact that, for instance, what is the percentage of government workers? I'm not sure we have up to 200,000 federal government workers nationwide. I'm not sure putting together all the civil servants and public servants in Nigeria will have up to maybe 5 million. And we have a country of 200 million, which is driven more or less by informal sector. The smallholder people who employs 2, 3, 5 people, and whose means of sustaining their workforce is on daily income. So you need to factor a number of things into consideration in taking critical decisions. If only people will respect the World Health Organization safety protocols of maintenance of social distancing or physical distancing.
I'll come back to you. Now, if you're just joining us, we're taking a look at COVID-19 easing the lockdown on tonight's program of Tuesday Live. Our phone lines will be open and our Twitter handle is already open. Send in your tweets at Tuesday Live NTA. We'll take a couple of reports and the first one is coming from Abuja.
This was day one of the partial relaxation of the COVID-19 lockdown by President Muhammadu Buhari, and this neck-to-neck gridlock along major routes from the suburbs to the city center in the FCT indicates how much Nigerians are eager to return to normal life. Majorly, high-cadre civil servants and operators of essential service business establishments. These people are, however, not unaware of the necessary precautions as contained in the reviewed guidelines.
It is now like a law for people to wear face masks and do social distancing. And when necessary, you don't have anything doing in the town, stay in your house, stay with your family, because it's not just one person's life is here. If you contact it, God forbid, your family will be involved.
The FCT administration, taking a cue from the Presidential Task Force guideline of the lockdown review, says implementation will be a gradual process in addition to mandating of security operatives to arrest and prosecute individuals found contravening any of the guidelines through mobile courts. On security and the ban on interstate travels, task force operatives are already embarking on vigorous enforcement with intent to ensure that uncertified COVID-19 free individuals do not filter into the nation's capital.
Unfortunately, persons that are not supposed to be out are also out, and that is why you see this gridlock. Officers on duty are trying to find out who are those on the exemption. Are they on the exemption? If they are, they allow them go. I will not just open the road free for everyone to pass.
Extant guidelines on markets and business activities for the sale of food and essential items remain in effect, while places of worships, recreational facilities, public transport, and academic institutions remain closed, in addition to overnight curfew in place.
Our next report tonight is coming from Ogun.
With the relaxation of the 5-week lockdown in Ogun, Lagos, and the FCT going hand in hands with safety guidelines, the federal government hopes to flatten the curve of the coronavirus pandemic while allowing Nigerians regain their source of livelihood. Although residents of Ogun State have one more week of lockdown to go, the state government says it has already keyed into the federal government's directive as only 30% of its workforce, regardless of their grade levels, resumed on Monday at government offices.
We inaugurated a joint task force of transporters and security agencies to ensure that transporters and passengers wear face masks and enforce the strict compliance of no interstate travel except for vehicles on essential services.
On Saturday, the officers have been fumigated in preparation for resumption at work, and we are going to give our officers masks that they must put on when they are coming to the office.
The directive on use of face mask is gaining traction among the people, while some eateries only offered takeout services to customers.
Government asked them to be carrying 2, which is, if you are carrying 16 before, you should carry 8, Abi. They are intending to carry more than that, you know. I have to come down from a bus to enter this zone.
Mobile court will allow us to do quick justice to whoever heard, particularly in the area of carrying more than one passenger. The punishment will range from impounding the vehicle or motorcycle that is used for such non-compliance. Again, there's going to be a community service.
Ogun State boundaries are now closed against non-essential travels, while the 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew is now in place.
Aba in Abia State is our next stop.
The gradual easing of lockdown on condition that residents wear face masks, maintain social distancing, and non-essential travel has brought great relief to members of the public. They commended government efforts so far, but noted that they are faced with boredom and financial challenge. Ikotekbene Road, Park Road, and Aboweri Road witnessed traffic congestion due to the closure of major roads for security reasons. However, many are complying with precautionary guidelines.
KK men, I noticed they have been able to maintain the 2 passengers.
Respondents say the use of face masks is yet to be fully embraced, as some use it as accessory, while others use it to avoid being arrested.
People should still understand that we are still at the lockdown period. The government is just trying to help us, to make us to understand the importance of social distancing, making use of the face mask, and also washing your hands regularly.
A lot of people are not disobeying the use of this face mask. Many people are using this face mask as a necklace. I don't know whether they are using it as a necklace.
People are not truly keeping to some of this because everybody is busy to look for what to do to survive, and nobody is paying attention to some of these preventive measures.
The respondent therefore encouraged residents to adhere to the measures to complement government effort towards curtailing the spread of COVID-19.
We told you in the course of the program that we shall be dotting the landscape of Nigeria in the character of the program. It's Tuesday Live, and we have a couple of tweets. Going straight to the AIG, a couple of tweets have come. The very first one is addressed to the AIG. It says, it's coming from Polycarp. Tell the AIG that his men do harass people, including essential workers. For example, Kabusa police officers. They do the work out of professionalism. And quickly, the president of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, is supposed to be on Tuesday Live tonight. We hear he's held up at Kubo. They have refused to listen to him, and he can't make the program. We are supposed to talk about a lot of things about hygiene and other issues, but he's not here. He's held up at the lockdown. He's not been listened to. How do you react to this?
Thank you. First and foremost, let me talk about the man at Kubo. I would want to doubt his position. Maybe he made a call to you. But like we are here now, if you can make a call to me, I'm sure I can address the situation. And if I want to talk specifically of a member of the panel here now, you know, one of his officers called me and told me that he was going to be at a program at the NTA. How will he go about it so that he can have an easy movement? I advised him, tell him to, you know, go with his ID card. any of the, because I know the program is going to end very late, any of the checkpoints he gets to, and he shows his ID card and that he's coming from NTA. Yesterday I was in a program here, and immediately after that program, I was equally called by one of those, who moderated, and said that their vehicle is trapped at Yanya Aziz. He went to drop his stuff. I made a call. Before then, I said, look, they are NTA, they are using NTA vehicle. Let him show his ID card. It's a staff of NTA. NTA is part of NTA staff or journalists. They are part of the essential service providers. And the next thing I called him, he said, thank you, sir. They have allowed him to go. So I wouldn't want to talk about the man who is Sadakubu, whether he's actually on the way or not. But if he's on the way, he can access that place by identifying himself, and possibly there is a letter of invitation from the NTA that he can even show to them, which is carrying the current date and being specific of this program. So he will be allowed. If you can get across to him, advise him accordingly. For the man who is talking about professionalism, you see, I want to say generally that everybody knows how to do the police job, and it is only the police everybody believes cannot do any other person's job. He's talking professionalism. What does he really understand by professionalism? That the police are kabusa, they are not doing it the way they are supposed to do it. Has he been able to point to a particular issue? Like I said from the beginning, if you are in the public, you are supposed to wear the face mask. But because, I need to talk clearly, that's why maybe I'm dropping it. So it's not, this is not the style it should be. So, and if a policeman sees somebody on the street and tells him, you are not wearing a face mask as against the order of the government, he says he's being harassed. Or, for instance, social distancing, like you can see from your clips too. Yesterday, the banks opened and you see the mass rush. If you can't get money that yesterday, the other days this bank will open and you still access it. If we can control, the responsibility is on us or on individuals. If you can control yourself and do what is supposed to be, it will be well. And the police comes in when the wrong thing is being done. It's simple. The directives or the principles have been listed out. If we obey them, there's nobody who is going to harass you, who is going to talk to you. And I want to use this quick moment to address another issue, because he's talking about professionalism. You see, since the beginning of this lockdown, we've had almost 27 incidents or cases where policemen have been harassed, intimidated, dehumanized, and nobody talks about that. Policemen are human beings. They are enforcing an order of, deviance. It's not a right to be a deviant. If you're an outlaw, and the policeman then tries to put you on the line. In developed countries, you see, even we were surprised when we started seeing some of them, bringing out people to be caning, flogging, pushing. I saw a particular, clip that was so interesting, where the monk coffin or whatever of a COVID-19 victim, and they took that ambulance into town. We are trying to put those who were not obeying to go inside. You can see the way they are all scrambling. Nobody wants to get close to it. And this is what somebody has told you, has advised. Don't go out so that you don't infect others. If you really love yourself, because I think one of those clips from, Ibadan Su, that asking you to protect yourself, you are also protecting the next person to you. If you can obey these simple things, I'm sure he will not be talking about professionalism. I don't know what he meant by his professionalism. So let me know if I stress that.
Frantic efforts to put a call through to Kugbo. If that call is through, it will be linked to you live on the program tonight. But quickly, just like the chairman of the COVID-19 Presidential Task Force, the Secretary of the Government of the Federation, had appealed to Nigerians to see reason and cooperate with security agencies while they are enforcing the lockdown or easing the lockdown. What is your own appeal to Nigerians given the development now?
Policemen, first and foremost, should be considered as Nigerians. They are Nigerians. They are not from any other planet. They are your brothers. I'm sure every family that loves police or loves security will have a member of their family in the police. So anytime you are dealing with the police or having anything to do with the police, believe you are talking to your brother. So, and if you believe that, if you love yourself, the police is your friend. and the police is everyone's friend. And if you really take the police as your friend, I'm sure your relationship with him will be very cordial. There could be some infractions, but I think it's very minute. So my advice is that please and please, we are all Nigerians, and all Nigerians should please cooperate with the police to ensure that we enforce the orders we are doing.
Okay, the next tweet, I'll be directing it to the Deputy Governor of Borno State. If you can hear me, it's coming from Michael. Michael says, is government prepared to curb potential rise in cases following actions by Nigerians who besiege public places in large numbers after being unleashed from at COVID-19 at lockdown, with many disregarding physical distances rule, which could spike figures in coming days? How do you react to this, looking at it nationally and localizing it to Borno State?
Maiduguri, we are still under the lockdown order. So our lockdown is going to lapse tomorrow 10 a.m. But from look of things and the situation so far in Maiduguri, a lot of people are not adhering to the social distances. There are a lot of cases that you can see a lot of people trooping out for burials after all the preachings and the campaigns that we have been doing as a response team. A lot of people are violating that lockdown order, and I think there's still need for us to emphasize to take the campaign to everybody's doorstep so that they should understand that it is very, very important that adhere to the lockdown orders. Because if you look at it, 2 days ago in Maiduguri, there was a burial. If you look at the turnout of people on that burial, it's even more than Eid celebration. So a lot of religious leaders and the traditional rulers have to come on board so that they should intensify sensitization on that issue. It is very, very important.
From the Maiduguri end, how are the Muslim faithful complying with the directive, given the fact that before the beginning of Ramadan fast, the Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs came up with guidelines? Is that being complied with?
Yeah, if you look at the central boxes, there's a lot of, they have adhered strictly to that. But in some cases too, within Maiduguri, you can see a lot of boxes off in their microphones and they will still pray. We're having such reports, and in that type of situation, you have to be very, very careful in addressing such. But we're still working on that, and we've talked with the Sheikh of Borno and the Chief Imam, and they've assured us, inshallah, they will try as much as possible to see to it, because they have called a lot of the Imams in the town and they have sensitized them. And I know we'll get to it, inshallah, but it's not easy at the beginning, but inshallah it will be a thing of us.
Next week looks quite philosophical, so I direct it to Professor Ehigye. Prof, if you can hear me, the tweet is coming from Chioma Onuka. She says, is there a readiness assessment tool that was used to analyze the preparedness for easing the lockdown? Is there one to analyze it now to inform future actions? Is there a mapping of states and color coding them to advise on bespoke strategies for states periodically? I believe if maybe we had a member of the Presidential Task Force, you would have addressed that too, but has that an answer to this?
Thank you very much. In a way, I'm limited in my position, my capacity to address that issue. Like you rightly observed, it would have required a member of a response team to address it. But from my personal view, I would have expected a situation whereby there are empirical evidences to determine the stages of decisions that are taken. In other words, there would have been some statistics that would have guided all these actions. As human beings and human behaviors involved, it might not be quite appropriate for one to base his or her judgment subjectively. It's better if it is scientifically based in terms of objectivity, whereby data are collected, and based on that data, decisions are taken and policies are taken. That will help to arrive at a decision that will be efficacious in addressing the issue of COVID-19.
Back to Abuja, Abubakar, Logan says, what's the definition of essential items?
Well, essential items, if I should talk about the agricultural aspect, are those items that are very essential for us to use on the farm, be it seed, be it agricultural implement, or livestock or fisheries, whether they are seeds or they are products. These are the essential items we are referring to at this moment.
Okay, the next tweet is also addressed to members of the Presidential Task Force. Maybe we'll send it online, but let me just read it out. Chimeze says, we have heard of reports of Almajiris moving from the northern states to other states. What is the presidency doing to stop it? On the use of face masks, more enlightenment should be carried out. We shall sustain the conversation after this time out. The focus, once again, is in the lockdown, COVID-19. You can be part of the conversation through our Twitter handle at Tuesday Live NTA, and also our phone lines are open. We're here to have a caller, but a couple of tweets have come in. Don't go away. The program continues shortly.
For now, the best and most efficient way to avoid getting infected is through regular hygienic and sanitary practices, as well as social distancing. As individuals, we remain the greatest weapon to fight this pandemic. By washing our hands regularly with clean water and soap, disinfecting frequently used surfaces and areas, coughing into a tissue or elbow, and strictly adhering to infection prevention control measures in health facilities, we can contain this virus.
Coronavirus is real. Steps to avoid this pandemic. Wash your hands regularly or sanitize your hands. Keep social and physical distancing. Avoid crowded places. Stay at home unless absolutely necessary. Don't touch your eyes, nose, or mouth if your hands are not clean. Avoid the spread of coronavirus. Coronavirus is real.
NTA Tuesday Live, a network issue-oriented innovation talk show.
Thanks for staying tuned, and our focus tonight is easing the lockdown regarding COVID-19. Before we went on break, we addressed what is the definition of essential food item sent in by a viewer of the program tonight. Let's go to Jide Ojo at the News 24 studio. Jide, we did 4 weeks of lockdown in Nigeria, and despite all the apprehensions, now there's ease of the lockdown. The very first day of the ease of the lockdown, talking about Monday, there was a gross violation of the guidelines stipulated by the Presidential Task Force, which affects the entire country. One would have expected that Nigerians would have learned a lesson after 4 weeks. What's your comment?
My comment would be the challenge that was observed in terms of keeping of physical distancing at some of the public places, particularly the banks, was not the making of the bank customers. it's a problem traceable to the bank management. Knowing full well that people have been locked down for 5 weeks, it's actually for 5 weeks from yesterday. A lot of people needed to transact, need to engage in financial transactions. So you go to your branch and you see and notice that your branch has been temporarily shut down and you have to go to another branch. And people definitely cannot observe this kind of physical distancing that is required 2 meters apart when you have a deluge of people. So I think the problem is actually for the bank management to decide, to resolve. Although today, my observation is that better crowd control were put in place, at least in my own neighborhood, where what I observed was that. So, by and large, the bottom line is that we are approaching a new normal, or we are in a new normal situation. What I mean by new normal is that we are in an era of doing things unusual. I would never have expected, even in January this year, nobody in Nigeria was seen, except for Lagbaja, the musician, will wear face mask. People, even though the president launched WASH as an emergency last year, people were not taking hygiene and sanitation very seriously as they currently do. So a lot of things are now taking a new turn, and it will take a gestation period. It will take a little bit of time and persistent sensitization for people to now imbibe in totality these issues of physical distancing, wearing of face masks, the issues around temperature check, washing of hands, using of sanitizers and all of that. It's going to take a bit of a time. It's a behavioral change we are talking about. It's not something that you acquire. Even for me, it's pretty difficult not touching my face, not touching my nose. We are used to this lifestyle for centuries. So to change in 1-2 months may be a bit difficult, but we will get there with sustained campaign, with enforcement order by the security agencies. We are going to get there, that people will now see clearly that this is a business unusual. This is a new normal for us to engage.
Thank you so much. I'll go to Ibrahim, but before then, our first caller tonight is calling from Yenegua, Bayelsa State, David West. Hello, David West. You're on to Tuesday Live tonight. Oh, we lost that caller. Maybe you will call back. Now, Ibrahim, I will imagine, or an average Nigerian, given the mandate of your MDA, will imagine that you have crisscrossed the length and breadth of the country within this period, and you drove through rural communities. There's this impression that this whole COVID-19, the impact is more at the urban centers and not at the community level. But we know very well that enlightenment campaigns by various groups, e.g. the National Orientation Agency, the NTA, the other media houses, have pushed out a number of orientation programs. So what's your assessment when you drove through some rural communities to get to border communities?
Thank you so much. Of course, if we are just talking strictly in terms of the mortality, you could say that there is a higher proportion of people in the urban centers.
Ibrahim, if you can just hold on a bit, I'll come back to you. Our next caller is calling from Maiduguri. Abubakar. Hello, Abubakar.
Hello.
Good evening. You're on to Tuesday Live.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Go ahead, please. We can hear you.
Yeah, actually, I'm calling from Maiduguri. I just want to make my contribution on this issue of lockdown.
Abubakar, don't listen to yourself. Just make your contribution. Go ahead. Turn down the volume of your television. Make your contribution.
Hello.
Go ahead. Turn down the volume of your television set and make your contribution. We are hearing you.
Yes, actually, I just want to make my contribution, as I'm saying. This issue of lockdown, we have to enlighten and make more advocacy on this using of face masks, sanitizers, and social distances far better than to lock an individual that are going out and getting what to eat on daily basis. You know, and as I'm saying, most of our Nigerian citizens are more of foreigners. So, in Nigeria, this issue of lockdown come to us as an emergency. So, and federal government and also the state government are not ready as the pandemic comes unexpected to the nation. This issue of food security and whatever is more creating more problems to our citizens and the country. Therefore, we have to enlighten our people on social distances in order to protect themselves and go about their normal businesses. It's far better than to keep them at home. This would also create another dangerous issue than even the COVID-19, because there is many pandemics in Nigeria, such as cholera, lesser fever, and Nigerians use enlightenment campaign in media and whatever in order to protect the nation. It's not the issue. It's not.
Well, Abubakar, that's the most we can take from you. We don't have all the time, please. We have taken your point. Thank you so much. Now back to Ibrahim. Ibrahim, sorry, I had to interrupt you to take this call. We don't miss the call. Can you conclude on what you are saying, please?
As I was saying, that because the urban centers have the accessibility of health institutions, the testing is concentrated in the urban centers, the isolation centers are in the urban centers, but the rural communities, and particularly the border communities in this country, are the most vulnerable. They are the ones, as a matter of fact, that are suffering greatly the impact of this pandemic in the country. It has really compounded the situation of the border communities. These are people who have suffered long years of neglect by previous governments. They manifest the worst indices of backwardness and development in the country. They are exposed to several vagaries. If you talk about climate change impacting on the livelihood of these people, particularly in the northeastern part of the country because of the desertification process and the drying of the Lake Chad, and how resources are becoming very limited there. You go also to the southern part of the country, the impact of environmental degradation on the livelihood of the people, which has led to massive poverty and malnutrition in the border areas. Now, these are at the base of the pandemic. The pandemic is all about the body system having an immunity to fight any disease, and once you are poverty, you are in hunger, you are malnourished, your capacity to withstand any disease is grossly undermined. And then, of course, you have the issue of insecurity in most of our border areas, the insurgency, the activities of the Castle Rostrals, the kidnappers and armed bandits who have been causing havoc in most of these border communities. So the border communities, so to say, are the most vulnerable as far as this pandemic is concerned. And by the time the testing goes to that level, you'll be surprised with the figures that will eventually come from there. But we hope that there will be continuing intensification of the testing process and then provision and of access to affordable health in the border communities. And the situation, as I said, these places have been under partial closure for some time, even before the recent lockdown. We've had reason to close most of our borders, and then now the pandemic lockdown has come in, and this has seriously compounded the situation in most of our rural areas. We are optimistic that with the recent policies of government, particularly on the ease of movement, that we are going to see some improvement.
Now, before I go to the Deputy Governor of Borno in Maiduguri, there's a tweet here directed at Abdullahi Abubakar. It's coming from Wano. The tweet says, my question goes to the director from the Ministry of Agriculture. Federal government had banned the movement of vehicles from one state to another except food items. Is cattle among the food items allowed?
Yes, as I started earlier, the jurisdiction of agriculture is livestock subsector, fisheries subsector, and crop subsector. So all these are under the items that are essential. That is why we even said some of the trucks that are conveying livestock, they used to sandwich them with human beings. We have told them that there should be a limited number because those animals have to eat. So there are those who are going to take care of their feeding while on transit. So those number of people should be limited and they should observe the social distancing. So it is part of what has been allowed to move from one point to the other, because as you all agree with me that protein is essential for every human being. So taking them from the northern part to the southern part or vice versa is allowed. And when there is going to be that kind of movement, there must be a clearance, because we don't want those people to take advantage of sandwiching people inside the animals, because one of the trailers have been detected like that. And that is why the security, the task force are putting an eye on it to make sure that they don't allow that to happen again.
So if for instance, a trailer is carrying cattle and human beings are sandwiched, it therefore means the trailer will be returned back.
That's right.
Just addressing the problem of Wano.
That's right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Now, let's go to Maiduguri. There are two tweets here directed at the Deputy Governor of Borno State, who is the chairman, Borno State High-Powered Response Team on COVID-19. Usman Albani says, to the Deputy Governor of Borno State, what is the government doing to curb the spread of COVID-19 at the local government's level? Is there any sensitization campaign, I think that's what I mean to say here, going on there? The second leg of the tweet is from Wadata. To the Deputy Governor of Borno State, with the cases of COVID-19 in the state, with many people still saying the virus is not true, commercial vehicles, Keke Napep, are not complying to the guidelines. 98% of the people are not wearing face masks. Social distance not obeyed. What's your take on this?
Let me start by the first caller who said, what is the government doing in putting up a team of response team in the local governments. From inception, when His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Borno State, inaugurated this committee, we saw into action and we established a committee at the local government levels. All the local government levels We have the primary health care coordinators, we have the secretary of the local government, we have the district heads, we have international partners that are working in other local government areas. So we have set up a committee and they are working at the local government level. Importantly, I want you to understand one thing. When, for example, we had the second index case in the local government, he came through Kanu through Gombe. So unfortunately, when they took his sample for testing, he ran away from Gombe isolation center to Biu. But fortunately for us, they have his number, and when the test result came out, they called our attention, and promptly we contacted people in the local government, the district head and the secretary of local government. So within 2-3 hours, that the patient was stressed. And they now brought him to Maiduguri. Unfortunately, he died the second day. But what I want to assure the general public is that we're working with the local government teams. The response teams are doing well. We've tried to make sure that all at the local government levels in the state, that all our health workers are properly kitted, because the most important thing now is we have to kit them. If you didn't kit them, they will have that fear. We have to motivate them. A lot of training has been put in place with the WHO and the UNICEF. We're working on how to train the people in the local government so that they can handle these cases, efficiently. And the other caller is talking about the adherence to the lockdown orders. We have been emphasizing and we are still campaigning to people through the media outfits, the use of face masks, especially if they don't have the clinically produced face mask, they can use the locally produced face mask. And we have tried to ensure that all people going into the market, before you go into the market, you have to wear a face mask. And in some of the recommendations that the committee is now putting up for review of the general lockdown in the state, we've recommended that it must be a compulsory for any person to go out, you must wear your face mask. We're still sensitizing and we're still talking to our religious leaders, especially during this Ramadan. A lot of people have, they have that feelings that their right has been infringed. But we have a reason to let them understand that we are doing this just to protect ourselves. So we still call on them to be patient, to reason with the response team, and all the recommendation that is given is for the best of our people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, quickly, let's take this caller from Clark before I take this tweet directed at the AIG. David West is back on the line from Yenegua. Hello, David West. We lost that call again. Well, to the AIG, there's a tweet here directed at you. It says, it's more or less a question, and I'll also link a question I already prepared to put across to you. I want the AIG to explain how people are able to move from one state to the other in spite of the lockdown, including already infected persons. The second leg, which my question now is, yesterday and part of today, we had cases where we had gridlocks in some of the major highways. What would have been responsible?
Let me answer your own question first. The gridlock you said you observed yesterday is the rush of commuters following the easing of the lockdown. And you find that in such situation, and believing too that most of our drivers, they have disregard for regulations, so you expect such a situation. For the man talking about how can people move, if it's in the positive direction, I assure you that if you have a genuine cause, outside the essential services providers to move, you come to the police, let's know exactly what the cause is about. For instance, like a senior officer today who left before the lockdown and is expected in the office, a very senior, civil servant. of government working in Abuja here, he came up with a challenge he has. And such person, we have to clear him to enable him, resume office. So if there's any genuine reason, and it's very, very important that such a person should be given clearance or exemption to be able to, move. He is done, and it's for that specific, day assignment or one day. So if there are others who are doing it, like I will always say, they are disobeying the rules and they are deviants. And if they are caught in the they are ban night movement of vehicles. But you still find that some still try to do it. And again, when they are apprehended, they face the law. And in most states today, I think that is the beauty of the game. Most of the states have put in place this mobile court, not necessarily a regular court, so that when you are caught, you are tried, rather than we taking them to a police station, to increase the number of suspects, because the IG has equally, directed that, simple cases or offenses, people shouldn't be detained in order not to, increase this, number of people in the cell that could become infected with this COVID-19. So those who still do it, I wouldn't say I know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. They are not supposed to do it. So, but like if there's a particular instance outside what I've said now regarding the exemption, which is the clearance, I think if it's mentioned, I'll be able to maybe talk on it if it's within the area I know.
Ibrahim, there's a tweet here directed at you before I go to Ibadan, where Professor Ige is waiting. Are there any specific plans by government to ensure the pandemic is contained at the nation border communities? Hear me? From News 24 Studio.
But in the border communities specifically, whether the federal government has any policy on addressing and controlling the pandemic in the border communities, yes, it is true. The presidential task force is for the whole nation, not only for any particular place. But when it comes to whether the agency is at the forefront of handling the situation, also for the moment, no. And given our mandate, we cannot exactly be there to contain it. But subsequently, we are going to be there because part of the problem of the border communities has to do also with ignorance. There's need to sensitize the border communities. There is the need to get them informed and educated, particularly on the hygiene process and ensuring that they comply with the social distancing, with the washing of hands, making sure they wear the face masks and all this. But our primary responsibility has a lot also to do with the provision of health services in the border communities. Over the years, the agency is involved in the construction of health centers in the border communities. We have built, from 2015 to today, we have delivered over 100 health centers across the 21 border states in the country. We have handed most of them to the state governments and the local governments. We have equipped these health centers. We have also sent our staff on sensitization to these communities. And these are things that we will continue to do to ensure that at least the border communities are also carried along in terms of what the federal government is doing.
Okay, let's go to Ibadan. Professor Eige, speak to the psychology of Nigerians, and I want to tie this to the tweet that's coming from Shedrack. Shedrack says, with what I saw yesterday and today and in Abuja and Lagos, government should be very stringent applying conditions of if not, we will record alarming positive results in weeks to come. Psychologically, hearing what Shedrack says in his tweets, how do you merge it on the psyche of Nigerians in response to the guidelines?
The guidelines are there, and the guidelines are to some extent friendly in the essence that the guidelines are there to help in reducing the pandemic. But the challenge is with human behavior. Human behavior is so complex that even when you are designing programs, measures, or policies that will help to alleviate sufferings, people would not even perceive it from that perspective. As a result of self-centeredness, it's like people have been put in jail or have been chained, and there have been this eagerness of wanting to be out, to explore the environment, to go back into the behaviors they are used to. So immediately the easing came up. It's like an opportunity to over-assert themselves and even engage more than before because of the supposed deprivation which they have passed through. But the consequence is that if we are not careful, we don't pray for it, it is likely that we might have more incidences of COVID infection than what we've even had before. Like we saw what happened yesterday with the banks and so on. I was just imagining whether people have forgotten what led to the lockdown, because the distance, the proximity of people was very short. People were very close, and one would be wondering why. And I think one of the reasons could be that because some of them have not had direct experience of an individual who was infected with COVID-19, and they've not been able to see directly the consequences. Most of the information they've received were through the media, which some might even discountenance. And it's like that motivated them not taking precautions as in terms of what the government has put in place. But I still want to encourage the media and all avenues that could be used to further intensify this information and the implication of these behaviors of people, so that we will not experience worse than what we had before the lockdown.
Next line of reports, which are specifically centered on border communities. Jide, if you can hear me, the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 has advised Nigerians to stay safe, as any increase in cases will revert to status quo. Now, given from your last analysis, if Nigerians don't comply with the guidelines given, and the Presidential Task Force orders maybe a relapse of the easing of the lockdown and makes it tougher, like it's happening in maybe Kano, for instance, what's your take on that? Will you blame the Presidential Task Force, or you blame Nigerians?
I will not blame the Presidential Task Force or the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. I will blame Nigerians who are abusing the privileges, because we cannot have our entire human rights under the current circumstance. We are in a war, and we are fighting an invisible enemy. As I am seated there, I don't know if there is COVID-19 in your studio. Nobody sees it with physical eyes. We are only trying to protect ourselves. So it is in our enlightened best interest as Nigerians to imbibe this new normal. Yes, we have over the centuries been used to our communal lives. We've been used to social gathering. In fact, it's what defines us, the hospitality nature of Nigerians. Many people, even in their homes, even if there is a lockdown, cannot observe social distancing. So we face a Herculean task that, in truth and indeed, like one of the callers said, lockdown can and will be counterproductive if it's not creatively carried out. Recall that whether we like it or not, human nature abhors, we are restive, we are a gregarious animal, we want to socialize. So the point is, I still maintain that it is for our own good, and that's the message that is being passed across through the various media channels, including the new media or social media, that we should embrace this new normal. Because as somebody creatively said, it's better to be patient than to become a patient. And you know there is a difference between the two. If you are patient, you take things easy, you keep all the protocols, you are saving yourself, you are saving your family, you are saving your community. It's better to be patient at home or in doing things that you have been told to do than to become a patient in the hospital, in the isolation center, in treatment center. Because when you get there, you don't know, nobody knows who will survive and who will not survive. We pray that we will live to tell the story of this COVID-19. But be that as it may, we will continue to encourage and enlighten our compatriots to please be law-abiding for our own good, even beyond the issue of lockdown. Like I said, lockdown has its own limitation, and I agree completely with that.
Now, we'll take some reports, but before then is the update on COVID-19 in Nigeria. As at 11:40 p.m. Tuesday, Nigeria records 148 new cases of coronavirus. The report by the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, shows that Lagos has 43 cases, followed by Kano with 32, Zamfara State 14, FCT 10. The latest figure, the NCDC, brings the total number of confirmed cases to 2,950, with 481 discharged and 98 deaths. Back to the program, we take the report on security and border areas.
Nigeria, the largest black African country with an area of 923,768 square kilometers, share borders with Benin Republic, Cameroon, Chad, and Niger Republic, with boundary communities spread across board. The outbreak of coronavirus pandemic in Nigeria raised concerns on how to contain the spread of the deadly disease at all levels, with huge socio-economic activities in border areas in the country. Containing the possible upsurge in such areas became necessary.
We find that those communities will be largely cut off from the rest of the Nigeria. So this issue is just beyond just the economic life of these communities, but also the security architecture of the country.
The total lockdown order, which is part of measures to contain the spread of the deadly coronavirus, has been relaxed in Lagos, Ogun, and the Federal Capital Territory for the economy to regain momentum. But this is not without relevant guidelines.
Those who will be violating in the FCT, should there be overloading of passengers in the vehicle, those who are not maintaining the issue of having sanitizers, having face masks, there will be so much enforcement going on.
What we have now is a partial lockdown, not a total lockdown as we used to. Therefore, the levels of traffic has greatly increased. Unfortunately, persons that are not supposed to be out are also out, and that is why I see this gridlock. Officers on duty are trying to find out who are those on the exemption. Are they on the exemption? If they are, they allow them go. I will not just open the road free for everyone to pass.
With the federal government already engaging both state and local government authorities to avoid community transmission of the COVID-19, more stringent measures against interstate travels and cross-border activities, as well as adequate sensitization of the rural dwellers, experts say is key.
Maigatari International Market, a border town with Niger Republic, at its full capacity before the outbreak of coronavirus pandemic. This is, however, Maigatari Market presently following the ban order placed by Jigawa State Government on market days to control the spread of the virus. But the story does not end here. In what could be regarded as desperate move to transact their businesses, traders from the other side of Niger Republic have established another market within their territory since the ban does not affect their country, a situation that gives opportunity for Nigerian traders to cross border and intermingle, of course not observing all safety measures against the pandemic. Yes, government has closed down border, but some of the security operatives sympathize with us and allow us to go and earn our source of livelihood because of the level of poverty here.
Yes, I believe. Then why do you cross over to Niger Republic to do the markets there? Because of poverty. Because of poverty. This is the reason why some people travel to Niger to do a business. Because of getting some income that they can do.
One may wonder, what is the role of security operatives manning Nigerian border and enforcing the federal government policy on border closure? NTA News observes that there is an effort measuring the temperature of the traders at checkpoint, which many say is not enough, as the situation may not be the same in the other neighboring country. The border is also under lock and key, but due to the porous nature of the place, traders use footpaths, overwhelming the immigration officials.
We are afraid of those who are coming from other states passing close to the border.
These are some of the issues we took to the table of Jigawa State Task Force on COVID-19 control.
So federal government has deployed the necessary security personnel to, patrol those borders. But also our committee also is working to support the work already federal government is doing to ensure that these borders are kept quite safe and people do not go to other countries and import disease to Nigeria.
Well, the keyword here as we leave Maigatari border town is for the security agencies of the two countries of Nigeria and Niger Republic to work together towards fighting this pandemic coronavirus. And for the people in the area to believe that this coronavirus is real and is dangerous.
If you're just joining us, our focus tonight is COVID-19 easing the lockdown. Let's go to Professor Eyige. Professor Eyige, still from your standpoint as a psychologist, why should some Nigerians gloat about COVID-19?
It is an individual thing. An individual thing in the sense that we have differences in terms of perception of this problem. How many Nigerians see the gravity, the enormity of the pandemic? And the factor of individual comes in not only in the interpretation, but the consequence of it, which is adaptation to the protective measures or maladaptation to the protective measures. In addition to this, people would always want to consider the cost of their behavior. For instance, the lockdown, what was the cost to individuals? Did it come up with profit making or it came up with losses? The main gain that was expected was in terms of their health status, keeping them balanced in terms of their health and so on. But at the end, some had suffered some mental problems in the sense that keeping one at home, it results to
loss of resources. It resulted to individuals thinking on how to maintain the home. And in some situations, some people have not been used to their homes. It's like suddenly they were now made to stay at home. They were made to interact with people whom they have not been interacting with. So it was like a strange environment to some. And it now called for ability to cope or to adapt to that situation, which was challenging to people. And that is why some were seeking for the opportunity of release from their homes. When we consider the COVID-19 too, in terms of the mental health of the individual, we consider those who have undergone testing situations and those that have been labeled as positive. There is this issue of stigmatization. It is like one is now an outcast. The individual who has been tested positive, the family members of those that have been tested positive, they undergo some mental, psychological torture. And that is why, unfortunately, so to say, it's like the task force did not consider the relevance of psychological inputs in the composition of the task force. And the presence of psychologists in the task force would have introduced the factor of mental health status of individuals, both those who are diagnosed as COVID-19 patients, the family members of those who have been diagnosed as patients, then considering also the quarantine environment. An individual is moved from a usual environment to an environment that is new, strange, and at times less enhancing, less conducive than the environment where they are coming from. All these affect the individual psyche and could have negative impact on the mental status of the individual. And that is why psychological attention would have been introduced. Psychological facilities or services would have been introduced in the composition of the task force. Then even post-COVID-19, after some of them have been treated and they are fine, they come back. How are they accepted back into the society? What about the stigmatization? What about the stereotype associated with COVID-19? What about the prejudice that will emanate from it? Then the consequent discrimination of these people. All this could lead to mental torture, not only to the one who has been diagnosed as a patient, then the family members, they might be discriminated against and marginalized in the environment. So that is why I want to use this opportunity to advocate for the need not only to consider the physical health of patients and the totality of people, but to also consider their psychological health or their mental health so that people will be balanced. Now, the lockdown resulted to economic challenges. It led to some social challenges. All this would have had negative impact on individuals, especially their mental states. So I still want to reiterate that there is the need, if at all we want to get people balanced, having a total balanced state, we should not consider only the physical state, but the psychological state of individuals are very much essential, especially the nature of pandemic, whereby it has to do with person-to-person contact in the increase of the pandemic.
Okay, just follow up on the update. As at 11:40 p.m. Tuesday, Nigeria records 148 new cases of coronavirus. The report from NCDC shows that Lagos has 48, followed by Kano with 32, Zamfara State 14, and FCT 10. This brings the confirmed figure to 2,950, 481 discharged, and 98 deaths. That's the update as of Tuesday. And finally, the president of Nigeria Medical Association has weathered his way down to the studio, Dr. Francis Faduliye. Good to have you on.
Thank you very much.
We did everything to link up so that the AIG on set with you from News 24 would be able to clear the way. Without taking, we don't have all the time. We believe we have felt your experience, but quickly, maybe just relay what happened briefly.
Well, I think it's part of the lockdown process, which in the first instance is good. because we need to get everybody to observe the direction of staying at home and not moving. But the other part is those who have identified themselves as essential service. I have my ID card. I was coming with a vehicle with Nigerian Medical Association. I think we should find a way to balance it. The officers there, they are doing their work. You can't blame them. But they needed to be able to identify those that they should give the right of way.
Well, quickly before we go to Maiduguri, where the deputy governor is waiting, we have tactically kept the issue of hygiene because you have the expertise to do all this. We had looked at the lockdown, the easing so far. So since yesterday and now, from your perspective, what's your update?
Well, as you know that the Nigerian Medical Association is not very much in line with the easing of the lockdown, because what we are having is we are still having an upward slope, a very sharp slope of those who are infected. And our greatest fear was confirmed yesterday, because when you saw, when we had a large number of people coming out at the same time, gridlock everywhere at different places. You have crowd at the malls, at the banks. You have all sorts of things. A lot of people coming. Everything was less loose, and it is really, really pathetic, because I can tell you we have gone some steps backward.
Professor Ige from Ibadan Network Center I tried to give us the psychological angle of it. Can you give us the medical side of it and also counsel Nigerians on why they should try as much as possible to comply with the directives?
It is important for Nigerians to know that the easing of directive of the lockdown is not as if we have done well in containing the viral infection. It's just because other considerations have been put in place by the federal government. And everybody must know that the danger is still as close to us as it was before. In fact, it is even closer now, because we are having community transmission. At the initial time that they started the lockdown, it was still, from the history of travel history, there were no main community transmission, but today it is everywhere. I have to be careful to ensure that we have physical distance anywhere. You must put on your gloves, make sure you wash your hands regularly, or you use sanitizer. And anybody who is sick, unlike, you have seen the government changing their tactics. We came out the last time. It wasn't the best for you to say, go until you have symptoms before you are being taken. If we had at that time started picking everybody who is having a travel history, and you are testing them and you are isolating them, it will have helped us. But we said until you have symptoms. And by the time you are having symptoms, you have given 2 or 3 or 4 people in the household. Well, it's not a blame game. It is now for us to know that it is closer to us than how it was before, and everybody must ensure we follow all the regulations that have been given.
Okay, let me go to Ibadan. Your Excellency, now we have facilities in place by the Borno State government, and the question we ask is sustainability. After COVID-19, how sustainable will the facilities be for the people of Borno State? Borno, Maiduguri. My question was to Maiduguri.
So it's just we're just trying to upgrade our medical facilities, and in as much as the need is there, we had a Lassa fever outbreak, and we've worked on that, and when the COVID-19 cases have been reported, we put in place a lot of facilities. We are now even working on a new isolation center, because the initial the one we are using now is 100-bed capacity isolation center. And as you can see, we have recorded 100 cases already, and there's new 6 cases that has just been announced on the network news now. So if you look at it now, we have 100 cases, we have 2 recoveries, 14 deaths, and we have about 84 in isolation, plus the 6 now that have been reported. Now that means we will be having a lot of patients. So we have to put in place another isolation centers that we can be treating the milder cases. So I think the sustainability will have to put a program that will sustain all these health facilities in place. So because Borno said we've been recording a lot of insurgency cases, and our society is already traumatized society. So we have to put in place all medical outfits in case of eventualities. Thank you.
Let's see the Deputy Governor of Borno State, Umar Usman Kadafo, and also the chairman of Borno State High-Powered Response Team on COVID-19. It was nice having you on Tuesday Live tonight, and thanks for being on the program.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, back in Abuja, let me go to Abubakar. Now, as much as we had the lockdown, the federal government insisted that the wet season farming must be launched. Now, what is in place to ensure that the food production is shot up beyond what it used to be?
Yes, thank you very much. We have no option but to really have the farming season on, because food is very important to all of us. And the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development is not resting on its oars to make sure that farmers get the required input at the right time, because the rainy season is just around the corner, particularly for the northern part, and all the measures to be taken in terms of reaching them with the farm inputs are already in place. And basically, out of the 84 million hectares we have in this country that is arable, we are cultivating only 40% of it, about 39 million. And because of this COVID-19, we are sure some of the farmers may not be able to go back to the farm because of the migrant farmers we talked about. Some of them may decide to stay where they are, either because of the lockdown or because of the Herculean tax to get to where they want to go. So which we advise they can even stay there, which means they are not going to cultivate their own land. But then we are looking at getting seeds, hybrid seeds that can give you high yield, so that even if you are using intensification in terms of farming, you will be able to get more yield from the crop, so that we can still meet our target of having enough food for ourselves as self-sufficient, and then we can even export to our other foreign partners. But then, equipments that are really supposed to be given to farmers to help them cultivate this land, the ministry is also trying to see. We normally procure these equipments and give them to farmers at 50% subsidy. But now the government is having even a thinking of seeing if it can give them at 25% subsidy. That is paying only 25% of the cost, which means they are getting 75% subsidy. But this is all in a view to see that farmers at least acquire these equipments, use them on the land to get more yield, because these equipment are planters, even the tractors. Government is trying to see that they acquire tractors which they can give farmers so that they can cultivate more land, because some of them cannot finish up cultivating the land they have because of the time frame. As you know, agriculture is time bound. The moment you are not able to plant at the right time, then you are going to lose your seeds, because you will not get the yield that you are expected to get. So the ministry is trying to make sure that all these input that are required get to the farmers at the right time. We are using our state coordinators who are already on ground. The moment these things get to them, they also get it to the community level, so that everybody will have the seeds at the right time. Not only the seeds, but even fertilizers. Even though fertilizer is a private sector issue, but government is also putting its hand in it to make sure that it gets to the farmers at the right time and at the affordable cost.
I'll come to the NMA president, but quickly let me go to AIG. AIG, before we wrap up the program tonight, the easing is on. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Now, operations will be reviewed. We saw it the first day. The complaints are there. Now, speak to Nigerians in terms of compliance and also the fact that follow up to what the chairman of the Presidential Task Force said, the SGF said, Nigerians should cooperate with security operatives who are enforcing the easing so that they comply. So what are your last words on both sides?
Well, thank you so much, because this is another avenue of appealing to our fellow Nigerians on the need to cooperate with the law enforcement agents who are their brothers and sisters. Like I said from the beginning, policemen, Nigeria police officers and men are not from the blues, they are all Nigerians, so we are part of it. And to enforce that thing is for the benefit of all of us. So we deserve their cooperation, we deserve their understanding. And I want to point at this stage, the attack on policemen will not be tolerated any further. The Inspector General of Police has warned on that, and our police officers too have been directed, to be mindful of the rights of every citizen of this country, which they are complying with. And two, they should see themselves as those who will make this pandemic, reduce or increase. And if you look at it from that angle and believing in the reality of the COVID-19 pandemic, I'm sure there's nobody who is happy to lose his life. Like my belief, you want to go and enjoy yourself, that is exactly what some of them will say by going out as if they are being in prison. You need this life to enjoy the life. And without life, I'm not sure you'll be able to enjoy that life. You lose your life, there's nothing to enjoy. So I want to appeal to all to please cooperate with all the law enforcement agents, to ensure that we carry out our duties. Thank you.
Well, for want of time, I will not allow Jide and Ibrahim speak, but let me go to the enemy president so that for the last few minutes before I wrap up the program. Taking from the words of Jide Ojo, who is from the 24th studio, he has said, it is better to be patient than to be a patient. Now, critical to this is the guidelines. If we don't abide by them, it therefore means the PTF, that the Presidential Task Force warning to Nigerians, would hold firm that if you don't comply, we'll return back to status quo. What advice do you have to Nigerians in terms of compliance? Judging from what Jide said, it is better to be patient than to be a patient.
Well, to Nigerians, I think they need to cooperate with the government. That's the first thing. And they need to have a belief that all the regulations given are not to punish. Because it is until you appreciate those regulations that it is actually to protect us and to make us, to guide against us having that transmission. That is the time they may want to willingly follow the regulations. And it is important. One of the scientifically proven way of guiding against transmission is social distancing. We must ensure social distancing in our vehicle, when we're in bus, when we're in anywhere you find yourself, ensure you have social distancing. And we should try as much as possible to take our hygiene, both respiratory and hands hygiene, very seriously. If we can do all this, and those who are not supposed to come out, let us stay inside. It is better for you to have a life, for you to have a livelihood.
Okay.
If you don't have a life, there is no livelihood for you.
Dr. Faduli, your short time has been very, very useful.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for being on Tuesday Live tonight.
Thank you very much.
And Abdullahi Abubakar, it was nice having you.
Thank you very much.
From our News 24 studio, AIG Austin Agbolahan, thanks so much for being on Tuesday Live tonight. Ibrahim Abba Kwajafa, also thanks for being there. And Jide Ojo, it was nice having all of you. Ibadan, Professor Benjamin Osawe Ehige. It was good having you on the program. Thank
you.
Well, to those who sent in tweets, we appreciate you. Those who made their calls, we appreciate you. If you didn't take your tweet, that will be done next time on the program. We looked at COVID-19, is in the lockdown. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
The main way coronavirus spread is when infected people sneeze and cough. Small droplets of fluid